Atiku Obi ticket, it doesn't resonate any hope from anybody. To be honest with you, before 12 p.m., Tinubu will beat Atiku Obi ticket hands down, whether rigging or normal election. I'm being honest with you. Let's say Atiku Obi ticket will get like 35% all over Nigeria. But P2B El-Rufai ticket will get do everything about this thing and come to realization that we have to tell ourselves the truth. Many people don't like APC threat now is PO, not Atiku. So, Parvention Obi accept to be Atiku's vice. Tinubu, that I know, will enter agreement with Atiku to sabotage their efforts. And he may likely promise him 2031. And he's certain. And Atiku will yield. That's the pure fact. That's the angle I'm trying to let some people understand. Because it's not about to be being vice. Because Atiku is ready to sabotage that if we give him a kind of offer, which is the presidency 2031. He will not refuse that. That's the certain. And another thing is this. People were like yesterday in that PDB, we are saying that APC have Northerner as a vice. And if P2B should have another Northerner as a vice, they will likely go for APC. At least they have four additional years to blah, 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 blah. But this fight, Northerner is supposed to be the one fighting this fight more than Southerners. And I will tell you why. This fight is not about 2027. It should be about 2031. Because Tinubu that we know, number one, is likely after if Tinubu, maybe Parvention Tinubu wins 2027, in 2021, Tinubu will retire all these powerful Northerners, which I don't know whether they know or they don't know. Tinubu may likely pick maybe one chairman or anybody at all, instead of all these powerful Northerners. And if you look at Tinubu, he's putting his feet into many this thing in Nigeria, institution and all those things, for him to be able to control, even if he puts someone there. That's the game. So Northerners should be the one. If I say Northern, I'm not saying about I'm saying about someone like Atiku, El-Rufai, and Kwankwaso should be the one championing about for this coalition, because they stand to benefit from it. Because their motive is to remove Tinubu there. Because if they should leave Tinubu, and Tinubu remains there till 2031, he is going to retire all of them. That's the fact. You understand me? Another thing I have to say is about PO. Someone is saying that PO doesn't need a coalition. It's a lie. Last election, we know that PO won. We know. Then what happened? Nobody wants to die. You need someone, even if you do the election tomorrow, PO will still win. Then how are you going to protect him? We are saying that all of us, at the end of the day, we still see people. They may not even likely come out and vote. Even if they vote, they will still vote and go back. There's nothing they can do. You need people that are not afraid to die. You need people that can ginger. If someone like El-Rufai becomes a PO vice, and something on election day, we notice that something is going wrong, there in the north will be the ones to raise their voice, will be the one to start the fight. And we in southern part, we follow them up. Because these people, you cannot follow them with gentleman approach. It doesn't work. It's not workable. See the way they remove Jonathan. And they are more deadlier and dangerous than Jonathan. So you have to apply force, times 4 of their force to remove them. And I said, well, in one space, I think some days ago, some weeks ago, I said that PO need to drop this arise interview. What PO want to say that he never said before. I don't like it. It's very childish, to be honest with you. This thing, now, this is not Europe, this is not America, this is not even abroad. This is Nigeria, this is Africa. You have to man up. And somebody said something one day, I think 4 days ago. He said that, see, if PO is not ready, because people sacrifice a lot. I hear people saying many things they sacrifice for PO. And when people started abusing Kenneth Okonkwo, Kenneth Okonkwo was right, because everybody know, even the blind know, everybody know that PO won the election. If you win the election, you couldn't be able to defend the election. What was the need for people endangering their life for your sake? After you couldn't be able to protect it. It doesn't make any sense. PO know that they are not going to kill him. They are not going to injure him. Okay, let me tell you something again. In last election, PO won in all army barracks. I want to ask you something. You think they are not suffering like us? You think they are not feeling the pain like us? Or you think that if PO should have said, okay, that last election, say, no, I'm not taking it. You think if they command the army, you think they will go? When they know that they voted for this man. Let's think, let us think. So why I'm saying this, people that are close to PO need to tell him the truth. All this gentleman approach, it doesn't work, and he can never work in 1 million years. He need to man up. And if you know that he's not willing to man up, then he step aside. That's the pure truth. We cannot keep on deceiving ourselves because you want PO to become president. Everybody like good things, yes. But the way Nigeria is the way Nigeria is now, you cannot be doing the same thing over and over again and expect another or different result. It doesn't work that way, bro. I have to tell you the truth. So we, or me personally, how we advise, in my own opinion, if PO can have that correlation with someone like El-Rufai as his vice. And another thing I have to point out is this. If Northerners agree maybe to front a PO, they don't need to tell PO, oh yeah, pick your vice, maybe from between El-Rufai and Kwankwaso. It can never work like that, because if PO should do that mistake and pick one person, the other one may likely work against him. What PO should do is, if peradventure at the end of the day they give, okay, we are fronting you, oh yeah, how is it going to be about your vice? PO should tell them, okay, if they present someone like El-Rufai and Kwankwaso, PO should tell them, go, you guys should go and do your own election within yourself, do your own thing within yourself, bring anybody you want between that El-Rufai and Kwankwaso, then he becomes my vice, rather than for him to pick vice by himself. You should understand me. So please, bro, I'm saying in honesty, all these things we are talking every day, talking. It's as simple as ABCD, except we always like deceiving ourselves. And I like what Jack did yesterday in that PDP space, because Jack challenged one man they called Malam. That man was even lying to himself. You understand me? Lying to himself, and Emma was echoing his own lies. You understand me? Like I said, I don't know what that Emma, because the way they are going, they are creating more enemies. Even some of Obidien that may likely be thinking in that direction of Atiku, but because of the way they always see Obidien, because of the way they always attack Obidien, it may likely have them start having double mind, and that's the truth. Because they are not positioned Atiku in a brighter way, with some right manners. That are doing it like fight war. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work like that. Okay, so I will appeal to everybody that want this thing to work. Number one, let me conclude, please. Number one, PO cannot go this thing alone. No matter how we want to do violent, blah blah blah, PO cannot go this thing alone. Let's tell ourselves the truth. You understand me? Even APC, they have learned their lesson in previous election. So you don't think they will fold their hands? See what the game Tinubu is playing, because you know that you have lost out from the north. Now you want to gauge the south. and you think PO is going to get the same vote he got last election. PO is not going to do this thing alone. You need coalition of. I like Dati Ahmed, but maybe if they win election, he cannot bring Dati Ahmed maybe as a, I don't know, CGF or be what, I don't know. But to be honest with you, PO need this coalition, and he need it with someone like El-Rufai, not Kwankwaso. Let's be honest with ourselves. So, bro, I have to drop my mic from here. So anything I will say about you. Thank you very much.
A woman, are you
Hello.
there? Yeah? A woman, are you there? A woman is not even here. I beg, if you can co-host, I beg, just come up, I beg. I get with him and the try sort myself out, I beg. Just signal me, I'll give you co-host immediately. Okay, I think, I don't even know. Malam Batisa, you're making your point before, so you can continue your points. Yeah, thank you, Chezona. Your points are noted. But
Yeah,
anybody that can,
thank you. Sorry,
anybody that can
network.
co-host, just give me a sign, I will give you co-host immediately.
Yeah, Alpha, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now, why you come?
No, my this thing got anyway. Go on, like who was next? I think
Yeah,
Madam
when
Batista was
mathematics
almost to
is
finish his submission. Then someone is next.
Yeah, my network. I don't know where. I don't know the last, sentence you had. But my point is that this, I don't think the coalition has collapsed. That's the point I was just trying to make. I believe this is part of the build-up, and this is part of maybe concealing the ultimate strategy, so that APC will not be able to easily attack and destroy it before it even becomes something. So I don't think the coalition has collapsed. I think they are still at the stage now where everybody is working to ensure they're even still looking for the right platform, because everywhere they've looked, according to, if you read the tweet from, what's his name now, from Jack, because he seems to be a bit close to the matter. And what he's saying is that they've not even made up their mind about the platform to use. So who says the platform will not be Labour Party? Because if the Senator Nenadi led, caretaker committee, which has now been backed by NLC, TUC, yes, and TUC, and the board of Labour Party, I think, if she succeeds, they were able to conduct all those primaries and all of that, and have level-headed people in Labour Party across the hierarchy, and across the country, then Labour Party becomes, a viable platform, right? Because it's really about the leadership of the party. One of the problems that I think they already have with SDP is that there are a few persons who are not disposed to the idea of this coalition, and they have seen that they are even likely working for the APC. So I don't think the coalition has collapsed, and that's what I'm just trying to say. There will be that handshake will happen. They know that we don't have a choice. So everything they are doing now is just more or less like decoy, to make sure APC is not able to box them into a corner, right? Yeah. So I yield for now. Thank you. Ewoma, are you there? Can anyone hear me though?
Yes,
Yes, we are hearing you. You're audible.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't know. 10 over 10. Maybe you should go ahead and then we'll just pass the mic like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you guys can run it like that, so I don't know what is. Uh, maybe a woman is not close by. So 10 over 10, you can go. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Wow. Happy Sunday, everyone. Alfonso, good morning. Many thanks for everybody that has spoken so far. I have a lot of things I think I just want to reference some of my views on. I've listened to different people and their opinions this morning. So, see, my view first on the correlation and Atiku's body language. I think it was Alfonso that referenced or mentioned that part. Me, like I said, like Mazi, the Grandmaster said it, what you hear me say here is my own opinion and does not represent the opinion or the stand of anybody else. So I take that, I put that caveat there first. Um, I don't feel comfortable with the way Atiku is moving around and with his visits. And if history is what something we can believe and trust at this point, like we always say, I can predict that he wants to run. I don't think I am seeing somebody that is playing the role of an elder statesman, trying to galvanize anti Tinubu people to rally round, and then he would maybe present a vice. From my own standpoint and from where I'm seeing and where I'm looking at things, I am I am not that convinced that's what his intention is. I see somebody who wants to come out like he has always come out before to contest. I see people, or I see someone that wants to do that and then ask someone like P2B to come in so he can ride on that number. Like I said, this is my own opinion. And like I am saying, this is the body language of who I am seeing. And then if you check the front page of this day, today, except it's just one of those headlines you read and pass. But if it's anything to go by, they said P2B has decided to run on Labour Party's ticket and Labour Party's ticket alone. And my question comes, is it this Labour Party that is it the Abure-led one or the Nenadi Usman? Somebody will tell me the one that is recognized by this one, this one. Another thing again that this guy does not need at this point is to go into a circle of people that somebody is speaking from the east, another person is speaking from the west, somebody is speaking to have a rightful claim to the chairmanship of the party, one thing, one thing, one thing. You know, so he does not need that, he does not need it at this point. Now, these are my own view on the coalition. But I think, and I will suggest a situation where, like the last speaker said, a P2B ticket with Aerofire. This has been my position right from beginning. The moment I heard this guy left APC and went to SDP, I was like, okay, this is somebody I think can get those numbers. See, if you're saying, and another speaker said something, we don't need the coalition. See, if you don't need the coalition, sorry, let me even make sure I'm not talking to myself. Can you guys still hear me, please? I don't know if anybody is even hearing me.
yes,
Can
yes, yes,
everybody?
yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So, like somebody rightly mentioned, of course, like it is the person's opinion too. But see, if anybody right now is thinking of running this election solely on their own, okay, better just buy Netflix, buy popcorn, and chill on that election day because your guess is as good as mine. any election right now in Nigeria, as far as that 2027 is concerned, no matter how you want to strategize about it, and you're not galvanizing from different political parties coming together to face this person. I grew up in Lagos, anyways, so we know all of this. I'm not surprised. I'm also surprised that some people knew Tinubu and still believe he was going to do something different. Like I'm saying, so I don't derail my line of thought. If you're thinking that P2B can get those numbers alone, you are right. But if you are thinking those numbers can be protected, he can. Oga, you dey joke. These are my reasons. From that north, we know what they stand for. I was born in the north. I grew up in Lagos, so I can at least tell you some of the ways these people see. If you know, if you read their vote, oh, they no born you well. And for an average election, what how they react to it is always something the center considers. You don't just read them out like that in numbers, right? So is needed. That coalition is needed. And me now, I now say any coalition that P2B will participate in, they go into the room and come out, and P2B is not on that front ticket. Oga, it will not just for me. Me, I can still cautiously, but that's for me and for me alone. What that ticket will do to a lot of um discouraged Nigerians now. Let me use that word discouraged, is that ticket
Sorry, I
that
just have
has
a question to ask you. You can
sorry,
answer the
let me finish.
question.
Now
You can answer the
metaphor,
question
metaphor,
while you are speaking.
metaphor,
It's a quick
metaphor.
question.
Calm
It's a
now.
quick question. It's a quick question.
Metaphor,
You can
relax
answer the
now.
question while you are speaking.
Okay,
How you can
metaphor,
answer
go
this
ahead.
question while you are speaking. It's just a quick
Okay,
question.
yeah.
How do you mean? Yes. How do you mean? There are other ways that Peter Obi will be rigged out besides the numbers. And if Peter
There
Obi
are
would,
other ways. What?
you said there are other ways they can rig Peter Obi out besides the numbers. So can you clarify which other ways they can rig him out besides the numbers? Yeah,
See,
and how can he win without numbers? Please clarify this. I'm confused.
okay. See, number one, we all know that P2B won that election. Did he not get those numbers? He had those numbers. So how come he's not the president of the country now? That's the way he can be rigged out. I don't even answer your question. We are not for someone like me. I am not even in argument. I am not even arguing against him not having those numbers because he had it. But what happened? We went to Supreme Court.
Meta, I can answer that question for you.
Right.
If you want me to
So
answer it
wait,
for
now
you.
let me just see before I know that's why I told him he should let me finish before I answer that question, because in the process of trying to answer, if my answer is not satisfied to somebody else, the person will want to answer, and then I will not finish what I'm saying. So, for example, let me say this. I lived in before I left, anyways. I lived in Amuwo, and you can go and check the record of what I'm saying now. What INEC gave Amuwo Odofin was 50, I think about 55,000 something. So P2B in Amuwo scored 76% of the total vote that was casted in Amuwo Odofin. And if you know what Amuwo stands for, that's where we have predominantly Igbo people. I'm not going tribal anyways. I lived in an estate. Let me not be specific about that estate. In one of the estates I lived, right? It was one of those estates that they came to make a mess of that um, um, process. And the person almost, I don't know if he ended up losing his life, but they almost stoned him to death. They almost stoned him to death. So Amuwo Odofin gave P2B 76% of the total votes that came out of that side. About 50 something, 55 or 56,000. Because I followed that one because that's where I lived. So If now I'm talking about protecting that numbers. You see why that coalition is needed now is that why that coalition is necessary, and no two ways about it is that if any other place can replicate what Amuwo Odofi did on that particular election, P2B will get to the presidency. But he cannot get it if northern people don't do the same thing. That's what I'm that this is where me I'm coming from. So he can, I mean, he can, and for me again, this is not me taking a swipe at anybody. I've said this one too. You can quote me. I've said it in many spaces. Oga, this election is not gentleman's election. You are not. If you want to be a gentleman, go. If you want to be holy, go to church. It's an election that needs all those rugged people that helped Tinubu that he's not in agreement with right now. El Rufai is one of them. A lot of all those other people that does not support Tinubu at this point can do that. So these are the areas where I'm coming from. And there's another part again I will just mention before I hit the mic. I remember if I recall, somebody mentioned how we can push them to do something on electoral reform. Okay, if you are expecting Tinubu to give you any electoral reform, although on my timeline, I've been retweeting this guy's 30-day electoral reform whatever challenge. I've been retweeting. I'm not retweeting because I don't believe in it. I believe as somebody who believes in the capacity of those institutions to if they do the right thing, I have no choice. But looking at the person I know, Buhari did not do it now. Buhari did not do it when he needed it, but he did it when he didn't need it. Tinubu cannot give you electoral reform. It no fit happen. Electoral reform that would take away the powers of INEC. I mean, to take away the powers of the president to appoint INEC chairman, electoral reform that would take away the powers of the president to appoint INEC commissioners for the states, electoral reform that would say that would tell you the president should not take over office until the judiciary process is concluded, electoral reform that will tell you transmit the results on time, electoral reform that will tell you the appointment of the INEC people should be taken away from the president and be given to like civil societies and NBA and others to appoint. See, Oga, it's not possible. You just have to, in fact, if you even ask me, let's leave it the way it is. Let's play that game. Let's play that game. Finally, I will hit my mic with this, right? If you are waiting for the election day as the day to start protecting your votes, it's not going to happen. It's not even possible. That's not the rigging of that election. Don't even start already. It has started. Pre-election rigging is on. There's the election day rigging, and there's the post-election day rigging. All of those things. The post part, Tinubu has those machineries, the judiciary, to tell you, Oga, he won the election. On that day, what about voter suppression? On that day, this is the person I know. On that day, voter materials, like they always do, will not go to those areas dominated by. See, in Amuwo, voting materials did not. Anybody that lives in Amuwo can come up and challenge me. Startime Estate, for example, did not get INEC officials until around 3 in the afternoon. A lot of all those areas. So see, systemic. If you're even waiting for him to go and be changing those numbers, maybe see these are just my own views. Like I said before, these are my own personal views and my experience. That election, and I'm using as Amuwa Odofi where I lived as a perfect example. But the moment when they came, people were ready. People were ready. The voting process went. People stayed back. At some point, some hoodlums came into that particular estate to come and disrupt it. Oga, people in fact, about 3 of them The other one left in coma. You get? So, but so that it doesn't look like I brought up problems and I'm not bringing solution. Me, I'm suggesting, I am pleading with Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Baba, you don't try. You are an elderly statesman. And bros, I was in that space yesterday. Very, very funny. As in how the guy you made mention of was clamoring, and the Hausa guy that was talking about the relevance and what Atiku can do and all of those things. I was there. I was in that space for many, many hours. It's just funny how all of a sudden you want to use P2B's numbers, but you don't want to put him in the front burner, right? So if anybody has question based on what me I've expressed so far, you can ask me. Metaphor, I don't know if the question you asked me, I answered you anyways, except you have another thing you want to ask me again. Alfonso,
Metaphor.
thank you so much for the time.
Metaphor. Can you hear me, Metaphor?
If you cannot hear you can ask me a question if you want to ask me.
No. I want to react to when you said when you have the numbers and
Okay.
all that. Now, let me tell you the truth. That's why I said if anybody that's a collation officer that done collation that is on the space should come out and say it. I was a collation officer, not even I was both a polling officer and a collation officer for 2020 election. I left my house around 5:30 in the a.m. to INEC office. The first thing we did, because every means of rigging, we had it on our palm. Because we had it. Number one, they will come to your polling unit, they will not carry the original results. They will carry everything, but you will not see from EC8A. Because from EC8A is that polling unit results. And when you don't see that from EC8A, that election that you are doing is all scored to, because they will just go to the collation office and put any figure. Because number one, what they are targeting is the total number of people that are accredited in that polling unit. Nobody cares about how they voted. Nobody cares. What they want to see is the total accredited voters, whether it tallies with the total vote cast, so they can allocate figures to you. What they just need is the total number of people accredited in a polling unit. Every other thing. So they don't even need the voters this thing. They don't need anything. They have agents that can sign for any party. You can look at the collection center, you see somebody will come and say, "Na me be ADP candidate, they are signed for, yes, sign. Na me be PDP candidate." Because when you go to court, the court will ask you, "Are you the one that signed for this thing?" Okay, they will even sign for you. And that's how bad Nigeria election is. They can sign for you in labor. And the court will tell you, for you to disprove this election, go and call the person that signed this result, because it is a labor card carrying member that signed for you. That is how bad it is. It is only that person that signed for you that can be able to stand and testify. And they can nominate their own party member to sign for you. So, number one, before you enter any election ground, you demand for the original from EC8A. I've been a participant in that election. Nigeria election is totally skewed. It's short. It's only a useless person that wants to lose election that will continue to lose election. You can, and I don't believe in saying this guy is a political strategist. Look, if you give somebody power, the person is a political strategist. So long as the person can undo, and nothing will happen. If in Nigeria a president can remove the INEC chairman, remove the Supreme Court judge, put his own, and make sure everything is in place. And the next thing, so you need force, fire for fire, to remove that kind of person.
But you see, the question that I asked, I'm sorry, but the question I asked, I've not gotten an answer to it, because the gentleman that spoke the other time said that there are other ways INEC can rig besides altering the numbers.
I'll give you one.
Yeah, I want to know the other ways, please.
Okay, he said number two, another thing I told you one. That for EC8A, you might be voting, there's no for EC8A on the polling unit. And that is the major thing. Because that is where they used to collect the result from. That from EC8A, they carry the result from EC8B, which is World Collation DC unit. Then there's formiciate C, which is local government. Then formiciate D, which is state. Then for presidential, formiciate E, that is the main presidential election result. That is formiciate E. That is how it is. Now, if they collect that formiciate A, those they just need that accredited voters, and they can allocate figure in the collation center. They did it in River. Go and check BBC report now. Oh, everything you vote, once you get to collation center, they will allocate it. They will look for labor somebody. They will appoint him as Labour Party chairman. This year, sign here. And the next thing, the result of fly go to court. That's what you hear. That's what you hear. And these people, they can confidently do it because the police are with them. Everybody is with them. So if you like, mobilize with the police, will shoot, go push all of them. And the next thing, they will allocate people that will sit down there and do the thing. So you need force, fire for fire. If not, you cannot beat these people.
Metaphor. I think it was me. You're asking that other types of ways INEC can rig an election. I am even shocked that you're asking me that question, as if election rigging only implies on maybe on the day of the election, people cast their votes, 100 people vote, only 99 was accounted for. If that's your own understanding of election rigging, then bro, I am sorry to say it is not, right? Election rigging does, like I said before, election rigging does not start on the day of that election itself. Bro, do you know that?
Yes.
But let me just finish now. By sending you voting materials, and INEC officials 9 o'clock, by sending them 3 p.m. so that they can come, or they may not even get to that place. Don't you know that thing is a rigging on its own too? It's a rigging strategy too.
Yes, first of all, they use NURT members to do that.
That's the point.
And NURT members, and what they do, NURT member, what they will do is that
to come and bring voter materials.
You will, for example, let me give you an instance now. You are voting. This is a polling unit result. This is the form for polling agent. This result is for maybe Shomolu. The driver will mistakenly carry it to Ikorodu. And when he gets there, he will say, oh, I've missed my way. This is not where this thing is. When they bring it out, this is for Ikorodu. Okay. They will not, by the time you do it, 2 o'clock not reach. Because they know, they have strategies. They know all your stronghold. They will write it down. See, he showed me this, they will sit down and say, look at the population. How many people can vote Labour here? Okay, these people want 65, 64. Let's go to it. They have everything. They will sit down, calculate everything, and they'll tell you, okay, these people will get their police by 11, so that if they are going to vote 500, we are going to reduce it to 100. So that by 3, their own party agent in that unit will start shouting, no, election is over, close the district, let everybody go home. If you don't agree, then they will scatter the whole polling unit. Scatter everything.
So exactly, metaphor. See,
so that's what they do.
Those they
so they have voting strategies. Yes, that's because they have voting. These are people that give them information. I said 2018 election got me shocked, where people were working for polling to polling. How they used to know that Labour is winning in this unit, I don't know. The next thing I shoot out to every police, everyone go run. The next thing they don't scatter ballot paper. I see, look, these people.
Sorry, thank you, Francis. So, honestly, I believe that this is all of this these problems can be, mitigated. You have your own situation room as a political party, and that's why you have that structure. You can, but let's move on because there are others who want to speak. Sound Mind, are you there?
Yes, good day, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you for giving the opportunity. Okay. We are talking about 2027. If you take analysis of Nigerian politics at the moment or the federal government activities, you discover that every focus and every attention is towards 2027. So I am not sure if there is anything they are planning again. You can see the kind of the campaign that is happening all over the states. And you can also analyze the system and conclude how the presidency or APC try to strategize their system or their pattern of winning the election. And I always tell people that before, even as they used to say that before election, they have already written the results. We also be mindful that there must be a day of election. There must be votes. People must come out to vote. Without that, there will be no declaration of winner. So these are some of the things that if PO is serious to contest an election by 2027, I have not seen any reason why at this moment he's still convalescing or he's still trying to align with Atiku. If he's still saying that he belongs to Labour Party and is not going to any other party to take his tickets, Labour Party is not really structured. A party that will have up to 2 or 3 factions, 2 or 3 chairmen, presiding over the party. How can you assure that that party has a future in this country and under the kind of political atmosphere we are under now, as the APC is trying to take over to make a Nigerian to be under one political party? You can see the signs all over. And the people that in APC, they have always bold to come out to tell you that if not Tinubu, forget the election. You can take a look from the Cross River governor. He came out openly. He told, is it Cross River? If I'm correct, is it Cross River? He told his people that, look, I have already. Yes, he said he has already joined APC. He told his people, it's a threat. He said it openly. He said, if you are not joining me in APC, resign. So you can see, they are not even concerned of the hardship. They are not concerned of the suffering of people. So they are concerned. The concern of Tinubu is to win that election. So anything, they are not considering you. So PO is supposed. I know what we suffered. I know how we labored at the past election. So if he's doing anything serious to contest, it is now. Somebody said it here that you cannot be playing simplicity in this Nigerian political system we are practicing. So he's supposed to solidify his ground, make. Okay, we're talking about election day. On the election day, we have so many polling units that do not have what is it called? That do not have polling.
Polling unit agents.
Yeah, polling unit agents. Yes, it happened in my own area. I was not polling unit agent, but I acted as a supervisor. I was the one that assisted the police. We have to call police. I can, if you check my videos, though this account is an organizational account, so I try to remove politics from it. But if you go back, you see I was the one that followed the police. Have to come and assist us. Somebody said it here that even P2B win in so many army barracks. Police, they were siding us, they were siding people, but they have already been bought over. A lot of it secretly to help us, to assist us to take though the election was not conducted in so many places, but they tried. You understand? So these are some of the areas. Is by if it's you consult the army, you have meetings with them, you consult the police, you have meeting with them, you tell them that, look, allow us to have free and fair election. Even if at all the government that be, the power that be pay you, yes, you can collect money, but allow us to have free and fair election. With those arrangements, I believe, and he should not try it to say he's going to be a vice, because I know that some of all these things are negotiation. They may tell him now, Atiku may tell him, I will go for 4 years. After 4 years, I will hand over, or you will be the one to contest. He should not accept that. He should not accept it at all. So we seriously need, if he's contesting under Labour Party, let him make sure that he take charge, control of Labour Party, so that all these factions will come together. Then if he's any other platform that he want to switch over, let him as quick as possible do it. Because for coalition, we should have some of all those small parties. You call them meeting, tell them this is what is going to be. Another mistake he made was he was not smart enough. You know, you don't play. Okay, let me take a look. Let me just draw your attention. Between Ngige and the Oba and Oba. It was told that Ngige and Oba went to a deity in Anambra and they agreed what the government should look like. But after he won the election, he went back to the same deity and fulfilled that and told the deity that, see, what I'm doing is for the good of the state. So will you, as a deity now, allow the state to spoil? It sounds joke as a funny. It's just like it was a film, but it happened real. And he settled the deity, and they continued being the governor of the state. You understand? So these are some of it. You can enter into agreement. If you see that the agreement is not favorable to you, you call the people back. You tell them, see. But the issue is that try as much as you can to settle, to give them a kind of settlement or a kind of positions. So these are some of the areas you should look into. You should not come 2027 and play with because we don't have any other choice. No matter how Nigeria is bad, we cannot eat snake because there is no meat. No matter the people like us, no matter what you offer us, we cannot compromise what we stand for. If coming out, we are standing for him, we are following him in any party. But if it's not coming out, let him tell us as quick as possible so that we can know how we will shift our tent to any other person that is serious. Because
thank you, Sandman. So let me ask you a question. You're saying that he's still saying he wants to use Labour Party. What if Labour Party does not work? Which other party, in your opinion, should he be looking at?
We have ADC, we have Accord Party. Then I know that I don't know Erofai whether he want to be vice or he want to be the presidential flag bearer of SDP. So that's why I said he should start as quick as possible to this small party, because if you take statistics of Labour Party, which Labour Party they have been existing since 2001, but they don't have ground in Nigeria. How many states have they won election? You understand? They have been, doing one kind of political things like this that have never favored them until P2B enter the party. So the same thing. If P2B join another party now, that is how the party will also, people will come out and say, yes, this is person we know. He started late in 2023 election. So this time around, he should start early. If he try, and Abro is being used, if he try, this problem continue in Labour Party. Let him as quick as leave Labour Party. Look, I cannot mention any party now for him. It's late for him if he's really serious to contest. Let him look inward and see. There are some parties that they are serious. He can go for lobby some people. They will join him there. You understand? They will join him there, and then you see all this coalition, all this obedient, and will become serious again. You know that there are so many obedient movement members. There are so many people, individuals that voted. So many that have, at the moment that election was declared, some people have not voted in their lifetime. Some of them break their voters card. Some of them vow that they will never try it again. You understand? But if you quick now to get a party, and the people we have millions of people, of Nigerians that have card, they are ready to go and get voters card because of PO, because they want to. So we on our own, we now begin to cancel people. We now begin to lobby people. So it will not happen again. No, let's try for the second time. We believe, you understand, can be able to buy people over. But if you are doing all these things now, how many months or how many years will remain? By next year, between now and October, you see, parties will be solidifying the arrangement. APC will solidify the arrangement. And it's not 2027, election will take place. So he need quick action. He need quick strategy to see how he will be able to stand out, and he should not try joining Atiku. If PDP want him, let them give him tickets as candidate of PDP. That's the only thing that will solve the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Salman. Sorry, Elaine, next, you go next. Before then, a woman, are you back now? Do you want to come back as co-host? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. At the end, I say Buhari. At the end, I say Buhari. Say Baba song.
No, wala. Okay, Elenex, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much for the great submissions I've been hearing on this space. My goal and my prayer every single day is we need people like Peter Obi. I really want Nigerians to try this man. Let us see if everything he's saying is just all talk. Let us see if everything he's doing is just populism, or is it popularism. And that is what I have been begging Nigerians every single day, and I've been praying to God every single day that let us see people like this. And again, every time I look left, right, center, I listen to the political analysts, all the permutators. I look at everything. I see this man has everything to become the president. I think I said it on this space yesterday. If you say zoning, south, even though I don't believe in all those things, but if you say north, south, it is time for the south. Obi fits perfectly in that puzzle. If you come to the south and you look at the rotation within the south, Southwest has gotten it. South has gotten it. It is now time for Southeast to try it. Obi still fits in that puzzle. Please note, I'm not part of those people who believes in all this rotation, South and North. But if you are doing that, he fits into it. Age, health-wise, everything, he fits perfectly into it. Experience, he fits perfectly into it. What else again do we want as a people? What else? When you talk about popularity, last election, I saw something that I have not seen in a very long while. I saw people owning generator, putting it at the boot of their car. They carried speakers on top of their car and they were busy shouting, Mama, Papa, Pikin. Vote for Mama, Papa, Pikin. Vote for Mama, Papa, Pikin. People were in polling booths in their polling station as they were counting. People were shouting LOP 70 this, LOP 71, LOP. The videos were everywhere. Even in states where they were threatening that if you come out and vote for this person, we will do this. People still came out, risked their life to vote for this man. What else again? The question I'm asking people that are always fighting with us from space to space is, what else again has this man not shown you that he deserves a shot at this position? What else? Dear Nigerians.
Alien, they stole the guys, they stole our mandate. They stole it away. They robbed us.
I'm telling you.
I swear, they robbed our elections. But I wanted to see the presidency of Peter Obi. He paid me. No vex, I interject. He paid me as well.
Yeah, so the question is, what else has this man not done? What else? Even after the election, after every single thing that happened, look at the moves this man has been making. How many people in the opposition are pulling those moves that he has been making? How many? Okay, you say you want to do coalition now. He said, I am ready to join you people in this coalition. And you are still using it to play politics. Right now, honestly speaking, I do not know. I don't know who to believe, because I'm hearing that they are trying to choose between SDP, ADC. Yesterday, I'm hearing that he's saying he's not going to any other party, any new party. He's going to stick with LP. Right now, I'm even confused. I don't know what is happening. But please and please and please, let us give this man a chance. I want to see him at the helms of affair. I want to see, let us see what he was able to do. Let us see it. Let us give him at least 4 years. Let us see, let us see something new. And I know why all of them are afraid. They know that once this man comes in, a lot of things go scatter for them. People like the Wike, their political careers will be almost thrown in the mud. That is what they are scared of. That is why they are fighting him left, right, center. I don't want to mention one man that is even publishing fake news on his journalist on his media outlet, that is posting fake news just to bring the man that you people claim came third position down. Everybody is just obsessed about this man that they claim took third position. 2027, I'm seeing the topic here, Citizen Coalition. Citizen Coalition, Obi has it on lockdown. Maybe some parts of the North we need to improve on, but he has it on lockdown. What we need is for proper hands, and then in some hands of power, and let us salvage this country. 2027, I am not a 2023. Sorry, let me just end with this last point. 2023, we said it. If Nigeria votes for Tinubu, we will suffer. I am saying it now. 2027, by hook or by crook, if you allow Tinubu to enter 2027, the suffering we will suffer will be times 10. I am not a prophet of doom, but I am saying it. Because all this defection that is happening, he will need to reward all of them. If he rewards all of them, it is to our expense, or what do you call it, extent or something. We will suffer it. We the masses, we will suffer it. So shine your eye, Nigeria. I call on the political leaders, resolve this matter quickly. Obi, please. I am tired of this Labour Party. This Abure guy, it seems he has been paid. I'm saying it now. It seems he has been paid to cause disruption and everything. Let us look for a way to move forward, and let us look for a way to save Nigeria. I believe in the new Nigeria is possible. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Eleanor. Before you drop off, let me ask you this question. Now, we see Atiku going to, Osun State, meet Aregbesola, and I even heard that he got a chieftaincy title after that breakfast event. What, in your opinion, do you think his Atiku's agenda is? Can we assume that 100% is going to contest as well?
I will not lie to you. I believe that Atiku is not stepping down for anybody. Me, that is my belief. Because I feel like this is his last time and chance. He's going to be 81, 2027. I believe that he really wants to contest for this election. And everybody, sorry, I had a call. Daniel was even saying that Atiku should step down. This man doesn't want to hear what. I don't know what else we can do to this man, but whatever it is, whatever the coalition comes up with, Alien X will support whatever PO has said. I want to, wherever he goes, me, Alien X, I will support it, and I will throw my full backing towards that. I yield the mic for now. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. One more question, so that Mr. Taylor can now go. Do you think I mean, what's El-Rufai doing? Is he aligned with Atiku, or he just wants a coalition and align with somebody who can win? What's El-Rufai's? I mean, what do you
Yeah,
expect from his body language?
yeah. From his body language, I don't think El-Rufai wants to run 2027. I think he wants to use the SDP currently to really fight Umar Sani in Kaduna. I think that is his main goal. But he's also very ready to work with whoever will take power from APC. This current APC. I don't think he's ready to be. He's even thinking of being a forerunner in this. I think it's 2031 game he's trying to play. Whatever it is, I plead with obedience. I know we don't like this man at all. I know a lot, including me. When I heard a lot of things, but I plead with obedience that if this man is ready to throw his weight around who we want, let us take it. Let us take it. The most important thing is the common masses, the Nigerian people, the millions of people in IDP camps, the millions of people who are internally displaced from their own communities, the people who are suffering from hunger and everything. That is the most important thing for me. And I just pray and I hope that they will throw their support around who we want to be the next president of Nigeria. But my final word is whoever the coalition comes up with, I will support. And PO says I am okay with this. I will support 120% with my full mind. APC will not kill us. We will kill APC before APC kill us. I yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Lynette. I actually do believe strongly that though there's still a lot of uncertainty because Nigerians, particularly in the rural areas, are not very predictable when it comes to elections. But I know that there will be a lot of protest votes against the APC. I mean, by that I mean a lot of people who might not necessarily like Peter Obi and the coalition or whoever would be forced to vote for them because of what APC represents. Yeah, go ahead.
Malam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Malam?
So is that a woman?
Sorry, someone was next up. Yeah, this is a woman.
Please,
yes.
can you, Alpha, can you make a woman co-host now? I think it's back. I don't think the other co-host is active at all.
Okay, no problem. Malam, before the next person goes, I want to ask you a question. Before the next person goes, about apologies, though. Malam, with respect to we've talked about how I mean, lots of people here volunteer at polling units. Lots of people do a lot of work. Now, Malam, based on what is happening now, because I think what is vexing me at the moment is the sluggishness of mobilization or something. Okay, I think Malam is off. Malam is not even off safe. But I'll put the question to the house too. Based on your experience from INEC, from 2023, and based on like what you know, if by let's say, okay, by the end of May now, if by let's say like first week, second week of July, all the 178,000 polling units in Nigeria, there is an Excel sheet that you can look and you can see 10 people that you know there. Do you think the conversations that we're having is going to be different? Malam, like let's say for example now Malam, you want to organize let's say, let me call somewhere now. Okay, let's say somewhere in Kebbi. one local government in Kebbi, one ward in Kebbi. Let's say one of your guys saying he wants sponsor one ward meeting based on, they want to this thing. Okay, you can go on your Excel sheet, look for the local government, look for the obedience. Okay, they say they want to do ward meeting for yeah. See bar, see this, organize item 7. Do you think our conversations will be different if we are able to establish a presence? Not like here, like you can make 5 phone calls to people in each of the polling units in Nigeria. Do you think our conversations will be different?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. And that's what I think the coalition is driving at. To be able to have.
You cannot. I mean, I sent you co-host now, and even Malam. Why did you drop now?
It's network.
No, I mean, we're here.
It's network. It's my network. So honestly, I think that's exactly the way to go, and I believe that's what the coalition eventually. In fact, the obedient what's it called team is already doing that with the register. They have a website now where people are asked to register. They take their details. Eventually, I think the agenda is to ensure that you can now break this thing down into clusters, right, where everybody knows everybody. There are so many advantages apart from being able to reach and organize events and network. It will also be very important on the election day, because a lot of people believe that there will be a lot of attempts to intimidate people, to intimidate voters. So people of like minds and with people with aligned, candidates or political leaning will connect and move together, So it's 100% the way to go. And you are right. The earlier we start, the better it is. But I think Peter Obi and the Obedient movement on their own, they are already creating something like that. And the fact that Tanko, is that his name, is the leader of the Obedient movement. He's a northerner. Nenadi Usman, though is the chairman of Caretaker Committee now, is also a northerner. So I think, even Peter Obi and the Obedient movement, themselves are already sort of trying to create that northern alignment, even just based off of the changes that they are implementing within the party. But you're absolutely right. That strategy is what will work in 2027. You must know every single polling unit, and you must have a strategy. I think we have 176,000. I'm not even talking about wards. I'm not talking about local government. It must be every single polling unit.
Malam, sorry for dragging it, guys. If we don't run a mock election before the election day, we are not serious.
No, let me come in. Let me come in here. Let me come in.
It's only INEC that can do that now. It's only INEC that can do that now. It's only INEC that can do mock election, right?
Wait, Mr. Yeah, wait, Yusuf. I know what I'm saying. Taylor is going next. I beg, Farms is chill. I'm not talking about INEC. I'm talking about our own citizens on their own. It's not a difficult system to say everybody there for one place, you scan paper. Just to understand your voting block numbers or organization prowess. To build situation room where people from all over the country they upload results, it's not what do you call it? It's not rocket science. They're just simple systems and all that. Just to have an understanding of your presence and your eye view. Where we say on that day, are we receiving can I see a scan paper from one local government for Southern Borno for so and so ward? that kind of thing. So so you know that there's eye view everywhere. It's not like people were volunteering here. So, Malam, like you said, you know, the organization for presence and like vision in each place, like it needs to be established. It's very, very important, because for me, I feel our conversations may change, because when I just imagine that, like 2 months from now, the what do you call it, Tanko is going on an arise and saying, as I'm speaking with you now, we have 1.5 million people registered on our system, and in each local government we have at least so and so representatives that you understand that kind of thing. It also gives a lot of vim with what you are bringing to the coalition. You understand? Anyway,
please, I have a question for you.
Ewoma, please, let me just say this thing a little bit now.
You can have a question. I don't know if you want me to ask you this question based on what you just said. No. Please, Famzi,
let me just say, okay.
Since you are the co-host, right?
Go ahead.
Ewoma, see, before I left for the UK, anyways, I've spent a lot of my years. I spent a lot of my years in Ago, Okota, Amuwo environs. What you just said now, the people I know, you may not be able to capture them. If you are expecting these businessmen, these Ago men, my fellow Igbo men that I know, not a lot of them. I'm not trying to say they are not aware of maybe internet or stuff like that. But guy, these people know, they're not ready on that election day. We know where they are voting. I am saying it with every conviction. So if you are expecting them now, if you want to use the strategy you're suggesting as a measure or as a means to capture or to have an idea of what the base, such as you mentioned, will look like. To be honest, you may miss people. An average Igbo man in Ago, that's people that have lived in Lagos for a long time. That area, and that's why there's this politics. I stand to be corrected anyways. Until recently, there is this mindset from Igbo people in Ago that government of Lagos State don't really pay attention to them because of their voting block and how they go on election days. And that's why they say, they see what, okay, let me even give you an instance. What MC Ulomo said. If you are Chikwa, Mama Chikwado, Mama Kinekon, Mama, don't come out that day and vote. So that I don't take the mic for long, I'm just trying to answer this question, right? If you're expecting to capture that average Igbo guy in Alaba International that lives in Amuwo Odofin, through this, you may miss it. That's my answer. But you are guaranteed that on that day, I just gave you an instance of what happened in Amuwo when they came to snatch ballot and disrupt voting units and voting centers. What happened to a lot of them? People resisted, stoned people, like they stoned those guys that came, beat them black and blue. If there's anybody on this platform that wants to come out and challenge what I said, come up. I'll tell you who to call. You get? So what I'm saying here is that if we're looking at
10 over 10.
Sorry?
10 over 10.
Yes.
See, that's not even going to happen again in Lagos. But continue. I will explain something to you shortly.
Wait. Let me just say this thing. Let me just go ahead and say this thing. Number one, see, if you have a number of people that all gather together, so okay, fine, let's mobilize for every local government. Now, the issue is that the fact that you are a member of an obedient movement in a local government does not mean your name is in the INEC register. And that is the problem we had. Even before the 2020 election and all that, when we said, okay, you are in this area, definitely your ward is this ward, this unit, you are voting in this unit. When we demanded for the INEC register, INEC refused to give us. We didn't get the INEC register and all that. But you find out that the opposition candidate, they always have these registers and they call people with their phone numbers, call them, send them text message, but we never had. And the truth of the matter is that people that you suspect, even in my unit, people that I suspected that are staying in my area, we are not even voting in my unit. So the idea of you preaching and telling them this and that, you find out that these same people will go to another unit to go and vote. Some people might not even be in the register. So the major thing is that the first thing is make sure this we will demand for that register from INEC. Yes, after the whole coalition, but and I also support people that you see this.
I could see 2 requests. Bring them up now, please.
Yeah,
I can't see.
I'm not seeing any requests. I'm not seeing any
No
requests.
request at all.
Yes. Then secondly, I keep saying is that the fact that somebody is registered as a he might not be a registered INEC. He might not have even an INEC card to vote. And I saw that one is just you just use it as a canvasser. That's number one.
No, Farm C.
Yeah.
No, Farm C. So there will always be all these issues. Why something should not be done.
Yes. Now,
but it doesn't stop. So no. Wait, hang on, just 1 second. But it doesn't stop. I think it's a good idea.
Hey.
No, Mr. Taylor, you go now. I think, but it doesn't stop the political party, because what we are talking about, APC, in fact, Fashola confirmed that they have something like that in terms of data management system. They know where their voters are. They know who will vote for them. They know who will not vote for them, and that's part of what helps them to focus their strategy. So I think there will be issues, quite all right, but I think it's a good strategy to have an idea of where you are stronger and where you are not. I yield. Thank you.
Can I say something regarding to that? Sorry to interject. Okay, somebody made mention of a similar thing. I am not giving credit. I'm not praising this particular person, though I work closely with him. I was always in Abuja, before they suspended him. I mean, the youth leader. I know the guy tried, because based on his experience, he tried to initiate a lot of strategies because he's an engineer. He's also a tech person. The platform he developed that they never utilized. I don't know whether the party was bought over or they saw a lot of things he was doing. In fact, this guy tried. That he mentioned what Fashola said. The kind of a system he was trying to introduce, I tell you, there is no way they were going to, if the Labour Party followed up, if not that they suspended him, handed over some of his activities. I'm talking about Anselm, the former youth leader. These are some of the system, because the arrangement was to know every voter that was going to vote for Labour Party or for presidential for P2B on that day of election. So he did all those things. He had all those things in place. So it will have, reduced us from a lot of stress. And when we're talking about strategy, this is another strategy we should use. You understand? This is another strategy we should use. Then you come to physical aspect, mobilizing, people that will be on ground, because it's not everybody that will vote on that day of election. There are some people, even when they have voters card, they will not want to vote, but some people need to be mobilized. I wouldn't like 2027 election, to be a kind of, if P2B is not ready, let him look for somebody who is ready to take care of the battle. I'm telling you, because he needs physical combat, he needs financial combat in every aspect that we need this election. Because it's not something that we begin to paint or begin to, pamper or something like that. It's okay, let's leave it for God. It's the will of God. If APC don't know, we must do everything possible to the best of our knowledge to make sure that we vote, we defend our votes. That's what I want to chip in. Thank you.
So, Mr. Taylor, I think you can go now. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Just confirm if you can hear me, please.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Please don't be offended. Sometimes I get worked up when I try to control myself about some things. The co-host was not letting us speak. If you speak all our ideas, then there's nothing we can speak now. That's why I'm complaining. So I'm not trying to disrespect you, and that's by the way. I want to start my submission by some observations, and one of them is that Today's date is about 23rd or 24th. I'm not sure. I'm not very sure, but I know it's not up to 25th. Oh, today's 25th. Okay.
Today's 25th. Today's 25th.
Yeah. So it means we have like 4 days more to get to 29th of May, and that will be like 2 years into this administration. So technically, what it means is that the administration is less than 2 years old, whether we like it or not, and someone somehow have managed to spin all of us into focusing on the next election instead of asking about the report card of the current administration. It is quite unfortunate that in Nigeria, we tend to lose focus on so many things. For the past few days now, or for the past few weeks, we've been talking about 2027, 2027. This is still 2025. We have like 2 years more to get to that one. And we're already thinking about that, thinking about coalition and the rest of them, which means we have finally resorted to our fate. Like, we've now agreed that this whole coming time has gone and there's nothing we can do about it. And we should let the APC and Tinubu continue their ride and nothing will happen. I don't feel comfortable with that. But in any case, that is the reality of the things on ground. Now, for the coalition, I'm not really a big fan of that coalition. Neither am I against it. And I'll give you my reason. My first reason is that the vested interest in the coalition is too much. And if we really, really, really want to get desired change in our country, then we should start thinking differently. But from the look of things, it seems Nigeria have gotten to that point where good man, gentleman, and the quiet man doesn't get what he wants. The nice guys always finish last. That's what I noticed. So on that note, that's why I'm supporting the coalition. But then I have a very strong stand, and that stand, some people might not like it, especially people from the other side. If any coalition is going to happen, P2B has to be the presidential candidate of that coalition. Anything short of that, I will not be a party to it. It is hard and heartbreaking for us to let someone like that say we want to use that as a bait or use him as an exchange or anything. But sometimes we have to compromise. If the people who are willing to come to coalition with us are ready to let us have the presidential slot, then we should be a bit considerate to let them get the vice presidential candidate. But then there's another twist to it. El-Rufai must not be the vice president. Neither should Kwankwaso nor should Atiku be. Reason is, if everybody is pointing hands on you that you are not who they want you to be, or people are against you and this and that and that, you should at least give yourself some sense by saying, okay, let me do what Tinubu did in 2015. Tinubu wanted to become the vice of Buhari. I don't know if any of us are aware of that. But when they thought of that, Buhari and his team, and they really sat down and thought about it, and they said, no, Nigeria is not ripe for Muslim ticket. Instead, we're going to do something. Let us give Tinubu the privilege to pick anybody of his choice to be the vice of Buhari. And that's why Tinubu single-handedly picked Osibanjo. So if El-Rufai can do the same, or if Atiku can do the same, he is more than welcome. It is not compulsory that he must be in the ballot because he has a lot of questions and a lot of baggage in his cupboard, which is weighing us down. And like we know, Obi has become a standard in the country that if what every other person will do and get away scot-free, once Obi does it, it becomes a national news. So if somebody is that, you have to watch his step, he has to watch whatever he says, he has to watch wherever he goes, anything he does, then he shouldn't be we shouldn't let him stain himself with another person who carries baggage. Because if they don't get to him, they will get through his vice and say, if you say you're a righteous man, you say you're a good man, you say this, why are you now dilly-dallying with somebody who will just stain his white? That's what I'm trying to say. That's by the way. Then Some people voted Tinubu. In fairness to them, a lot of people believed that Tinubu actually built Lagos, which was the lie they sold in 2023, and they really flied. Uh, a lot of people believed it because they are not aware. But now that they have seen Tinubu in real time, this one is no longer a story. So I don't think anybody will be foolish enough to listen to that Cook and Bull story anymore. So, in my submission or in summary of what I'm trying to say is, Nigerians have never been considered in any of these permutations. All the permutations I've been listening to is P2B will do 4 years and he hand over to somebody in North, maybe hand over to Rufai or Atiku or whoever. And Atiku will do 1 tenor and he hand over to Obi. And Obi will do another one, he hand over to this person. One person will do a hand over to that, and that person will do. In all these things we are talking, we are not even considering the main stakeholders of this election, which are the people. So I think we should be thinking about getting more coalition with the people. And the reason it seems we are not getting headway is that Nigerians are not sufficiently educated about their role, their duty, and their rights in terms of selecting their leaders. The more people we educate, the greater the chance we take. Now, I will put it this way. We are going to lose 100% of the shot we never take. I suggest P2B stay in Labour Party. That's my own opinion. I really want him to stay in Labour Party. Reason is this: if he goes to, although he has some in-house fighting going on in Labour Party, but he still has a chance of putting his foot firm on that party.
Yeah, I'm free. Bring up to speak to request, I beg. Yeah.
What if Abude said that there's another primaries that happened that will not disqualify Peter Obi as the candidate of the primaries?
Yeah, I'm
Because
coming. I'm coming there. I'm sorry, I'm coming there. So what I'm saying is, I've not written out the possibility of Abude and his gang trying to come up with another drama. But P2B has at least 50% chance, like 50-50, of succeeding in Labour Party than in any other place. If he goes to ADC, for example, Kaichuku maybe and his gang will come up and start telling us somebody. If he goes to SDP, that man, where is that? Adebayo, Adewale, or somebody will come up and start his own drama. So we have everybody has his own sufficient, they have their own dramas kept and waiting for somebody to come in and do that. And why I think P2B has a chance in Labour Party is that, take it or leave it, Labour Party still has some representative in upper and lower chamber in Nigeria, and they got a governor, and they have different places in local governments. So those people, if they all jump to APC and during the primaries, they are not likely going to get the ticket because it can only be one person at a time. So a lot of people will be shortchanged. So they will also prefer to have a P2B in their party who will at least guarantee them a spot for people to even have a second look at the party logo. So I think it's easier for P2B to stay in Labour Party and try to get other people to work with him. And again, like I say, the coalition should be about the people and not about these handful politicians. I will round up by this. A united minority will always defeat a divided majority. The minority are the politicians, and they have somehow found a way, despite their differences, in that their upper chamber and lower chamber. Every senatorial district is represented there. But whenever it comes to sharing, they put aside all their biases, all their bigotry and everything, they put it aside and share the money equally, and everybody's happy. It's only the majority, we, that are busy fighting about who is from east, west, north, and south, who is European, Igbo, and Hausa, and the rest of them, who is from this and that and that and that. So they have managed to make us stay divided, and them have managed to stay united. And because they are united, they will keep on defeating us. So our job is simple. We have to keep on educating this other side of us who are not aware of what is going on. The more of them we convert to ourselves, to our side, the higher the chances we have to win. Lastly, no one is going to protect any vote anywhere. Somebody was asking a question about if you can put a spreadsheet to know how many people you can call in every polling unit. That's not going to happen. I will give you a reason. In 2011, I was a core member then. I was serving in River State, and I was in one polling unit in Bacana local government in Calabari. That place, CPC got one vote, just one, and PDP got the remaining ones. When we finished counting the votes and we submitted our report, somebody took the ink and went to that CPC one vote and printed on it, making it a void vote. This thing is what I saw with my eyes, and I believe this is what happened nationally in 2023. You would not tell me that a place like Bauchi State, that P2P got, let's say, 1,000 votes, the whole state. Meanwhile, in one polling unit, he was getting 350 votes. So some people must have kept quiet and watched that injustice take place until we educate those ones and tell them that this injustice you are letting to go through is going to affect you. Until they are aware that their silence is affecting them, that is the only time we can talk about winning this election. So INEC reform is good, judicial reform is good, security reform is good, everything is good. But until we start reforming the minds of Nigerians, I don't think we are going anywhere. So wherever P2P goes, that's where I'm going. That's my final thought. Thank you very much. And I
want to ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
The question that I want to ask you, you say yes. You say you are a copper, right? In 2011.
Yeah.
Now, and you voted in River State.
Yeah.
Because as at that time in 2011, I think it was Rotimi Amici that was
the governor. Yeah.
Governor, yes.
Yeah.
Let's assume as at that time in 2011 that Rotimi Amici, Amici and Wike were fighting together. And because they were fighting, they were now at loggerheads, two different people at loggerheads.
Yeah.
Now, and in that your local government, somebody voted for CPC. Do you think they would have avoided that vote?
No, I don't think so.
So, why do you think they would have avoided that vote?
I think they won't avoid the vote because there will be like two factions disagreeing on a common goal. So therefore, they will say, "Let it be the way it is." I get that. But my point is now. Let me tell you my point. My point is this: every party, every candidate has his stronghold. There is nothing you can do about it. That River State, that Calabari, that Bacana local government is the stronghold of PDP. There is nothing you can do about it. In fact, it's even an island. So for you to even come there, you have to take a boat to come. So how are you going to do it? So there are places like that all over the country.
Now,
so what you have
if Wike and this person, they were fighting us at that time, don't you think that Wike would have gotten somebody there and be able to speak for him?
Let me put it this way. Wike, is he going to come? Is he going to fight there as a minister of FCT or as a second governor of River State at that point? Let's start from there.
No, what I'm saying is that if Wike and this guy were fighting, maybe Wike was not anything, was not even a minister, but at least they know him as a strong politician, and was opposing Rotimi Amici at that time in 2011.
Yeah.
And Rotimi Amici, and they got one vote in Bacana local government, and they wanted to avoid it. Do you think Wike will not have loyalists inside Bacana local government who will say no, even if we want to score 10, let's take it like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm answering you. That
do you know the reason I'm telling you all these things? You know the reason I'm telling you? This is the same reasons why you say you don't believe in coalition. Look, the reasons why we are shouting for coalition is not because that Peter Obi standing alone cannot win an election. We're talking of situations where this kind of things happen. This thing that you said, it happened in 2011. This one, Buhari got 2 votes in one local government. They tore the result and threw it away.
Okay. Thank God I'm not the only one testifying this.
So I'm telling you, it happened in 2011 in Delta State. Somebody, 2 Hausa men came and voted CPC. They scatter everything, throw the result. They won't even want to even allocate 200 from themselves. And the people, the coppers that were there insisted, no, that we are not going to change this result. So do you think, and that is the reasons why, if I'm talking about coalition, I'm not talking coalition basically because this and that. We want to match somebody for fire for fire. If somebody was there and all that, these things would have been taken care of.
Good.
Highest,
Now,
we leave it. And that is why we need coalition, because
now let me answer you.
Yeah.
I've got to answer. Let me answer you. Now this is where we have the common answer. Okay. You said that, let's assume that Wike had his men who will come to protect the vote. And let's say Amechi also had his own men who are willing to steal the vote. What if Wike's men, those Wike's hired men, and those Amechi's hired men, both of them are well educated to know that whatever happens in this election is going to affect them as a people, and not about Wike or Amechi. The people who are the ones who caters the votes, who are the ones who are going to be used to rig that vote, they are the ones that are going to use to tear that ballot paper. If they are well educated and sufficiently enlightened that this decision you are making, this action you are taking, is going to affect you as a person, do you think that thing will go on irrespective of whether Wike is there or not?
I think
so. The coalition is not about the people. It's not about Wike or whoever. It's about the people. Let them know the implication of what they are doing. It doesn't matter whether a politician pays you to come and be a thug or not. Just know it that this election result is going to affect you as a person. Then you have to defend it with your life. You don't need money to do that. That is why we need to keep on educating the people. It's not about who is. El-Rufai can be wherever he is. He can only be in one polling unit at a point. All of them can be in one polling unit at a time. But if the
you
people
see the mistake, you see the mistake people make. You see the mistake people make. The mistake you people make is that you are just thinking that in any election that everybody will think like you. The fact, if Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria today, people will still go and rob. They will arrest them and put them in jail. Are you getting me? If Peter Obi becomes the president today, do you think armed robbery will end?
No.
Do you think kidnapping will end?
But it will reduce.
Okay, the only thing that stops human beings is the law. I've said it. Everybody has the potential.
The law will be upheld.
Now, but it will not stop armed robbery. It will not stop somebody from. It will not stop anybody from having that tendency to go and rob. And that will reduce it. Now, the truth of the matter is that, and I want you people to look. We are not doing an election because we want to have 100% on earth. And these are some of the things that I want obedient members to take note of. That everybody will not think like you. Just like if you go to the election ground, you still see people want to collect money and do whatever they want to do. So you are going to put everybody in place. Election riggers should be in your camp. People that will fight should be in your camp. Everybody should be in your camp. It is only when you now have a leader, it is that leader that will control these people to conform. Look, let me tell you the truth. If you drive your car at night and you get to a checkpoint, to a traffic light, if there are 100 cars, about 99 may decide to beat the traffic and go. But if they have somebody who will say, okay, if you drive this will snap you, and if they snap you, you pay fine. You find out that number will reduce. I know that. That does not mean that some people will still not drive and go. I say anything will happen, make it happen. Are you getting me? Some people will still believe that they will go and call whoever, please, I beg, I don't want to pay this fine. Any way they run up for me. They are still there. Some people will go there, even they give them fine, they don't go pay. You go begin pursue them. So you park their car, they are still there. But majority of people, because there is a law, they want to conform. And so don't think everybody is this. And that is why you need a coalition to stop all this rubbish. Because the truth about it is just that just as you keep your money in the bank, the fact that you keep your money in the bank is because you believe that once I go there, nobody can steal my money. But if the bank just opens, okay, anybody, there's no this thing, no check, no anything, you think you'll be scared? Would you be scared of putting your money somewhere they will not steal? And that is where the problem is. So
we are saying the same thing.
Now, what I'm trying to tell you in essence is that they are evil people. Don't think it's only good people that will be in Labour Party supporting Peter Obi. The day
I've not said that.
The day we were doing rally in that Oktoberfest rally for Peter Obi around the 24th state, they were still pickpocketers that were shouting Obi Obi, and they were doing pickpockets.
I'm aware.
Are you understanding me? They pickpocket on people's things. The same people still went to this and they voted for Peter Obi. Say yes, we want change, but they are still pickpocketers. So don't think that everybody is a saint.
Okay, let me before I let you go, let me ask you one question. Let's say in one polling unit, for example, let's go to Jigawa, for example. In one polling unit, there are 50 people there. Out of the 50 people, 49 are willing to do anything they want to do towards the will of the people, and one person says no. You know that those 49 are going to summon that one person, which is true. But if we manage to get like 15 out of that 50, 15 people is a sufficient number. It's up to 30% of that number. It will be hard for them to do whatever they're doing. So I'm not saying we have to convert everybody. We just have to keep on preaching and make sure we win as many of people as possible. And I don't believe that in Nigeria today that there are more bad people than the good one. I don't think so. Except you, I don't know why you believe that. I know that a lot of people are good. They are willing to do good things, but nobody has given them a reason to do the thing and stand by it. All we have to do is to keep on trying to convert as many people as possible. We can't, even Jesus, when he came to the world, after traveling every nook, he managed to convert only 12 apostles and 3,000 disciples. That was all. Then the other people continued.
Thank God you brought Jesus. Let me give you Jesus scenario. Thank God you brought Jesus. Do you know that a week to when Jesus Christ was crucified, he rode on a donkey and people were shouting, Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna.
Yes.
But the same Jesus Christ, they set him with arm robber. A week later, with arm robber, people were shouting, crucify him.
And people say, kill him.
Do you know why? Why? Because the people that were controlling the narratives, their voice were louder.
Good.
Now,
good.
The people that were controlling the narrative, it's true, whether you like it or not, and I'll keep telling you people this, whether you like it or not, yes, the obedience played a loud role in making Peter Obi who he is today. But majority of those crowds that you see there that say we died today, were just following the crowd. They were not even believing the message. They were just following the crowd.
I get you.
Are you understanding me?
I get you.
And that is why when they shoot gun, everybody disperse. It is only those who were strong supporters that stood up that would rather die here.
Yeah.
And as such, that is why I don't want you to now say, the coalition, this. I don't see. Look, I don't believe in anybody's bad. If there's a right law, people will tend to be good. And I like what Peter Obi said in 2019 when he was the vice presidential candidate to Peter Obi. He was on a ground with Osinbajo, and they asked him a question: what will you do to armed robbers since they are coming? See what he said. He said something, and it was decisive. He said, so go and watch that debate. He said, if you are giving a shop and people are coming to the shop to steal, and they say, become the manager, will you leave the shop and start pursuing people? The answer is no. He said, I will sit in the shop and use key and lock the shop. Those people who don't first run, may they run with goose. Let me protect the goose inside the shop first. Then I will start looking for how to get those ones outside. But I will not leave the shop and start pushing people. Never another set of people. We run into the shop. While you are pushing people outside, and that set is running inside to go and see those ones with you, self. who are shouting, yes, give this man the shop. Those ones that are even with you will still go. When they see that you are pushing people, they are the ones that will even see you more. So you first lock the shop.
This is exactly what P2P is doing.
And that is why, see, you see that coalition I'm talking about. This coalition is just to stem those things that you are talking about, where votes will come and people will cancel it because nobody will speak. The voices can speak for you, but when they are being opposed, look, you can get 30 votes there, but if you don't have a strong voice, they will cancel you, pursue everybody, and they will change the results. And that's why we need.
You know the funny thing. None of these people who have decamped to APC or anywhere actually voted for P2P. Are you aware of that?
None of who?
So P2P has his vote with that. It's just like he has locked his shop and he's now willing to see how he can go and chase the other people.
Let's allow other people to speak first. I think Ogada, you can go ahead.
Thank you for the mic. Happy Sunday, everyone. I think with time, people are going to come around, especially when they realize that they are not the ones leading P2P, that P2P is the one leading all of us that believe in him and that support his ambition. So, a lot of you that are preempting his own voice, his own leadership, to come and say that there is a coalition and that is part of it when you have not communicated it, you should mellow down. And people that are saying, if you do this, if you do that, if you do this one, you will do this one, you do this one. Do you really believe in him as a leader? Do you really believe in him, or you believe that you know more than him? That you understand Nigeria politics more than him? Okay, because I don't think that if you really believe that you know that he understand what he's doing and you are queuing up behind him as your leader, that you believe that you are ahead of him and therefore you have to decide and you have to go to whatever you are asking him to do. If there is coalition, in fact there is coalition talk going on. We don't know if P2P is with them fully, because he have not communicated that to us, that he have decided that he's going with everybody, that he will not contest, that whatever is the outcome of the decision of the coalition, that is what is going to go by. He have not said any of these things. So, but we know that there are talks going on. He have said so, and other people have also said so. So I think we should trust him enough to wait for his voice to come to speak. And I believe that if there is a coalition talk going on before a candidate will be brought forward for us, they are going to subject all of them to a poll across the country. I don't think that they will just sit in a random office and they pick anybody given the situation. I don't think they want to repeat 2022 general election mistake. So the chances of everybody across the country, they will run it, and then they will make decision based on the statistics and the data that they will have before them. They will not just say, let's put this person and this person, and because of this reason and because of they are going to take decision based on empirical data. This is what I believe, because only a fool will make one mistake twice. They did that mistake in 2022. They did not read the pulse of the nation, and they did not understand it, that the people are speaking now, they must align with the voice of the people in that 2022. And that was what cost the PDP the election. That was what cost them the election. So in this time around, they will do the right thing. And if P2P decide that it will be part of that coalition, for me, as an individual, I will wait for his leadership to know what to do. If P2P decide not to even run, but just support the coalition, I will support the coalition, no matter who is running, because I believe in his leadership. I believe that if he speak and say support these people, it will be based on the capacity that he have demonstrated over time. Okay, I believe he's still going to stand by Nigeria people and not just take decision based on selfish interest.
I support you,
And
I support you 100%, Ogadagidi, what you said. If it's not in the coalition, I will still support who is supporting. I'm with you on that.
Exactly. So for me, as an obedient, this is where I stand on this thing. I know he will. If he's not contesting, he will have a candidate, and he will say, "Look at this person. He will do a good job more than other people. Follow this person." I am going to follow that person. If he decide to run as a VP to anybody, I'm not going to say I'm not going for him to make that decision and say this person can lead this coalition, or this person can lead this country. That if he's coming in will be as good as mine. I am going to accept that, because I know he will not just take a decision to just go and sit behind somebody as a VP just like that. It will be based on I understand the need of the moment, and I know if the person might possesses the capacity to be able to fix it. And then if he's the person that is leading the coalition, the same reason that informs the two other reasons that or the two other positions that I take will also be the reason why I am going to vote for him. I believe in his capacity. I believe that he have the best interest of Nigeria people at heart, and I am following him as a leader. That is why I'm still going to vote for him. So it will be best for every one of us that are obedient to see him as the candidate. But then they are going to. It is not just there are factors that they are going to look at. Everybody is going to check the everything, the outcome. If you do this permutation, what is their outcome? What is the effects? What result are you going to have by that? So let's just put emotions away. And the other person was trying to say something, and I agree with what he was saying wholeheartedly. You know, yesterday I saw a video posted by Jack, and it was purportedly came from Katsina State. So I don't know the veracity of that story, but then it was about people trying to gather, APC people trying to gather, and the people in that place chased them away. You know, they were no, they chased them away. It is very, very hard to see that kind of thing happen in the South. We saw what happened in Kano State when they were trying to rig the Supreme Court judgment and remove their governor. Before the judgment, everywhere became riotous. They knew that the state will be ungovernable if they go ahead to remove the governor and replace him. So anybody that think that the permutation is just for you to go and win election is losing the sight of the whole thing. Look at what Wike did to us in Rivers State. I was following the election on that. I believe all of us were following the election on that eve. You saw the video of youth corpers getting shot in Rivers State just to rig the election. I believe some of you saw that. And they were shouting that the result had been rigged, the result had been rigged. If there was a strong man of equal capacity in that place to resist him, it will not have been so. And it do not mean that the Rivers State people do not have people that can counter him. It is interest. Politics is a game of interest. What is my dog in the fight? Why should I go all the way out to do this thing? That is the case across the country. Yes, that was the case across the country because he was being rigged out everywhere that there are strong PDP or strong APC, and there are no strong interests to protect his vote in those places. They rigged him out in all of those places. It is going to repeat itself again. Forget all this mantra of educating the people. Have you checked the education statistics of Nigeria, even among the educated ones? How many of them are politically aware? Have you checked out the rhetorics in the street about Tinubu and how he's not going to be defeated, and how he's a god and cannot be defeated in some corners? So these are the reality. These are the facts. In as much as you dwell on idealism, you want this thing to be perfect, to be this beautiful, to be molded and shaped in this way and this way and this way. Accept some reality and let it guide your step. Accept some reality and let it guide your step. We need this coalition that they are talking. Some say they just want their dirty and the people will be back in the ticket. You repeat the same mistake again, waste everybody time and resources, and then plus all the emotions and everything that we go into the election, you waste everything again, and then we go back to shouting about bad government. So anyway, I just know that loud mouths on Twitter are not going to determine what Epitobi is going to do. He is going to take informed decision. He will not even just base it on his own feelings. I think he's a businessman, and he did not come all the way from where he came from to where he is today by just playing up to emotions. So he's going to look at the data and see if he's going to win. If he goes solo against Bat, he will look at his chances to win the election. He will not base it on people are asking me to do it. He will base it before he will stake his resources, before he will stake his
time. So you can round up now. You can round up. Just a minute.
Okay. So he will do that. He's not just going to take that decision because people are saying he should run alone and repeat the thing that we did. Of course, we are putting some effort to cover what happened last time, like educating people to protect their vote, like making sure that you are not going to have polling units where there are no polling agents, and all that. We are doing all that, but then you know what you are up against. Grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. Power is not served a la carte. It is my turn. That is what you have. He's recruiting people across the whole country in his own position. So he is going to be stronger than how he was, and he will not come to win by vote. He is going to come with the same mantra, the same ideology. Take it, grab it, run away with it. So if you are not going to have feet on the ground that are going to stand there and say, come heaven, come earth, come rain, come sunshine, you are not, this is not happening. If you are not going to have that kind of people across the country to support you, you are not going anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for what you said. Now, let me just say something before I allow you 10/10 talk. You see, for those that are Christians, if those people that were shouting, Hosanna, Hosanna to Jesus Christ, the day they set him with Barnabas, if Jesus had some people along the Pharisees' line that were for him, that crowd would have been divided. Why some will be shouting, crucify him? Some will say, no, let him go. Because some people will be loyal to even members of the Pharisees that are even opposing Jesus Christ. That's what I want to just keep saying. That there is always the crowd, and the crowd is not actually, they follow the trend. So thank you. 10/10. You can go.
Okay, Famzi, thank you so much. I appreciate you and what you're still doing. I just raised my hand, not as a question to Ogara Gidi, but as a reaction to what he said. See, me, I am still saying the same thing, but in another language again or another tone. What I saw in 2023, morality is off the table for me. You see, morality, politics of, okay, if they want to snatch it, look at them and leave them, let them go. And I'm not part, I'm not going to be part. First of all, let me even put this. I am a hard believer of Peter Obi, but I am not an obedient member. So I get that at least. But I believe so much in what this guy can do. I am saying it, I keep saying it, and this is my own personal belief that if he goes into any agreement and he comes out, he's not on that ballot. Now, let me even soft pedal a little bit. As the leading or as the person under the leading, let me leave it like that. Oga, I know a lot of people that action will dampen their morale. As I speak with you like this, I still have one of the guys I know, because he was my very good friend in Agor during that 2023 election. He was one of those people that stood there and fought as far as that Agor Palace way is concerned. Recently, when we still talk, he will tell me, Oga, see, that man, Peter Obi, I can die anytime, any day for him. But if he comes out to tell me, support this person, bros, that day, I no go come out. I am just telling you and giving. See, I don't know what any other place can say. I am talking about the area I lived for 15 years. And for me again, right now I am not in the country, but something will motivate me to go on the internet and buy my ticket and say I'm going home. You know what that is? If Peter B comes out and tells me he is also there as one of those gladiators. See, you can call me whatever you like. I don't care. I am saying what I can make sacrifices for based on my personal belief and conviction about how this person can kickstart the wrong that have been done to my country. I am not saying you must be the presidential person, but at least, for me, based on where I was coming from. Before I was like, like a grandmaster said it, he started warming up on, okay, maybe he cannot be the leading person, but maybe the vice or whatever, or how you need to spread your base, penetrate some other places. Based on that, he started warming up and started accepting some things. Before, I used to be of the opinion that, Oga, if Peter Obi is not coming out as the presidential candidate, me, I know if he vote. So why I just said what I said was, I was just trying to react quickly to what Ogada Gidi was. Ogada Gidi. Well, not like I disagreed to the entirety of his opinion, but I feel a lot of people would get stimulated again. You see that response? There's a response that you may not get 100% of it. If P2B goes in and comes out and says, I am not on it now, I will support bros, except we are just being disingenuous. How do you speak that English? Except we just want to lie to ourselves. There is this ginger again. And again, let me tell you people this thing. This man, I don't know whatever kind of gift I will call it. This man has a way of raising somebody who does not want to do something in the first place. You cannot equate it to when he comes out and tells you, okay, it's not me now, it's this person. Give him that support. Bros, you get that support too because of who he is, but you may not get the entirety of that support because he's not on it as the leading person. You get my point? So this, I will call it, like I said, this is still where I am coming from and the people I know, and a perfect example of the couple of people I am still in very, very good contact with. You understand? They are looking and waiting for him to come out and say, I am in and I'm going. People are down, ready to die with him. But I don't know how many people will die with whoever he recommends. I submit my mic. Thank you, Famzi.
Yeah, 10 over 10. 1 second. Let me just say this. To be honest with you, I
Yeah.
think at this time we are running against a Tinubu, right? Tinubu is the incumbent. In my own opinion, you need a popular candidate, a very popular one, to actually stand a chance. And first, defeating him by polls, And secondly, making your results count, right? As it stands today, there are only 2 candidates who even have the popularity that matches his own as a person. It doesn't matter what any other person thinks around, right? Make no mistake about it, there's no northern candidate that can do that at this time, minus the only one who stands a chance, in my own personal opinion, is Atiku Abubakar, because of the level of time he has been in politics and how he has been able to extend his hand. If you ask me, that's what I think. Then in the South, PO right now is the most popular candidate. So it has to be choosing between the 2 of them. And I repeat, I say it again. Atiku will not inspire many people. It doesn't matter. You see this thing will sometimes do. Let's say, oh, if you support the person, if you trust him as a leader. It happened when we saw what happened between when Kwankwaso ran against, what is it called? Last year when Kwankwaso ran election in Kano State. Kwankwaso literally won Kano State and defeating Tinubu. And I still believe, in my own opinion, that if Kwankwaso was the PDP flag bearer running in that ticket, he would have gotten votes close to what Abba Yusuf got, maybe another 1 million votes in a case he loses against Buhari, because Buhari has popularity. But again, Kwankwaso probably supported Atiku, but we saw the numbers. I mean, we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves here by saying anybody he endorses will support. You may support, even me personally, I will not be voting for Tinubu, right? But again, will I be able to convince those people who would have wanted to die, those people who see just a sight of P2B gives them excessive joy? Peter, see, let me even make something clear.
Yeah, Afonso.
In my own polling unit, one second, I'm just finishing. In my own polling unit, right? I was trying to convince some of our guys. There was a Labour Party chieftain. He was Peter Obi's commissioner from my own town. I met him early morning. I was like, you see this other post, we are not sure what to do with it. Should we just, is there any negotiation? He told us vote Labour parallel. I went and meet some of my guys. Before I communicate with every day. I told them, when Peter Obi becomes president, we need these senators and House of Reps. So just make sure. They told me these other people are thieves. Some of them even told me they will literally vote only Peter Obi in the presidential and tear the other ballots. So I mean, we shouldn't. I don't think if anybody is serious about removing Tinubu, he should not downplay a candidate that people are passionate about and start telling us that whatever happens. Me personally, I'm not in that league. I'm not going.
Afonso, let me come in here. Let me come in here now. I don't know why people are scared of going to a coalition. Now, let me tell you the truth. Now, in a coalition, how do they select candidates? They select candidates by people coming out as delegates to come and vote. I can virtually tell you I participated in many delegate elections as far back 2007. Everybody that goes to a coalition field knows he can win or he can lose. Why? Number one, depending on the delegate list. And let me tell you the truth, one of the reasons why Peter Obi left PDP was because even in his own state, the delegate that was supposed to vote for himself was nominated by somebody from the South. I'm not going to say his name. And that was why he was angry that he's going to...
Fancy, they changed the delegates. It was not like 80% of them who were in PDP left because of that.
He knew if he goes to PDP, he will score 0. And if he had gone for that presidential election under the platform of PDP, he would have scored 0. So he knew. So he pulled out immediately. See, the truth about it is that, and that's why let's us continue to see. I believe in coalition. Why? The reason why I believe in coalition is because election is not for saints. Election to me is for evil sinners. You will go in there. You see me now. This 2027 election. If I'm opportune, I'm saying it here. If I'm opportune to be a coalition officer again, just as I was, You see that vote I gave that we succeeded. Look, I will change. If I have the I will change the result and add more votes for Peter Obi. Let us go to court and go and testify. Because I had the opportunity. Because when the PDP APC party agent, they gave up and they were not even there when we were even calculating the result. I would have told the coalition officers, look, write 9,000 votes and put, in short, PDP reduce that to 300, reduce APC to 200, let them go to court and they will announce it. We will not even calculate anything, we don't put figure. I will do it. And because I found out that that's the only thing that everybody knows in election. And as such, what I'm trying to say in essence is that we have the momentum. Why not we? People, during that 2023 election, people went as far as protesting. There's video evidence. The PDP youth, they went into the PDP headquarters protesting, give us Obi, give us Obi. It was when the PDP started misbehaving. That's when Peter Obi left. Or you think the governors never knew? It was not the governor of Jigawa State that told somebody and said, I knew Peter Obi saved money. It was Obiano that went to use the money to go and build airports. They know this. They know these things. So if we increase the momentum and push it to them, even when they are sitting and doing the coalition, we will mobilize our supporters. They will crowd everywhere, Obi or nothing, so that these people will know. They will know that these people they will share us out. So,
Famzi, I beg you, please, just, I know I've spoken a couple of times. It's because of how passionate this topic is to me, right? See, let me even mention this part. Let me even bring this. You guys may not like how I'm painting this picture. Okay, a banner comes out, and say senatorial or House of Rep member, he wants to print his banner, and then he goes to where he wants to print it. Oh, put my picture. Do you know, can we remember how many people, just because there was P2B on a banner with their own, won an election? I remember somebody talked about the Okada rider.
Yes, no.
How did that Okada rider, how did he win an election? So yes, no. We are talking about what this image can do to an average voter. Right? That's where I'm coming from. See, there are a lot of people that the moment P2B comes out and says, it's not me, in that his sweet voice, it's not me, I will support him, bros. And then the contestant prints a picture of him that wants to contest, and the person that P2B is recommending to give the support. Bros, a lot of people will not know that person and will not be motivated by that person's charisma. Right? So if we're talking about this, and that's why I'm still saying that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, who I respect and I love, let's begin to even eulogize him. Let it not be the time of calling him names and calling him serial contestant. Baba, you don't try. Look at this person. That voting block, those numbers you got that time was not your own alone. You got them as a result of yours and the structure, which is the PDP. That PDP right now is in shambles. And if you go back again, if that election was to conduct the same way it was conducted in 2023, those votes that Atiku got under PDP structure, he will not get them again. But we can guarantee to an extent that P2B will not, even if somebody like Kenneth Okonkwo is not happy. Why that guy? Why is he not happy? Let's look at it. He complained about the docility and the way it looked like. Some people were ready to smash it and run away. And you're telling us to stay and watch. And he was angry. So back to what I'm saying, so that Famzi, you can take the mic back. A P2B will elicit this. People are dampened. Morale of a lot of people are dampened at the moment. If he brings somebody, that person will take forever to motivate that base again. But you see him. In fact, if P2B tells that person, go and tell them to donate to this your cause, the person may raise 100,000. If P2B comes out to say, donate to me, for example, this is me running, nobody will argue me here that he will the amount of money the person will get will be the same thing. And don't forget again, there are people that will die financially, emotionally, spiritually, and what have you, because of this person they believe in. see me, I will not go to bed
See,
and be praying that the other person
we
wins
have,
the election.
we have
Right?
not gotten to a stage where Peter Obi will start nominating candidates. Now, this is a coalition. Now, delegates will come and vote. Now, you see all those delegates. If with this kind of energy, you can mobilize those delegates where they are sitting. You see like 10,000 people outside saying, you see this delegate election, will sit down here before you people write any delegate list, if it's Peter Obi or not. If you rally like that, these people will, when they see the organic in this thing, they will tell you think they don't want to win the election. They want to win the election. Someone like Atiku will want to win. If Atiku knows fully well, oh boy, the way these people are saying, Atiku will want to tell Peter Obi, okay, see, let me tell you the truth. Okay, when you get into government, you give me some parastatals. That's how they do things now. I don't know how politicians discuss. When they say that this thing is overwhelming, they will tell you, okay, fine, you give me so ministry. Let's just do this. That's how they behave.
Famsi, no verse, 1 second. You know the problem I have is that some people actually think that we who want him, we do not have the right to want him. We should just wait whatever they decide. We should throw our, and that is not going to happen.
We should not wait.
It is not going to happen.
See, why is
if we are going to wait whatever they decide.
Why is going for the coalition? We will mobilize and go to the coalition ground and wait for them.
I beg, let me have a minute.
Kazim.
You see, now, Gada, please let me have a minute.
Wait. Let Kazim has raised up his hands. I brought him up.
Just a minute. You see, what I just wanted to say is, don't forget this thing. Don't forget this thing. As much as you are very, 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 very passionate about your candidate, there are other people that are very, 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 very passionate about their own candidate. And the way it is going to dampen your morality if your candidate step down for another one. That is how they are going to feel about their own candidate. And then we are asking another person to drop their own ambition and donate their followership. So, and we are not thinking about all these things equally, that there are this person, for Atiku, for example, he has his own base. So, and the youth telling him to step down and support the coalition, it will also mean that his supporters are not going to be very, very, very happy about
Look, let me just come here. Let me come here. This election is skewed against Atiku. There are a lot of things that you can project that will skew the election against Atiku. And Atiku supporters will always see. Atiku supporters will no. This election is This election. Let me tell you.
Let me
tell you the truth. This election is between the South. So if you preach that Southern this thing and all that, you school Atiku away, and that is it. You school Atiku away, and that is it. Then you can now, by the time you school Atiku away, then Atiku can decide to make his condition, whatever condition they want to make, let them make. But let us first of all gather momentum and go to the coalition. We should not be scared of any coalition that Atiku will take over anything. We should go to the coalition and we see this is what we want. And first of all, after getting what we want, we can now start discussing negotiation. They can now go and start negotiating whatever they want to negotiate. So that is it. So
okay.
Kazim can take over. Kazim, are you there? If Kazim, then Eche you can speak, because Kazim is having network issue. Echi, what I think Echi Zona.
Yeah, I spoke before, but I don't know when I was speaking.
Famsi, can you hear me?
Hello, I'm the one talking now. Hello.
Okay.
Zona, go ahead. Go.
I spoke before when I was speaking. I think many people were asleep. Many people were asleep. I don't know, but I come up again because of some of the things people are saying, which I've said countless times. You know, you look at the masses. If you want to know what is happening, go out there, ask people question between Tinubu, Peter Obi, and Atiku. Who will they like to vote for? Then get the result by yourself. All these things is not a rocket science. It's just that we are stressing ourselves, and some people are deceiving themselves, maybe because of what they will get, or because of, should I say, selfish interest. Let me put it that way. Because the truth is obvious. I've said it again. If you put me personally, I like Atiku, but I have to be honest with everybody. If you put Atiku there before 12 p.m. on election day, Tinubu will throw Atiku down. He will beat Atiku. There's no two ways about it. That's the pure truth. What I expected all of us to be talking about now is the party, because PDP is in shambles. Then LP, that one is I don't even understand what is happening there. It's the party. That's the most important thing now. And the issue again Atiku has, should I put it that way, is all, should I say, all these sycophants around him. If we can, not every time we keep on hosting spaces talking about coalition, whereas nothing is happening or tangible things are not coming out. It doesn't make any sense. So for some of our guys here that maybe can be able to reach Atiku, if possible, we have to plead with him, have to beg him. Because the truth of the matter, for Atiku, for me personally, I think it's very easy for him to like support Obi. But the problem are the sycophants around him. They're only after what they will get. And they know that once Atiku support Obi, all these things will be gone. Like, they will not get anything again. So if you see them fighting Obi, then, or talking, all these are for their own selfish interest. And that's the main thing delaying this coalition. Apart from that, I think this coalition is supposed to have, been kick off since. So I don't know how to put it, but the truth of the matter is that for me, if PO, I said it again, this is necessary. If PO, if El-Rufai can come in and vice PO, it could make more sense. That one will be better. That's I keep on saying it. But some people will say we don't need coalition, no, we need it. We need it. If you want to remove Tinubu, we need it. PO, and another thing again, I have to emphasize on this. It's very, very hurtful. It's very, very important. I think somebody said it, and I said it before. Somebody said it here, and I still repeat it. Please, you guys should tell PO to man up. We are in Nigeria. We are in Africa. PO should man up. All this going to Arise Television, all this interview, all this is not necessary for now. Man up. Take charge. Talk tough. Nothing will happen to you. And they know that. The only thing they will do is to just like to threaten you or to like try to corner you. Apart from that, they know that they will never touch you. That's the fact. If you see anytime PO says something, if you see them threatening or trying to corner, they are just doing it to put fear in PO. But apart from that, they will never do anything. They will never touch him. That's the fact. So PO should man up and talk tough. Let him talk tough. And again, we need a kind of international doors here. It's very, very important. Trump, should I say Trump don't like Tinubu, and Tinubu don't like Trump. People need to capitalize on this kind of things to drive home his point. It's very, very necessary. It should, if possible, pay for international. No, okay, during the 2024, again 2020, during the 2000 and this thing, again 2015 election, 2013, 2014, again 2015 election. I know what these APC people did. They went and met with Obama. They did all sort of things. People are supposed to play this kind of game. You're supposed to try to cripple these people from international scene. Then we that are in local scene, we take it off from there. In all angle. You don't need to give them any breathing space. You understand me? Let them know that they cannot do anything and go do away with it. It's not possible.
So all this CNN, if it's possible, let him grant those interviews. It's very necessary for now. And if possible, if he can make his way to try to meet Trump, it's also very necessary. In as much as we can pretend that international is a sovereign nation, blah, 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 we still need them. Because without Obama, it would have been very hard for Buhari, for this APC to be in that seat in 2015 without Obama.
John Kerry, wait, just a minute. John Kerry flew into Nigeria. He was the Secretary of State. He flew into Nigeria 2 days to that election. He was the Secretary of State in the United States. So I'm just telling you your point. You can go ahead.
He didn't meet the sitting president. He went and meet the opposition. What does that tell you?
He went to Kanu. He flew to Kanu.
Okay.
To Kanu, not even to Abuja. He didn't even inform Jonathan.
Okay. Let's be honest with ourselves. We need this thing. We cannot be fighting. We need this thing. We have known that Tinubu and Trump, they don't like each other. Why can't PO capitalize on that? Fight this fight in international state. Fight this fight in local. We are here. We are on ground. We are here. We can do that. We are doing it already. Why not you focus on that one? You have the connection. You have the contacts. This is not the time to be.
Wait, sorry. Can I please come in here, please? Please. Yeah.
We cannot.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Hello. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Who is that?
This is a woman.
I can hear you.
You're talking about international lobby. You know, I don't think. See, Eche, there's something that you've been saying. You need to talk tough. You need to do this. You see, there's this thing about us Nigerians, like it's where maybe someone is showing some kind of level of aggression that we think that exudes toughness and all that. See, Peter Obi is also one man. I think we should also come to that fact. He's also one man. We can't be putting everything on his head for him to do this, do that, do this. There are things that we on our own should be doing to support his own movement that he's doing. Because the things he's doing is not just.
Let me correct some things for you. You know, see, you see.
Let me just
say this word. You see, Showore has been insulting Peter Obi. Showore has been insulting Peter Obi for so long, but just only one word. I can hear you.
Okay, let me just land. You will go, please. I wanted to just talk about like the what do you call it? This international segment that you're talking about. Look, if you want to enter Washington, D.C. and get amenable lobby groups that can start pushing. Now, there are hundreds of thousands of Nigerians in the U.S. There are letters you can send to your senator. There is the African foreign policy, whatever. I don't see Nigerians making these moves. You want to now start waiting for PO to start like using. PO already has his connects in whatever US or whatever. But if we are talking of international pressure, it behoves on the obedience in the US. You are sending $5 billion, whatever dollars, this thing, to start working the corridors of Washington, D.C. You cannot be waiting for PO to do that one for you. Your senator, your congressman can answer to you when once he knows that. I mean, people send letters and call their congresspeople every day. So this, if you're talking about that kind of international lobby group,
not the only one speech you hear me? Not the only one speech he give for John Hopkins everywhere. All these people they rattled. They started talking about the marketing.
That is why he needs to continue.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
There was something he said there. Felix Moka came on national television.
You don't understand.
Felix Moka came on national television, was saying, you see, Peter Obi, Nigerians ran against Felix Moka. He went back to Arise and started explaining himself. This is what Peter Obi should be doing. Showore has been busy saying all sorts of rubbish. Just only one attack. you blackmailer in chief, they finish Sowore career. Have you heard of Sowore for the past 2 days? You see, these are the things. You see, if we speak, they don't listen.
There is
But if
there's
he
also
bombs,
something called timing.
Nigeria will carry it
There's
from there.
something called timing. Bio is not going to be coming out to be shooting doing like that every time. Like that. See, the point I'm trying to make is that the man
Bro,
is
the point
also
you are
one
making, bro,
man
sorry, I
that
know
needs
the angle you are driving to. Bro, wait. I know the angle. Wait, let me tell you. I know the angle you are driving to. Let me be honest with you. This same thing you are saying is the same format PO used last time. It didn't work. Why can't we change
That
format?
is
All
why
these things you are
coalition
trying to
is
change.
necessary. That is why
That's what I've been
coalition is
saying. It's very, very
necessary. Full
necessary.
stop.
PO cannot be gentleman. He lost out last time and still be gentleman. Yeah, and trying to. It's not possible. It's undoable. It's unworkable. Let's be honest with ourselves. You are still saying PO. Okay,
Okay,
last
okay,
2000
then I think it's actually what they are saying is not totally correct because some of the things he did last time actually did work. To be honest with you, there are some that actually there were places where some things did not go right, right? So the things that endeared people to him is not what you should be saying. You should be throwing away. The
So
things
why are
that
you
gave
not?
him the
Why are you not in
cult
Aso Rock?
followership or the numbers that we talk about, those are not what you should be throwing.
Sorry, Afo,
So
why are you not?
so
What?
we look at so if you are talking about I don't think because yeah him talking actually is part of the reason why people began to follow him and people began to like him. So saying he shouldn't talk again doesn't actually follow that much. So we look at where actually it affected him, and I believe where it affected him it was in election day. It was not about
Yeah, exactly.
it was
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
an election day where the numbers and where people were those thugs went and destroyed his this thing, and especially people who voted where we are not overwhelming majority. That is just where the problem lies. And I think also, finally, I think what people are not looking at, he should be careful with people who are not members, who are not working with him, like he did with Wike that time, and even the autumn of Benue State, and all those charlatans, those nonsensical governors. Those ones actually let him down more than any other person because if he had even gone full blown on doing the real opposition to all of them, maybe he would have gotten it. But for him, he was thinking that some of them would support him. Autumn came out and declared support on him. Probably APC rigged both of them out. I don't really know what happened in Benue State because if Autumn had won and he lost, I would say Autumn betrayed him. But he even did by far better than Autumn, so I wouldn't know about what happened with Autumn. But Wike's own was clear. Wike's own was clear. There was an Wike's own was clear that that guy. That has never happened in the history of Nigeria. It is practically impossible that you win Cross River State and lose Akwa Ibom. You should have even won Akwa Ibom and probably struggle in Cross River State because Cross River has lots of boundary with Benue State and have more than us living there. So that for the fact that he won Cross River should tell you that he by far won Akwa Ibom State. But he has the governors who were going to do the dirty job for whoever they were supporting. So anyway, so everyone,
And that's why,
Also,
yeah.
that's why we are preaching. That's why we are preaching against
also,
for
see
coalition.
problem,
When we,
another
we see,
problem is
wait, let me come.
Let me round up.
nobody is not. Can I see? Can I just land this thing?
No, who
Let me
is
just
talking?
land
I
this,
can't hear
just
anybody.
mic and all that.
Should I round up?
I didn't come here to say I'm against.
Now a woman they talk also.
Alpha, it's me. I'm the one speaking. Okay, Che, finish. I bet. Okay, Che,
Okay, let
finish.
me.
Like, finish.
Okay, let me round up. I've understand the. Should I say I understand everything? I understand the direction all these things is going, but what I want to understand again is very simple. It's like many people don't like El-Rufai. They say the El-Rufai is filthy. But everybody know that if it comes to that angle, Tinubu is number one, and today Tinubu is president. So I don't understand. We don't play moral politics in Nigeria. It doesn't work.
Well, I personally I do not care about El-Rufai, but the thing is this. The only reason why me I'm factoring him today is the only one who has shown some type of support for Peter Obi at the moment. They took pictures together.
The truth of the matter is
Secondly,
that
his son.
Alphonsus. The truth of the matter is this.
My network is actually bad. And his son tweeted say it will be the very first day the father decided to declare that he's no longer in APC. So that's the only reason why I'm even putting him in the equation, because it's the one that is supporting him. So the one you will not throw away who is supporting you for who is not. If I really want to choose, I will not be definitely. El-Rufai might not be the person, but for the fact that he's the one supporting, yeah.
Alphonsus, let's be sincere with ourselves. When Tinubu declared the first governor that Tinubu went to see, it was El-Rufai in the north. Do you think El-Rufai is not a force in the north? When all the governors from the north were doing dilly-dallying, it was El-Rufai that insisted that power, at first they wanted to even give Ahmed Lawal. It was El-Rufai that insisted that power must shift to the north, to the south. And it was El-Rufai that insisted. And look, even when the other governors were dilly-dallying, it was El-Rufai that even rallied for Tinubu. So nobody should say that El-Rufai is not a force.
I could tell you from probably the little I know as a PC member then, El-Rufai's primary candidate was not Tinubu. If you ask me, what I used to say that time, he saw that Tinubu has won and he aligned with Tinubu, and that is what.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. Chukwudema, northern governors before the primaries. Northern governors led by El-Rufai rallied around
Tinubu. Famsi, that's not actually true. This particular one, I think I know it.
You know they were looking for the APC chairman. You know they were looking for the APC chairman. They went to see him in his house. He ran away.
Just give me 1 minute. Wait, Famsi, just give me 1 minute. Let me give you turn of events, right? The people who solidly supported Tinubu, Senator Kashim Shettima from Borno State, before the primaries, the Sultan of Sokoto, before APC primaries. What was he called? Ganduje of Kano State. That was even why when Amechi went to Kano State, because Amechi did his flag off in Port Harcourt, where he invited Oshomole. Oshomole came out to say, I was not there for the flag off, I came for another thing. When Amechi ran around stadium, I know he was trying to use it to throw jabs at Tinubu. So in the north, Tinubu came. What is it called? Amechi went to meet what is it called? Ganduje, and he told Amechi asked Ganduje, I know Kano is Tinubu.
Alfonso, see, you are belittling El-Rufai. I'm just telling you. Let me give you one scenario.
I'm not belittling.
Let me give you one scenario, Alfonso. Listen, Alfonso. Let me just say this thing. During El-Rufai, during Obaseki's and this thing, Obaseki and Ize-Iyamu second tenure election, when Ganduje and the likes were mobilizing to remove Obaseki, it was El-Rufai that mobilized all the northern governors that they refused to come for the rally at Garlic. El-Rufai, when Tinubu came out openly and said,
Wait, should I tell you what happened then? At that time, El-Rufai was at bed with, that is the May Gumi, the former governor of Yobe State. I don't know whether he's still there, because at that time I was still in APC. Those were the factions. The May Gumi and what was it called? And Rotimi and Meshi. They were in the same factions. And those people were about to fight Tinubu. That was shortly after El-Rufai went to Lagos to deliver that lecture on how to remove a godfather. And then Tinubu responded to him, right? Buhari even did his own at that time. And what Buhari did was when they wanted to choose national chairman, Tinubu was supporting Tanko Al-Makura. who wanted to make it direct primaries. And Tinubu's target was Lagos and Kano State because the Kano State governor is supporting him. Lagos State is his own. So he believed that this number will be able to crush whoever wants to run against him. But Buhari came and endorsed Adamu. And Adamu probably was not liking Tinubu or anything. So Tinubu was galvanizing everybody. And at that time, El-Rufai wasn't with him. Before El-Rufai joined, he had already had a chunk of... Go and listen to Senator Kashim Shettima interview in Channels TV, right? When he said Osinbajo should be selling popcorn. He read out all the numbers that Tinubu got, that Buhari got in the north, in the southwest. And he said two things, that the presidential candidate will come from southwest. That's the first thing he said, that they don't have any numbers any other place. And he went on to say, that was why Shehu asked him, what of the name Yemi Osinbajo, does he sell? He now said, is a decent man, this is the way she be selling popcorn. So if you look at it, I don't want to, in as much as I don't want to underrate El-Rufai, I don't want to give him credit for what he did not do.
Let others speak. Let others speak.
Wait. Let's
let me conclude.
No.
I'm still speaking.
Let others speak.
I've not spoken for like 5 hours here, so I just want to talk for like 1 minute here. Anyway, but that's so for me, I don't really know. But the only reason for me, why me, I'm feeling okay with El-Rufai is the one supporting Obi, not because he has some magical powers that people want to. I mean, someone is supporting you, should be supporting him also. That's my own thinking anyway.
Okay, let me conclude. What I'm saying in essence is this: this correlation can work in two ways, and I have to make it very plain for all of us to understand. If Obi should become Atiku's vice, they will not get votes more than 35%. Me, I like Atiku personally, but I have to be honest. I've said it before and I will say it again. I will say it again. They will not get votes more than 35%. But if El-Rufai should vice Obi, they will get votes like 65%. That is the fact. You understand? The only problem I will have here, I have to make it very clear. And as much as I like Obi, I like Atiku, I have to make it very clear. The only problem I have with Obi is this. For those that are closer to Obi, if Peter Obi is not ready to fight for his votes, because I know how people wasted their energy, resources, time, money last time, and all of us, let's stop the sinners, all of us know who won that election. If Peter Obi is not willing to fight for his vote this time, please, Peter Obi should step aside. That's the pure truth. Peter Obi should step aside. That's the only thing I have to say. Thank you.
Comrade, you want to speak?
Yes, I want to speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So let me stop from where the last guy. Let me forget where the last guy stopped actually. So yeah, I totally adopt that submission. Yeah. But see the thing in this coalition. Yeah, in this coalition, everybody done they make their case, and yeah, brilliant. The Article guys, the OB guys, but I just feel like there was one argument where we say the OB proponents never make, because I'm just a politically neutralist at this point until after the coalition and after a primary, right? Now when I go adopt the candidate that comes out of it. But I feel like there's one argument where we say, I mean, this is just to, because a lot of arguments has been against Article has been North versus South. But when I look at it critically, I just feel like the political wind is blowing against Article. Everybody knows that. Yeah. But there's one argument where we say people never make against Article. And that argument is election financing. Presidential election costs money. So if I were an Obi and making this argument, I go ask the Article supporters and Article himself. Yeah. How do you want to finance a presidential election? Because nobody even if you are going to a new party, means you've lost all the PDP governors, right? Even if you are in PDP, I mean, Tinubu don't poach most of your governors, right? Especially the South. The Southeast, is there even any PDP except Peter Mba? I don't see Peter Mba financing your election,
Peter
right?
Mba is no longer in
Peter Mba is
PDP.
moving to APC, breaking
Uh-huh.
news. He's
So
moving
so
to
so so
APC.
that is a question. Article, if you fly this ticket, how do you want to finance a presidential election? Can you crowdfund? The answer is no. You know, so like based on that, I'm looking at it. I mean, article supporter, if you have an answer to this question, I'm looking at it as a bottleneck. If article flies that flag.
But Conrad, you know that the people who are voting don't even consider this thing before they vote.
But we are not talking about this. Even Obi, when they see election, presidential
To
election
run
cost money.
campaign, you need
To run
No,
money.
campaign, you
you
need
know,
money now.
you didn't hear me. You
So,
know that the people who vote in the primaries, the delegate, they don't consider this thing you are saying before voting.
yeah. No, we are talking of before that primaries, right? Like, after the primary campaign must be held, and you want to give
Yes,
the
yes. So those 800 or those 774 people that will vote on the primaries day.
Chukwudema, if we are talking of primaries, then nobody should be talking about Obi deputation article or Obi flying the ticket. Make everybody go primaries. But we are having that discussion now.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. The whole thing. What I think is that if the coalition is actually serious, they should have a consensus candidate. But from what I'm seeing now, is an article's what's it called, coalition and nothing else. Article is galvanizing people and hoping that all of them will come and support him.
Exactly,
That is
Alfonso. Alfonso, exactly
that is
my point. If they go
that
into
is what I'm
if they go into that coalition, Obi and
that
Atiku,
is what I'm saying.
Atiku
That
will
is
come
what I'm
out. Oh God, the guy go
because
sort there. He go sort them for there. That's my point.
Make una allow comrade finish now. Comrade, you can go ahead. Just finish your point. Hmm? Comrade, are you there?
comrade they talk, but we not hear am.
I know they hear them too.
Anyway,
Comrade, are you there?
let the next speaker
Okay, the
go.
next
Comrade.
speaker is Mike Flo. Mike Flo, are you there? Mike Flo, are you there?
Famsis, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
Mike Flo, are you there?
Mike
It
Flo,
seems
can
Mike
you
Flo is
hear?
not here. Then go to Kaizen now. Kaizen.
I feel like say Comrade don't come back.
Ogada Gidi, no, I think comrade is having a problem with his. This is trying to connect. So,
I saw him up on the speaker again.
so
Kaizen now.
if Mike Flo,
Whatever is not there, let me speak. So,
wait now, Gaga. Me say I want talk now. Calm down.
I
Yeah, I
don't first
want
you
talk,
come
but I
to
want
the
to.
mic.
Wait,
I don't
first.
first you come to the mic.
Wait. Comrade never finish. So make
I don't
Comrade.
come back. I don't come back. My network. I don't know what happened to my network.
Guy,
Wait,
Na, na,
Comrade again next time.
comrade, na
Mona, hold
coalition
on.
carry your na coalition carry your network.
Nah,
Na coalition.
anti-coalition are against me. Anti-coalition forces are
yes,
against
we
me.
are against you. We are against you.
But anyways, I think a lot of people have, and I'm happy. Say people from both sides of the party don't they keep an open mind. Yeah, but for me, the essence of that coalition, because people they talk of,
Comrade, we no keep open mind though.
oh yeah,
You
no
where they
no no
support
no
me.
no 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 Allah. See, any coalition that is not designed to grab and snatch power, yeah. Because I don't hear people make a lot of this submission. A coalition should be to improve government, but
Atiku no fit grab any power. He couldn't grab against a fellow Northern Buhari.
that's a solid case against Atiku.
He's
You get
81. He's weaker than he was that time. So
yeah. So
there's no aspect of Atiku here. But he's the one, but he's doing everything for himself.
so
Comrade,
don't let anybody blackmail you.
comrade, I
Okay,
want to have
KZ.
a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for you. I say I want to have a question. I have a question for you. Yes. Now, it seems that majority of Talakwas, the ordinary Northerners, the cities of the north, in the cities of the north, Kano and the rest, do not believe in an article that it will take something, a lot of galvanizing for them to do that, right? And we see how they defend the votes of those they believe in. We saw that with Buhari, we saw that with Kwankwaso, the Kwankwasia movement and the rest. Now, Obi supporters, they believe in him so much, no doubt, but they can't defend his votes. So how will you guys defend Obi's votes? Let's say, I'm not even talking about North now, let's talk about down south here, that, yes, he's very popular. How will you guys defend his vote?
We need to stop this nonsense. How did we defend his vote in Edo State in the last election? How did we defend his vote in Delta State? How did we defend his vote in Anambra State? How did he stop? You need to stop all these things you come up to do on Spaces every day. I mean, we have been defending his votes.
Chukwudima, that is a
Okay.
valid question. Chukwudima,
Okay,
that's a
that's a
valid
valid
question.
question.
No,
Chukwudima,
no.
I don't see why you mute him.
It's a
I still
valid
have
question.
Rivers
Stop
State
the
ringing.
see,
Lumi,
Alfonso.
Rivers
It's
State.
a valid
The
question.
That's
earlier
a
we
very
stop,
valid
Rivers
question,
State,
Chukwudima.
there's no why you will write it
See,
except to want
Val,
to,
it's
except
a
to want
valid
to put
question.
spaces and cry in
What happened in
2027.
the other places now?
What happened in
Okay,
Alfonso.
Rivers
so
State?
Alfonso, wait.
No.
Afonso,
No.
Chukwudima, you are too opinionated in this
Alfonso,
question. Allow
I
people
don't
air their view.
understand.
Comrade, do you honestly believe that Soludo didn't want Obi to lose Anambra State?
So
Alfonso, you
Soludo did
cannot
not
see.
actually work against him.
Allow
Soludo did not
Fashola
actually
to speak.
work against
He
him.
did not work against Obi.
And that's the thing. Now you have
Alfonso.
governors willing
That is
to
what we
do
are
what
saying
Wike
here.
have done. You
No,
are right.
Alfonso.
he did not. You
Comrade.
were not in Anambra State.
Comrade, there's
Soludo
nothing like
tried.
that.
Oga, come see
Alfonso,
Alfonso
there's
said you
information
don't
for you.
even see it.
So there's a YouTube channel. Wait, hang on. There's a YouTube channel streaming this space, right? And there are as many people on this space on that channel. So I think it should make it less rowdy so that people can, because that's, I think, Njenje Media TV is streaming this space on
Why would
YouTube.
they be
So
streaming
make it
someone's
less
space
rowdy so that
without that person's approval?
no, don't
Thank
worry
you.
about that, comrade. Don't worry about that. So I don't know,
Uh,
but just make it
anyway,
more a bit
that
more
is invasion
comfortable.
of people's privacy. So you
Don't
can't.
worry,
No,
comrade.
we have to worry. What
You
did we
like
go
Wahala
worry?
too much.
It's not a private space now. Which one be people's privacy again? This is not. It's a public space now. How can you be
This
saying?
Alfonso,
comrade is against this coalition. I'm telling you, honestly speaking, it's a paid APC agent. You will see.
Nobody has answered my
Comrade,
question. My
the
question is
comrade
simple.
is
Okay. Kaizen has been asking this question. So, comrade, answer him.
comrade, you
If
can answer. You can answer
you
the
know
question now.
how Obi people will defend his vote, all those things are actually not. They are not true.
Well,
you people will be surprised. Oh. In 2027, it's not about Peter Obi.
Mala. I mean, sorry. One minute.
It's about what, Malam?
Guys. That Edo way talk, Afonso, right? We have an Edo governor from the PDP extraction that actually like that guy body language. What me, Obaseki was like in the support of. Now that guy first come and talk said there's an obedient in every household, right? So that guy did not come out to actively work against Obi. Now you have.
What
So
about
how about
Lagos State? What
how
about
about
Lagos State?
Soludo?
Brother,
How about
Wait.
Lagos?
brother,
What
Lagos
about
State,
Lagos?
they knife your vote from a
Half.
9 to 1 to just a 10,000 margin.
Okay. Comrade, tell me about Anambra State because Soludo was arresting flag boy up and down.
No.
And
Soludo, let's be honest.
no, you are
Soludo,
not
no.
honest. You are the one not honest. You are not in Anambra now.
Brother.
If you
Let me,
go to Oka, no. No, stop arguing. Stop arguing. If you go to Oka,
Soludo did not actively use talk or work to.
Alfonso, allow him answer now. Let
That's the
him
thing
talk.
now. Like a lot of people talk now. So in
Let
fact,
people talk. Oh. You
that's the
are
thing.
the host. Oh. You are the host. Moderators, allow him talk.
Okay, Kaizen, let me moderate now. 1 second. Comrade, you're actually wrong in saying that Soludo did not actively work against Peter Obi.
Alfonso, allow comrade speak. Then I will tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened in Edo State.
Wait, calm down. Let's leave Edo State first. Let me talk about Anambra, where I voted, where I'm from, right? Soludo actively, in fact, if you go to Anambra prior to election, you won't see any sign of Peter Obi's picture, even in Oka. In fact, those people were putting this in a flyover. You know how many times he removed it and put Apga? Just go back and look at it. You know how many times he warned everybody working in office not to have anything to do with LP or Peter Obi. I mean, if you think the only thing that he didn't have the power, even his senators and members of House of Rep, he didn't have the power because the people were against him at that time. That is just the truth. It's not because Wike's own was a
Oga,
little bit different.
Oga,
Wike has the
we all know that Anambra is Peter Obi's home ground. It will be very, very difficult for Soludo to start fighting Peter Obi. He's going
but
to
he did
spell
fight him
He's
now.
going to
Why do you
spell
think?
doom for
Why do
him.
you think? What?
It's going to
Okay.
spell doom for him. Now, let me tell you of Edo State. Let me tell you of Edo State.
You go there, man. You go. Now, if you
No,
want
wait,
to be like 10 years older than
Alfonso,
you,
please.
yeah.
This your
Allow people to
co-host
speak
is
now.
against you. Give me
comrade,
co-host. Give me co-host so that we can
comrade.
balance it. Give me co-host. I want to
So you
oppress
see,
comrade.
wait,
Give me
now,
co-host, Alfonso. Give me
No,
co-host.
Malam.
I
So
want to
even the
oppress
Malam is
Soludo,
comrade.
enough.
even
Wait,
the Soludo himself in his op-ed.
Okay. Comrade, you can go now. May nobody interject comrade for like next 4 minutes or 5 minutes that he wants to speak. Or comrade, how many minutes do you need?
I'm not going to even waste time. So before the election, even Soludo in his op-ed, that his letter, acknowledged, say Obi go win Anambra State. So Soludo have considered Anambra State to Obi even before the election, right? So this is the way they talk saying they come up posters, saying they do this. In fact, you get it was even electorate where they threatened Soludo like 2 weeks later, saying go lose in State House of Assembly. You get so like if you look at it, Soludo no actually work against Obi as such. You get let's be honest here. You know, one thing is one service you can do to yourself is to believe that you are actually so good when you are not good. You- the Edo State, you look at it. When a governor actively want to work against, you look at the model of Wike. Yeah. So anyways, I don't get much to say, but that question Kevin asked, right? I think the entire Southeast is secured for me because there's how overwhelming victory can be. And I don't see any incentive for any of the 5 Southeastern governors to actively work for Tinubu. Yeah? Whether na Mba.
Comrade, even if they want to work for Tinubu, what would they do? Would they force people to vote for Tinubu
No. Not,
against
not
their
to
will?
go right, not to
The right
control the,
result.
not to right result, control the
who you
returning
want
officer.
They will do it the
who
week.
you want use
They will do it
the consulting to write result?
the wicked way
Who you
now.
want
Uh-huh.
use?
Not be so wicked do
So,
am.
so, why that might be an uphill task in the southeast. It is very practicable in the south. Yeah, it's very practicable.
Comrade, please, a second. People said who we use it. Do you know that 2023 that Obi wave was strong? Eh? Hope Uzodinma was still able to write results from his
He didn't get 25% there. So all these things you say is not necessary. He didn't get 25%. He wrote everything I couldn't write 25%. So all this Kaizenic matter is actually not. It's not Kaizening. Please, you keep doing this thing every time. Obi did not defend his vote, but he got 6 million votes as announced by INEC. But some people who can defend their votes lost the election, like El-Rufai. Make una calm down one bit. Anyway, I don't get
You know
stressed.
why they always beat Kaizen? Do you have an issue with him?
I don't have issue with it.
Allow
He
him
doesn't
speak
want.
now. We are just
Wait, calm down. He doesn't want to be to run. He doesn't have a candidate he wants to run, and he's always negative too. I mean, the thing is that is it not tiring? He's always negative towards. I mean, Atiku will not win. Obi and if you ask him, he said Tinubu will win. So why always come here to do these things? I mean, I throw they can't throw us here.
Yeah,
Why you
okay.
it's
always
true. You don't need to waste your time. Anybody who believes Tinubu will win regardless, then there's
now
no point
true, now
wasting your
Okay, so
time with
Kaizen,
them.
why you so
There's
negative?
no point.
Like, yeah,
no,
I
no,
get where Chikudema is coming.
na today begin lis ten to Kaizen. Na true dey come through us here. He just say he just let you Atiku will not win because Atiku
who
does not
said
have
so.
passionate supporters.
Now
Secondly,
let me
Obi
speak.
cannot defend his vote. So Tinubu, so why you
Chukudema,
come dey
let
come here
me
dey do
speak.
us this thing
Chukudema,
like this?
wait.
Okay. So Kaizen, what is your proposition? What is your
My
proposal?
proposition, see, for many persons, when you point out the things that led to the loss to the outcome in 2023, they see that you're against them, right? I am pointing out the difficulties that that this coalition will likely face in 2027. And when you point out these things, then you can now find solutions to them. Do get it. I'm not against Obi running. I'm not against Atiku running. My own is there should be a united alliance, right? There should be an alliance, a united opposition, to oust this man. And yes, I agree. It will be more difficult than it was in 2023 because he now has presidential power. And this man, God. So that's it. I'm not.
Don't
I
you
believe.
think,
I believe it will be more
Kaizen, one
difficult.
second.
Believing that it will be,
Don't you think,
it will be more difficult does not mean.
Kaizen, sorry, I was trying to get
Man,
your
I'm not a
attention. I
mutual
have
for
small
this place.
power
So,
now.
man, I'm not a mutual. Who can go give you?
I have small power now. So don't you think the way Tinubu has now destroyed the economy and made most people hungry will work against that his power of incumbents?
No, no, no,
That's
no,
the
no,
That,
question
no.
for
that,
you,
that can be a
Kaizen.
factor also.
Do you know? Do you know why? There is this message that a lot of influencers propagate that you can't win Tinubu, and when people have this not gonna make it attitude, they will really not bother. Right? They will jackpot, they will just say, well, it is my fate. They will believe in the cause of harm, right? That no matter what they do, they are destined to suffer. So if you watch the timeline, so you find out that a lot of influencers, right, who don't even discuss politics. Do you know what it means for an influencer who doesn't discuss politics to rise such so that's just it. Hmm?
No, no, you are not addressing my question. My question is that we have now seen, so a lot of people going towards 2023 had some, belief that because of what they believe Tinubu did in Lagos, which I don't know what they are saying. They actually genuinely believe that Tinubu will come in and bring relief to the people. We thought we were suffering under Buhari. I don't know if you were in Nigeria, where, there was naira scarcity, everything was hard. We thought Buhari was the worst. So, in fact, some people, granted interviews and they said, look, any of Obi, Atiku, or Tinubu will do better than Buhari. That was the consensus.
Okay,
Do you
Now let
understand?
me tell you. Let me tell
See,
you.
no,
Wait.
no, 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 wait, let me ask my question so that I can answer accurately. Now, just 2 years into Tinubu's administration, away from the propaganda, we know that things are getting worse. So my question to you is that, yes, is the incumbent. Don't you think that the fact that things are not well with Nigeria will neutralize that his power of incumbency, i.e.,
Okay.
people are already angry and they are looking for a way out? What do you think
Okay.
about that?
Thank you. Yes. Well, it's first of all, I would say that majority of people who voted for Tinubu in 2023 did not vote for him because they believe he's coming to do economic wonders. That's first of all. Anybody that voted for Tinubu, despite the glaring issues around him, did not vote for him because of economic prosperity. In fact, I can assure you that Tinubu's voters, just like Buhari's voters then, his base, his base, still dey strong. Tinubu's base like this, his core supporters, they are still strong. They are still solidly behind him. Okay, they don't vote for him because of.
I'm not sure.
Wait, I'm
I'm
coming
from the
now. Wait now. I
southwest.
want to answer your question. Wait
I
now.
have a lot
Uh,
of friends who have changed their mind. But go
wait.
ahead, go ahead.
Wait, now these people have this I pass my neighbor mentality, okay? A good number of them voted for him because of I don't want to go into details of ethnic, religious. A good number of people that supported him then did that because of
I beg, no, they talk all these things now. So the people that voted other candidates, why did they vote them? I mean,
so
I mean,
a good number of see
but
now now I
Kaiser,
am
let me ask
there
you,
is no doubt. Wait,
wait,
wait.
1 second, 1 second, just 1 second. Do you believe that most of Tinubu's supporters anticipated what we face now as per economy, anything when they were voting for him? Will you honestly
Yes,
say that?
yes.
That's not
Yes,
true.
I believe.
That's
Yes,
not
I believe so. I
that's not
believe
true.
so.
No,
I
that's not
believe so.
no, that's not
As
that's
long
not
as I pass my
that's not
neighbor.
no, that's not true. That's not true. That's where you people make mistake.
No,
Wait, which
no.
one is I
Wait,
pass my
No.
neighbor?
Let's be
All of us
realistic.
are suffering.
wait,
Kaizen, all of us are suffering this economy.
wait.
What
No,
Always doing this thing. This is not
no. It's not.
Nigeria.
Yeah,
Now let
that's
me
not
tell
true.
you, there
Nobody
may be
voted
a
for Tinubu to
fringe.
come and
Wait,
run the country this way. It's not possible. You can't say they voted for him to come and mess up the economy. People can't get by. Prices are through the roof.
there are something
And
I
they are
want to
still
point
telling us
out.
that they will remove subsidy
There,
from electricity. Things
there's
are
something I
becoming
want
more
to point
expensive.
out. There's something I want to point out. There may be a fringe, group, number of them there who may be regretting it, blah 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 blah. Okay. Now the question is, has it gotten to the point of them knowing that defending their votes can possibly lead to their death? My answer is no, child. Nigeria has not
The
gotten to
answer
that
is,
point. We are there.
sorry, Kaizen.
Especially in
Let me even
southern
give you.
Nigeria.
No,
Especially in
Kaizen,
southern,
wait now.
I am very, very
Listen,
specific.
Kaizen, listen. In just online alone, there are two major supporters of APC that have now gone completely the opposite direction. I give you one example. One is Big Daddy. I don't know if you know Big Daddy. The second one is what's this guy's name? This Ebano guy.
Even Whitebeard too. He was part of them. He supported Tinubu.
So you must be sure of what you are saying, you know.
Igurube used to be a Siwaju boy guy that time now. Igurube.
Igurube, thank you.
Igurube used to
These
be a
guys
Siwaju.
now, it's not as if they are working, they are
Even
partners.
Yusuf was
I never supported
boy.
Asiwaju. I was obedient
No,
from
you should
beginning.
never support that. Yeah.
Alien, don't do this. Alien, don't do this
This
to
gives
me.
you an example.
Don't do this to me, Alien.
Yes. So this tells you clearly. Those are examples of what is happening on ground. Nobody likes pain. Even if you say religion, you know, some of these are spiritual matters. When you look at it, you know, the religion, yes, is good for us to be religious and all that. But if one guy will hit you, my brother, it will reconfigure your brain and your belief system. If better hunger
Malam, in
hit
2020, was
you.
there no hunger?
No. Comrade, of course, if anybody who hears you will know that you don't live in Nigeria. The level of hunger now is
Pro Max.
as if it's totally and completely not sustainable. It has more than quadrupled. A lot of people don't know what is going on. If you go to the market almost every day, sometimes I wonder how people survive because prices are going up almost on a daily basis.
And you
And that's
think
why
you think na election day, they are waiting for election day to act on their hunger.
no, comrade, trust me on this one. It is what our daily experience. It is not just they are waiting. If people are giving, if not because police and all these touts that the APC is using will come and mess up the protest, I can guarantee you that a lot of people will be on the street.
So my man,
You know,
I guess my question is what kind of action will this hunger translate on election? Like,
I'm telling you that significantly, it might not be 100%, but significantly, if people rise, particularly the 54% that are living in the urban area, you know, if people rise and say they are going to go and vote on the election day, trust me, 8 out of 10 is voting against APC. Because it has never been this bad. So whether you are poor,
Malam, the nation is very, very bad. APC was already unpopular before the 2022 election, and Nigerians massively voted against APC, whether you like it or not. Yeah. So I don't see any difference between now and then. That's what I'm just trying to point out.
no, comrade, no. I mean, nothing can be further from the truth. I hear all your submissions, but on this one, please don't say that again. The difference is clear, like 7-Up. I'm telling you.
So
Except
APC
people
was
who
not
are not close enough
APC
to
is
the
not
matter.
as unpopular. APC is not as unpopular as they are today. So was APC unpopular in 2022?
APC was unpopular in 2022, but now people can clearly see that APC is actually after their life. APC is
Brother,
now, you know,
I
a lot
am
of
saying
people
it again.
see.
Nobody voted.
No,
Majority of people who voted for Tinubu did not vote for him
to come and
Please, and
see.
I'm saying you
They
should
did not
stop
vote
saying
for
that.
him
I'm just
because
giving you two examples here,
Guys,
and you're still
stop
saying the
this
same
thing
thing. I
now.
just gave you two
Nah,
examples.
I
Alfonso,
know.
I don't know whether you and Kanye they drag the same woman though. Like,
No,
No,
no, no,
not
be about.
dragging.
But when they repeat this thing, I don't say this thing like 10 times, but the thing
Yes,
no be
now
actually.
I
It's
just
not
gave you two examples
Malam,
here, and
Malam,
you're still
Malam,
saying the same thing.
Malam, where I'm heading, and I say, vote against APC. The vote against APC has never been lacking. Yeah, it has never been lacking. So to the extent where we say the time you say hunger go make people vote, that will not be the game changer. That's just the point I'm trying to make.
What's the game changer? What's the
Comrade,
game changer?
comrade. So that
Comrade,
might
what's the game
not,
changer?
comrade. I'm telling you, comrade does not know what is going on, and that's why he's speaking the way he's
Malam,
speaking.
I
Because
No,
don't
comrade
think
is
Malam,
comfortable.
what we are trying to say is, can you defend that vote after the
see,
people have gone
see,
to
see,
cast
So
their
this
it's
is
a,
vote?
what
it's
I
a
have
good
been asking.
question.
Oh, the vote is
No,
not
wait
lacking. Can
now.
you
Can we
defend
so.
the
Why are
vote
you
defend?
is
guys
not
even?
lacking?
Wait, please. I have
okay,
small power now. Let's use the
but
power. Wait,
be
you
like say
can
I'm still no
defend.
do
So
it. Okay, in there. No
yes.
do one after the other now. I beg.
Yeah, let's do one after the other. There are 84 persons on the other side.
I
So
dey here.
now,
I dey
Malam,
here. I dey
Malam,
here.
why they mute us now, Malam? Mr. Avi collect calls too. I go
I dey
mute you,
use
come out
my
you. I go come out you for the
I dey
space.
use my power now. How will you know I'm the co-host if I don't mute sometimes? You have to know that I'm the co-host. If I don't mute sometimes, how will you know? But what we're saying now is that I agree with you. If you are saying that the platforms, and this is where the coalition talk comes in, they need to be done with this phase quickly so that they can move to the phase of strategy. And somebody said it on this space. 170, I don't see 774 local governments, and I don't know the number of wards. I only see polling units. This is the target. You can actually predict success or failure even before the election day. You must have a robust strategy around each of the 176,000 polling units across the country. That's actually how you even test the potential for success of the coalition. Once you agree, your next best strategy will have to be, you have to gather data. Where are you strong? Where are you weak? Where you are weak, what do you need to do? Is it that they don't know enough? Is it that, of course, no matter what you do, everybody will not vote for you. You still have some, whatever it is. So that would be going the other way. So if that's what we are saying, that the opposition needs to conclude these coalition negotiations quickly and get to the strategy of how do we man the 176,000 polling units towards 2027 election. Yes, I agree with you that the earlier we start, the better, right? But if you are saying, oh, everything people do, you say it is wrong. They ask you for what is your own recommendation? You are just rambling, you don't have anything. All you are saying is that Tinubu's support base is strong, is solid. That cannot fly. That is one of the easiest way to know who is here
No,
to make sure the
this guy is
conversation does
APC.
not happen.
He's supporting APC, but he doesn't want to own it up. I mean,
That's, it's very easy.
yeah,
You can't be
Okay,
contradicting
I get
yourself.
why
You
now
say
the
people
first
are
for
not doing
Kaizen. Now,
well.
Kaizen not answer
They,
that
they,
question. Oh,
they,
what is his proposal?
he did not. He did not. And because he doesn't have, right? If he has, let him say it.
Kaizen, please answer. I dare your side. Answer the question, Kaizen.
Okay.
And please, Chukudima, do
Okay.
not mute him, I beg. Let him just
Okay.
speak.
My proposal regarding this coalition is that I've seen a lot of Obi supporters say either Obi or Tinubu continue. I've seen a good number of Atiku supporters who say either Atiku or Tinubu continue.
that
So,
your
but
proposal. That's the
Chukudema, just let
problem
this
we
guy
have
speak
here.
now.
No,
Chukudema,
this is
just
the
let him
problem
speak.
we have here now. You see,
my
why
proposal,
Chukudema,
must he
wait
stand on
Chukudema,
a
you are gagging
negative
this guy.
note?
Let him speak now.
I'm
Let him
not
speak.
gagging him. Why must he stand on a negative note?
Let him
That's
speak
the
now. Let him
problem.
speak. The
Is
guy
it your
never talk
negative
for 30
for 30
seconds.
seconds? Chukudima, is it your negative note? Let him have his negative note and let's listen to him. What's your problem?
before initial I said that those that the people saying those things are just political. I don't know, is either that they are working for Tinubu or that they just care about their pockets, access to power. So I initially I said, okay, why not everybody come together? You believe obedience are more in number. Why don't you people come together
and okay, say throw it open and do an open primary. If you believe Atiku has the money to buy delegates, why don't you do open primaries? Now we test this thing of trying to that you can defend your votes, that you can stand against. Well, why don't you throw it open? Do a direct primary. Donald Trump, right? The powers that be never wanted him, but the people
Thank you.
supported him and defended his votes. That's my point. Why don't you come together, do an open primary? If you believe that there are more obedience than articulators, articulated people, mobilize obedience. Go and do a direct primary and elect him.
Under
Let
which party?
everybody support
Sorry,
him.
under which party?
That's my. I
Under
don't
which
know,
party,
but what I'm
please?
saying, the party now.
Kaji, that's not a test of how to defend votes. Defend your vote in a primary and defend your
No,
vote against APC are different
wait.
things.
I'm not talking about defending
No, what he's
votes.
trying to say is that you will mobilize people to that delegate election that they want to do.
No, maybe
You will have
delegate.
a
Now,
say.
maybe they talk of direct primaries. That's the thing, not delegate primaries.
We have not got into the election first now. Let's of all do that.
Comrade,
Una don't
you see
mute
what we
me.
are
Una
saying
don't
now.
mute me.
No,
Una don't mute me.
Comrade,
I don't want make I talk again. Later you people will say I'm
comrade,
supporting Tinubu. What I'm
comrade, you
saying
see
is
what we are saying now. You
Kaji,
see
you
the
don't give
strategy we
any
be trying
explicit
to.
solution. You are just giving us
my
processes.
explicit solution is this coalition should have been formed a long time ago. This
Bro,
is either
I beg, just
Atiku Obi
leave
does
us.
not make sense.
This is not a solution. Now you are saying it should have been done. It's not like someone brought a child that is sick to you. Say you should have brought him
No, he
38.
started by saying he's Obi and what? Oh, it doesn't end with Obi now. Like,
You can see he has no. I mean, it's not be today, me and every day. Every indication of what he's saying is that you don't have a chance against Tinubu, and I don't like that type of energy here. To be honest with you, if you don't believe you don't have a chance, from first of all, the candidate is not good enough. Obi is not good enough. Atiku is not good enough. Neither of them can defend you, and he's not proposing any other candidate, and he doesn't care about any candidate. So what exactly is the problem? What is the solution? Tinubu has gone stronger. He always emphasizing on how strong Tinubu is. I mean, if you give him opportunity now, he will tell you. There was a day he was even telling us that Imo State will produce 1 million votes for Tinubu. You can imagine someone like that telling us something like that. I mean, not that, I wish that space was recorded. He said it, that Imo State, that they will mutilate Obi's result in Ebonyi State and all those things. If you remember that day that Mindset said that Tinubu will win 2 states in Southeast, he came and said that this guy will get 1 million votes in Imo State and all these things. And this is the problem we face. Every opportunity he had, he probably want to just use it on us in such a way that you think he's trying to give you solution. This guy,
Let's even ask who will you vote for if you see Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi? Kaizen, who gets your vote
Now,
in
allow me to
2027?
let me correct something. What I said, you guys listen. What I said is that let everybody come together, do a direct primary. Whoever emerges, we will support. That's what I said.
who is your candidate?
Who
Who do
would
you want
you
to
vote
emerge, and
for?
what
Who
is
is
your
your candidate?
combination? Both president and
In
vice.
2027, if I see Atiku, Obi, a separate ballot, Atiku separate ballot, Obi separate ballot, Tinubu separate ballot, just like 2023, I won't vote.
What do you want? What kind of
I
ballot do you
won't vote.
want?
I'm just telling you,
So what ballot do you want?
Alpha.
Okay,
wait,
if you have
wait now,
Tinubu
Allow
let
him to
me
answer
and
now.
talk.
More making
Peter
answer.
Obi,
Abba, let me talk now. Now, in 2027, if I see Tinubu separate ballot, then I see either Obi or Obi and Tinubu contesting or Obi and Atiku contesting, I will vote for that person against Tinubu. But if I see 3 people just as 2023, I won't vote.
I'm
I
with
have to be honest with
I'm
you.
with Kaizen on this 100%.
I have to be honest. I
I
won't
deal
vote.
with Kaizen 100 billion.
Yusuf, stop doing this
Mala,
thing. First of all, Yusuf, I could even understand that you have a preferred candidate in the primary. He doesn't have a preferred candidate in the primary. Whoever wins the primaries, he will start telling you the person's deficiency later on. I mean, we know all these things. This thing doesn't. And in his mind, he believes Obi cannot win that primaries. He knows that. But he doesn't have the courage to say it here. So all these things are not necessary. I mean, yeah, we know he
Yeah,
knows what.
Alpha, and let's emphasize that fact again. It is actually erroneous to say Tinubu's base is stronger. Nothing can be further from. In fact, that's a joke. That's the joke of the century. Tinubu knows that he has lost a lot of, voters, and that's why he's going after the elites. That's why he's doing whatever it is. People, you can see people saying they are decamping. One governor is even threatening his his commissioners, that they have to follow him. So forget it. Tinubu knows that if citizens vote and the vote count is done, whether the coalition works or not, if citizens are allowed to vote and the vote counts is done, what we're just trying to do here is to ensure that we don't expose ourselves to the risk of splitting the votes and allowing them to rig. That's all we are doing. On a good day with a free and fair election, it does not matter if there are 18 candidates on the ballot. Tinubu will get the least votes. But of course, we know they will rig, and that's why we're discussing coalition, that people need to sit around. But let's not be deceiving ourselves. Nobody is a kid here. You can't be saying, Tinubu's base has gone stronger. Based on what? That's not correct, please. I don't know who is next to speak.
Madam Baz, can I get 30 seconds?
Everyone here is against me. Everyone here is against me. Let me clarify so that you people don't misquote me now.
Yeah, I need 30 seconds. On a lighter note, right? I think I agree I'm on the same page with Kaizen. If at the end of the day, this coalition did not happen, and we are going to have a 3-horse race, I will not participate in the process. But if the coalition happens, and I have this Peter Obi and Atiku, supporting the same ticket against the incumbent, I think I will vote for the opposition because I know that they have a better fight. But I will say this clearly, right? In Nigeria, as we speak, as of 2 years ago, the strongest southern politician is Peter Obi. The strongest northern politician is Atiku. The strongest politician in Nigeria is Tinubu. So now, if the strongest politician in the south and the strongest politician in the north, they don't want to come together and fight the strongest man on the ballot, I think we're just going round and round and round the cycle. So at the end of the day, I'm with Kaizen on this. If they don't come together to fight as a bulk, I will not participate. Thank you.
Yusuf, let me ask you. So when you say come together, we also have to define it, because I don't see a ticket of Atiku Obi. I'm telling you, this is me being very honest.
Yeah, I don't see that. So I don't see that too. Malaman said, I don't see that because I know that cannot win Lagos. I know an Atiku Obi ticket cannot win the Southeast the way they won it 2 years ago, the way Peter Obi won it 2 years ago. I agree with you on that 100%. That's why I'm advocating that. I want Peter Obi
apart from, for me, Atiku has not had, has not done any experiment on another platform apart from PDP. Are we even sure that most of Atiku's votes are not PDP votes?
No, he got 4 point something million votes 2 years ago. Tinubu had 5 point something million. So those votes are for Atiku because Okowa did not contribute anything to that ticket. That 6 point. No,
he contributed money.
One after
Hello. Wait, sorry, Wiz. Please let Yusuf go, and then the next one. I think you put up your hand.
Yes, I just
let
want to ask you.
Go.
Yeah, let me finish.
Please let Yusuf go. Then you come after him, please. Go ahead, please.
I can't hear Yusuf.
We can't hear
just me.
Now, I think maybe this.
Now double mute. What I was saying about right is
sorry. Okay, go ahead.
It's double mute. That Atiku Okowa ticket We all know that Okowa was useless on that ticket. That Peter Obi dirty ticket, dirty was useless on that ticket. If you look at, because Okowa did not win Delta State for Atiku, same as dirty could not win Kaduna State for Peter Obi. So forget about this vice thing. What I'm saying in essence, Atiku still remains the strongest politician, a northerner that can bring numbers from the north is Atiku, based on the last elections. And based on the last elections, Peter Obi is the strongest southerner. But Tinubu is the strongest politician because he won the election with 8.3 million votes. Atiku had 6.9 million votes.
So
Peter Obi had
Yusuf,
21 million votes.
so what people are telling you now say
Comrade,
that
why you interject me now?
the article vote is it an article vote or a PDP vote?
Make Yusuf finish. E be like say Mike they get echo. I beg.
Atiku ran under PDP, right? So I will give the votes to this. PDP, whether we like it or not, PDP has structures in all the 704 local government. That is the fact. But it's unfortunate that now people like Wike have hijacked the PDP and make it look like a toy. PDP is not like it, it's like if you jam them, it be like Gongoni. That's unfortunate. But PDP has structures in all the 36 states and FCT. You cannot take that away from them. But unfortunately, you have people that are in the APC and they are stakeholder in the PDP and they are frustrating the efforts of the PDP. And now PDP is looking like Atiku is even trying to go to is he ADP or something or SDP. That is unfortunate. But what I'm saying, Atiku remains the strongest politician in the north after Buhari, based on the last elections. Because
Yusuf, you are not getting our question. Our
So
question
what's your
is
question? What's the question? What's the question?
without PDP. Wait, now let's ask question.
Anyone wants don't leave him to finish now so that you ask. Let him finish first.
So why I wanted the coalition in the first place is the fact that Peter Obi and Atiku were on the same ticket 2019. When it came to 2023, they came to divide their votes. And now we are saying they should come back together, and it's becoming very difficult because articulates are abusing obedience are abusing articulate, they can't come together. Fine, I agree they can't come together. If they don't come together, it just means that Obi is going to run, Atiku is going to run, Tinubu is going to run. And that is going to be a 3-horse race, whether we like it or not. So I'm with Kaizen on that aspect, that if these two guys don't come together to fight, I will not participate. But if they come together, I don't care who is the president or the vice. If I'm sure it's going to be a 2-horse race, and like Madam Batisai keep emphasizing that all the 170,000 polling units, if they are going to be representative of that coalition on all those 170,000 plus polling units, I think I'm good to go, because that means we all have access to the results of all those polling units, of all those ballot boxes.
I beg, I need to ask question.
What's the question, Ele? What's the question?
Yusuf, sorry, mute your mic. It's giving feedback. Yusuf, the question we are seeing, what we are asking you is that can Atiku pull votes outside PDP, outside the structure of PDP?
I don't
Do you have the numbers?
I don't think any candidate can pull vote outside any party. Please, you need a party to run for election.
Yusuf, the votes that P2B got was not from Labour Party. So to think Atiku cannot pull votes, I mean, nobody can win votes outside is not actually correct. But Alien, to answer your question, Atiku actually did get votes that are not PDP votes in the last election. How do I know? Since 1999, PDP never won Yobe State. Go and check. Even in 2019, he was fried in Yobe State, but he won in the last election. So he got the vote of Northerners who also want a Northerner to be in power. So he can always.
Let me make my contribution.
Because
because
Buhari they contest.
See, they make contribution. He never finished it.
Una no the strength. Chukuno, so let me give me 30
seconds. Okay, now Yusuf,
30 seconds, make I just round up, because Bella say my submission they make sense to now. But now because Buhari dey on top ballot, that is why you guys are not seeing Atiku's votes. I will tell you for fact that
Thing happen now. You meet everybody now. I know when they talk.
Now you mute everybody now. Alpha, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who they talk? A woman.
Okay,
Abi?
this is a woman. Yes, I can't hear Yusuf anymore.
Sorry, I can hear
Let
you
me.
guys. I got muted now. I was speaking and I stopped. I got muted.
Okay.
What I was saying was that look at when Buhari was on the ballot, Atiku is useless politically in the north because there's no way Atiku can win Buhari in the north. Buhari is more loved by people in the north, right? But now that Buhari is not going to be on the ballot, if an Atiku is on a coalition with, El Rufai and the likes, I think he's going to get the numbers regardless of the party, regardless whether it is PDP or whatever. It doesn't matter. In a 2-horse race. But in a 3-horse race, I think Tinubu will still beat Atiku in the north. Blue-black in a 3-horse race. But in a 2-horse race, I don't think so. I hit my mic.
Wait, can I say something briefly? Malam, I want you to respond to this later. Is around this thing you are saying about like the way hunger and the hardship in the country has induced some people to, vex and want to participate. I think that's one perspective, Malam. There's another perspective because me, I'm doing my own personal polling to, the same thing. Malam, there's another perspective that of despondence that no matter what we do, they don't write the result already. And that's not something you should take very, very lightly. I've met so many people that have that sentiment. They tell you, say, bros, last time we participate now, but it didn't happen. Anything when the one right
especially in South. I mean,
yes,
that mindset is even the most popular mindset in South.
You understand? So that's something I want to just put out there. Like, don't just look at it. That's why someone that gets someone excited is important. I think that's the only point I will bend to someone that will say that well, maybe PO should, the way he frames some of his words, like try to ginger people to stay there, protect your vote, don't allow that kind of thing. Because some people, so the country don't have to, they go through death row and everything. They will tell you, say, bros, last time we participate, they say they go do this one, they see right thing, they go right. So that's another sentiment that you need to fight, that millions of Nigerians are holding on to.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And this is where sorry, hang on, please. Hang on. You go now. So I agree with you, a woman. This is where
one second. Even people who didn't vote in the last election also say this thing. People who never voted in their lives. Anyway.
Alpha, I feel like say you did with me day for yesterday.
Yes. One second. And this is why I'm always against people who come on spaces to try to make that situation worse. You see all these people who say no matter what you do in 2027, Tinubu is stronger, is already this or is already that. That you see that rhetoric, I hate it. That's the thing I hate the most. Because you are right, there are a lot of people that are completely, hopeless, that believe that no matter what they do, particularly when you have an incumbent that is interested, they believe that nothing can really be done to take them out of it. But we know that something can be done because something was done in 2015 against Jonathan. Jonathan was interested, but people came together and they removed him. So if a government has not done well by the people, it is actually possible to take them out. And this is what I believe in. And anybody who does not believe in that, there's no basis to even have a conversation with that person, right? So, and the second thing about it is, I was talking to Comrade the other day that the coalition need to quickly finalize this negotiation and come up with a message. There has to be a clear message. I was saying it as simple as that might sound. There has to be a clear message of how Nigerians will be given almost immediate relief And this is you talking about the policy missteps of this government and what you are going to do to bring immediate relief to Nigerians. A very good example are two things, two good examples. Not the fair value of Naira. I hear a lot of people just spew rubbish. There's a lot of inefficiency and corruption that is prized in the value of Naira today. Look at it. The budget padding of 6-point-something trillion Naira is priced in the value of Naira today. The 753 housing estate fraudulently acquired by Emefiele is priced in the value of Naira. Your current Senate president has many multiples of billions of Naira of whatever, everywhere has been, there's problem, right? The 80 billion Naira that Yahya Bello took to pay his children and grandchildren's school fees is priced in the value of Naira. We even hear that anytime FAC is paid, suddenly there's pressure on Naira, right? So there's a lot of room to bring the exchange rate under control. If there's a political will to go after speculative demand. So that's one example. Another example is the area of insecurity. There's a lot of, lack of political will and compromises and bigotry, going on in the area of insecurity. There are people who have some soft spots. We've seen people who have said that they rehabilitate people who have been killers. You rehabilitate them, you give them uniform. Some people have a way of trying to rationalize, people taking guns and taking over people's farms and shooting them. All of this nonsense, and then, there's what is going on with security votes. People are usually not, willing to address the elephants in the room. Look, NNPC is a cesspit of corruption. If we get NNPC right today, in the next 6 months, you will see a completely different Nigeria. Just accurate hydrocarbon accounting alone will change this country entirely. We have not even started talking about the gold in Zamfara. We have not, there are just myriads of issues, right? That if the coalition know what they are doing, they need to quickly latch on this opportunity and not only tell Nigerians that how they are going to get immediate relief, but they tell them how, right? So I believe that when people start to hear all of this, including having a face that sells, maybe this issue of there's nothing we can do, maybe there will be less of that. They will say, okay, let's give it another chance. Let's give it another try. Because people cannot walk up to their bosses in their workplaces and say, please increase my salary because of inflation. They will say, if you don't want to work, go. There's somebody who is willing to take less, what you are willing to reject. And this is the situation. People cannot send their children to the school of their choice. People can't feed properly. So honestly, I think that message should count for something. And then, like you said, we must have a candidate that sells. That's it. I don't know who is the next person. Is it Alaji Extension? I'll be extra.
Yes. Actually, I want to interject
on
this.
It's my turn.
You see, one thing is clear. Your summations actually they are right on point. But here, I think it is a win for those that said when you're talking about policies, when you're arguing arguments, you don't have to be sentimental about them. You see, people have all the rational ability and capacity to say our birds cannot count due to certain factors. One, and then also again, they can say that Azwaj Bola Ahmed Tinubu is having all the eggs in the basket currently at the moment with respect to the Nigerian election, for one thing. You see, he has the governance, and then we already saw how Buhari was doing his Kasa, Kusari, Kuraka, Kucha.
Wait,
why do you mute that?
Alaji Extension, I think your Your mic
The mic is open. But
is not
coupled
it's
to
not good now.
what you earlier said,
Please, I will speak after Alaji
what you earlier
extension,
said,
please.
what
I
you
want to
earlier
speak
said is this. What you earlier said, the average Nigerians on the streets, all these your policy,
Please,
Naira
am I
policy,
audible?
Yes,
they might not be
Alaji,
interested.
you're
Yeah,
audible now. You're
Just
audible.
hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
please.
Hold on first. Hold on.
Elmo's call. I'm kind of tight space. I just want to make these submissions. I'll come back later. Please, host, give me this privilege. Yeah, you see, the Makasa Musari Maraka Mujira President Muhammad Buhari, which continue to be done, especially in the northern part of this country, where people make sure the votes were counted in the polling units, take them to the state secretariat, and from there in Abuja, all things will just change. And you see this kind of already objective fact arguments in the Nigerian political atmosphere with respect to the presidential election. People have all that it takes, and you cannot just say, if somebody is saying this, you just have to discard him. Of course, we have to discard the notion, but it is sentimentally rooted. It is not objectively. Look what happens, especially with respect to 2015. It is not the candidate factor alone that Buhari is having. Nigerians believe he has what it takes to deliver, which we find out later. It was, how can I say, it was, the G7, the governors, everybody pulling back, the major stakeholders with respect to the political power shots who make sure that even at the national levels, the election must be called as the way they are. Of course, Jonathan doesn't want to leave, but because the numbers were not working for him and he loved the country more, I know if it is why at that time he couldn't handle it over all this as well that happened today. So, and then of course, if you have to mirror what happened with respect to the Southeast election and in the Southwest, where Peter Obi wants many states, you see, it's the people that stay in the polling unit, they stay in the ballot box, they follow the boxes to the state secretariat's collation, and from there to Abuja, and it was overnight. They did what they do. So
Wait, Alaji, are you using an earpiece? Huh?
I know I've been muted. Am I not audible?
You are not audible. If you can hear me,
okay, I will drop.
Yeah, please. To be honest with you.
Yeah, please, let me just go after Alaji, please, very quick. I 100% support what Malam Batisite said. I don't know if what I want to say now is 100% with what Malam Batisite said, but I agree with him. And Yusuf, I am pleading with you, maybe you should change your mind. If whether coalition works or not, I stand gidigba with Obi. I stand. My preferred choice is that the coalition works, and wherever Obi support, or if Obi is the leader, I will support. But if it doesn't work because of some funny things, greed and everything, I will stand. The Nigerian people must be able to use their votes to register their displeasure. You heard what Malam was saying, reeling out data of how much. When we did, I think we were on a space recently with Goats doing an analysis of how much has been padded. A lot of these monies that have been padded will build hospitals upon hospitals upon hospitals into the budget. And the common Nigerian is suffering. Most of this money is going into some of the elite pockets and people around them to fund their lifestyle, to fund whatever they are doing. We must be able to use our votes to be able to. We cannot be rewarding. You cannot say, oh, because coalition doesn't work, let Tinubu go again for another 4 years. We cannot be rewarding people who are putting sole administrators, which is unconstitutional. Rewarding people who are buying private jet, living lifestyle, doing solar for themselves in Aso Villa. How many? 20 billion. And we, the Nigerians, will just be looking like Mumu and say, oh, because these people are not shake hands, let him just go and be doing another 4 years. Still come out.
But
Alien,
Alien,
we will look for a way.
So if the coalition did not work, for example, who will be this guy's running mate? Peter Obi. In case the coalition does not work, who will be his running mate?
That's a good question. That's a good question. You see, this is where the trick is. So, what PO calls a coalition might even be different from what some of us are looking at. So if Peter Obi goes for, let's say, a Kwankwanso or a Shekarau, if we say, okay, that is not as effective, for me, that's enough coalition. Kwankwanso with the Kwankwasia movement.
I beg, remove Kwankwaso from here. I beg. Kwankwaso.
Make I answer my question, please. It's my question. We will look for the best next candidates and vote, and I know he would look for the best next candidate. Kwankwaso is out of it. Let's not lie to ourselves. He loves that guy and Tinubu. Trust me, he's out of it. Let's not even look at it at all. It's not. In fact, those people, what they are thinking of is securing their base, which is Kanu and everything. That is what is more important to him. But I am calling on Nigerians that whatever the outcome is, let us not lose faith. Let us not stop the fight. Let us not give up the towel. Because at the end of the day, we are the ones that will keep on suffering these whole issues. Let's look for a way to see how we can galvanize and use our votes to not, we cannot be rewarding people who have done abysmally. Look at your energy sector, power sector, abysmal. You cannot put over 6,000 megawatts and transmit it. It will collapse. What are we saying? Look at how people are suffering. You go out, you come in, before you know, 10K, 100K is off. So I call on Nigerians, whatever the outcome is, the best possible outcome is the coalition happening. I have said this several times. Whoever Obi supports, or if Obi is the leader, I will support it. But if it does not support, please let's try and not be making statements that if it doesn't work, let Tinubu go. No, we will still keep on fighting. It's better we fight and we lose than not fighting at all. It is better. It is 10 times better than us just throwing the towel. These people are after our lives as people. They are after our existence as people. They don't care who Malambati site is. They don't care who Famsi is. I don't know if Famsi is in the country. They don't give two F's about us. So we must look for a way to fight and galvanize around the person who we feel best suits our what we want, our aspirations as people, best represents ourselves as people, and look for a way to keep on fighting and pushing and fighting until we find a way out of this mess. Do not give Tinubu another chance again. He does not deserve it. He does not deserve it, and we should not allow him to go another round again. I yield the mic for now.
But Alien, you perfectly understand that most of Nigeria is an unsophisticated electorate, which is why Malambati said I was putting that question out there. It's a very important question because there are many people that I have met that they've given up on elections. Say, bro, so by anything when they want right now, they go right. Last time we will go there, no be that sentiment is there. How do you start fighting those kinds of sentiments? I'm saying this because I'm also saying this because I think another assumption that we're coming with is that
let me come in here. Yes, there's always that sentiment. Okay, yes, there's always that sentiment. Immediately after that presidential election, I saw that the governorship election, the turnout, everybody, even when I mobilized some people, they said no, just imagine, you promised us, this is what INEC said. Now look at what they did. Now the truth about it is just that, and I'll keep saying it, and I'll keep telling everybody here, there is difference between the crowd and the supporters. The crowd follows the trend. The supporters are ready to die hard. Like I gave instance, I said, when Jesus Christ was a week before Jesus Christ was crucified, the same crowd shouted, Hosanna, Hosanna the King, and they almost wanted to turn down Jerusalem. But the same crowd again, a week later, said, crucify him. Now, the difference is just that the momentum that was coming was a different momentum, and they always follow the crowd. It is only those disciples that were with him that stood, followed him to Golgotha till he died. The crowd dispersed. When even Jesus Christ fed 5,000, they wanted to make him king because the crowd is always interested in how they want to chop this and that. That is all. And the rhetorics that we used in 2023 to catch this crowd was that Peter Obi na president wey no go chop our money, and that's what they want to hear. Because you see, the crowd are always angry when they see politicians carrying jeep and riding around their front. They're always angry because if you check the crowd, definitely if there's a revolution, the first thing they want to attack is the rich, because they don't feel anybody that is rich is always is the reasons why they are poor, and that is the only rhetoric. So the only rhetoric. Now,
thank you for that point. Honestly, that's a very important point.
The crowd. That is how the crowd behaves.
If you are a rich
man, if you are a rich man in your community, everybody around will feel, this guy don't go government, go chop money, now they collect money, either now this, that they always lay one certain things about you. Hey, I tell they make money. That is how they behave. So the only thing that will stand you distinct from them is when you now distinguish yourself. And that is what Peter Obi decided to sell himself. There are people, I left money in Anambra State, I did this, I did that, I did that. Now, the truth of the matter is that if we bring that momentum in and we start threatening INEC, this and that, this time around, we will not take it. You see that crowd that are feeling dejected, they will come and say, yes, you have said so, let's go and die. But mind you, the crowd is watching you. The crowd is watching you. If they do anyhow and maybe they shoot gun and everybody and you decide to run, the crowd will run away with you. If you decide to stand, they will come and stand in solidarity with you and will do more havoc. That's how the crowd is. So what they want to hear is the message. When they see the message and the momentum going through, they will go ahead and do whatever they want to do. So the crowd actually is to preach them the right message of telling them that this election, we no go agree. Now die for die, power for power. Because the moment you preach that to the crowd, you will see them, that same 2033, the momentum that you see, it might even be more than in 2027. The momentum might even increase more than the 2023 election. Because the crowd, you have given them the right message that this time around is not going to be. And that is why when people say they don't need coalition, the thing baffles me. You need politicians. You need politicians that can call. I know what they did to Jonathan. When El-Rufai came and said snipers are all everywhere, this and that. Buhari in 2011 said, if you read my election, say this and that. He spoke in Hausa now. The dogs and the baboon. And people were shouting. And what happened in Bauchi? People died now. Because look, the crowd, if they see somebody, they are too enthusiastic. They will only disperse when their leader has been cultured. They will disperse. The crowd does not have anything. They don't have anything. They only follow where the momentum is going to. And so when you speak the right message, the crowd will back you up. They will do worse than you even thought of. And and that is why.
You're right.
That's why I need the coalition. Because
we need people, I agree completely.
Because election is not for saints. Election is for sinners and this thing. The main aim is to grab power. Let's change that rhetoric and say we want our nation. No, the main aim is to grab power, even though we want our nation to move. And that is what Donald Trump preached. Do you know how many Republicans were against him? He pushed them aside. He pushed everybody aside because he was giving the crowd the right message that all these politicians, don't forget, they all dine with each other. This is the message. And that is why I am begging all of you, don't be scared of any coalition. Don't be scared of following. Let's come with that. This same momentum that we are speaking, when they began to sit, let's advise them, go into the coalition. When they begin to sit, let's galvanize the crowd. And the crowd will go and say, this is what we want. Or else, all hell will be loose. Look, the politicians, when they see this crowd, they want to shift ground. I believe you, where Jesus Christ stood with Barabbas, if some of the crowd were shouting, you think it was the Pharisees that crucified? It was the voice of the crowd that made them say, okay, Pilate say, okay, I know, you have to be. It was say the crowd were shouting, no, we don't, short, Pilate, go and arrest this Pharisee. The Pharisees, they will run away. But they knew fully well that they've already getting their receipt. They knew fully well that they're already inside the crowd to say, he has called himself the king of the Jews. Let us call it. And the crowd, they're not interested. They don't even know. If I ask you, if you go and catch some of those people that are shouting, hey, OP, they're even on the street, say, okay, what? They'll tell you they don't even know. But it is the message that they've been hearing. And as such, they feel enthusiastic. That's why they are running around. So the crowd is always there. The crowd will always come. But then you have to speak the right message to them, even though they are dejected.
Yeah, you're right. So I think maybe we should move the mic now.
Malam, let me, please. I want to enter church, please.
Okay, Uba Z, go on. Is that Uba Z?
Yes.
Please go on.
Extension officer guy, come back.
Thank you very much, Famzi. You know,
extension guy, no come back.
Said,
okay, go on.
No, I think he has dropped. Okay,
okay, go on.
Yeah. So,
Famzi,
thank you very much for your Famzi. Thank you very much for your, for your delivery. So, what I want to beg each and every P2B follower is to be apostles. Then the apostles, let us be active citizens to galvanize the crowd. First and foremost, there was something that was said in this space earlier, about how bad the rigging will get. What I will say is, let us expect the worst, but hope for the best. Meaning that let us expect that Tinubu would pull a river state on us, the citizens. Let us expect that Hope Uzodinma, I'm from Imo State, and I know that if there is a free and fair, if there was a free and fair election, Hope Uzodinma will not get 10% of the votes, but he won. Let us expect that they would pull a Imo State on us. Let us expect that an Edo State election will happen to us. Meaning that, yes, APC, with the most unpopular candidate in the history of Nigeria, but they still won. People obviously collected money and voted for APC. So let us expect that will happen. Then, in all these our expectations, let us work as citizens and see how we would deter these things from happening. First, the River State, which Wike wrote results. It is a very big template. Wike is a henchman. It is a template that they will use. How do we guard against it? Let us expect that, the way Hope Uzodinma wrote results and won in Imo State, how do we guard against that result, those results being written? Then at the end of the day, irrespective of what we vote, they will announce a result. Let us guard against vote buying. How do we cross vote buying on the day? 2023 election, vote buying was reduced, let me say 40% by what Buhari did. But eventually, at the end of the day, like a week to the election, all hell was let loose. So they managed to, do what they could do. But let us expect these bad scenarios and see how we would walk towards it. But first and foremost, let us be active citizens. There's this guy, Randy Peter. He's been shouting everywhere, and I don't know why Nigerians are not taking him seriously. First of all, I don't know. I trust Peter Obi with my life. I imagine that he has been to the field. I don't like it when people say that blame Peter Obi for not protecting our votes in 2023. First of all, Peter Obi knew he won the election. And if I was Peter Obi, we did not, even when we were clamoring for the judicial proceedings, at the build-up of all our clamoring, nobody saw that the judiciary would go brazenly to pronounce that sort of judgment. I mean, you have to. Nobody expected it, and for a man who reclaimed his mandate via the court, at what point were we expecting him to say no? All these judges. I mean, to think of what happened, a judge that judges that zeroed everything they have done in their life for a man of Tinubu's caliber. I didn't. Nobody expected that from them. So let's say yes, he gave them a benefit of doubt, and they messed him up. At that point, everything was late. If that was why, okay, like there was a situation where, okay, I go to the violence space, and one of the days, like a month ago, they brought up the issue of electoral reforms. Some people or the anchors, killed it. In that day, they killed it. That's how they expect Tinubu to give you. I don't like when people dampen other people's spirits like that. This thing, sorry, I'm all over the place, but this thing Randy Peter is doing, let us as active citizens follow it up. Let us even, we can do, let us even try. Let us shut down the system. I mean, if an election comes tomorrow and Nigerians as citizens bring up the fact that, we want electoral reforms, and the government totally, shuts it down, it is a clear message that you want to rig this election. Then at that point, we can say, since you want to rig this election, let us kill ourselves. You even have when Bishop Coker and the former Abdul Salami, when they start coming for peace and reconciliation, free and no violence in the election, at that point, if they're coming for it, we say you people should go to hell. Which is why we, even with this thing Randy Peter is doing, I'll find a way to, if I can reach him, let us do peace and reconciliation, because I don't understand why every 4 years you people come and play, tell us stories. You play a stupid ceremony. Then at the end of the day, if we go back, you don't do anything. These are statesmen. Let us say, okay, you're preaching peace and reconciliation. Please, can you champion, electoral reform for us? At that point, if they say no, that they're not going to champion it, it's another reason for us to arm ourselves on the election day, rig elections and die. Let us say, okay, police, your police chief, what is the consequences of, and I don't understand Nigeria. If I was Peter Obi, okay, let me even go into the coalition. I support the coalition 100%. But the truth is, there are a lot of sentiments playing out. First of all, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar thinks he's the only, northerner, or the only person who should be president in the world. And the truth is, he just has 4 years, which is why he's desperate. That's why this desperation of him, wanting to run. Because after 2027, it's all over for him. So I understand his desperation. But my point is, why are other northerners? I mean, they are the Dankwambos. Why are other northerners letting him get away with this? Which is why I even think we should go into the coalition, because a lot of northerners, him running for 4 years, all right? Then after 4 years, he will not be able, yes, he will promise that he will just do 4 years. But after 4 years, how do you now tell the South that a northerner should take over from you? Which is why I blame these other politicians for letting him, run away with murder. Why is he the only person? But these other northerners are credible. Which is why we should go into this coalition saying that give the chance to the South. I'm even okay for Peter Obi. And if you ask me, Peter Obi is the only person, if not for Atiku's age, that will say 4 years. Okay, I agreed to run for 4 years. And he would stick to that agreement. So why not give the South 4 years, project Peter Obi, then give us any other candidate from the North? I do not, yes. The people have these sentiments about El Rufai. But I was happy, listening to Jack yesterday. The same, maybe not in Southern Kaduna now. Why are we blaming El Rufai for, the killings in his state? But we are not blaming other governors for the same killings. Why are we crucifying El Rufai? Okay, El Rufai is not there. These killings are still happening. But I still understand it. People in Southern Kaduna, they believe that it was, El Rufai who championed it. I understand. And that is why I am not very brazen about pushing El Rufai to their faces, because I'm sorry, I have a conscience. Because I'm imagining if I have a brother or sister who died in Southern Kaduna, that you're telling me about El Rufai. Which is why I'm telling people, yes, let the process happen, but do not push or do not blame people who are not happy with El Rufai. Let the process happen. Eventually, if a process Peter Obi agrees, and if Peter Obi is the head of that ticket, then I mean, what can El Rufai do as a vice president? At that point, we can start telling them El Rufai cannot do much as a VP. So let us go into this coalition. Atiku is a no-no for me. But in case this coalition does not happen, I'm not going to mix words about it. Peter Obi won that election fair and square, which means he has the numbers.
Yubazi, let me ask you, right? With what you are saying, right? Do you believe that Atiku will finish rallying people around and say, okay, Peter Obi, come and go and become president?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Atiku is not the only person coming into the coalition. Yes, the coalition is skewed to Atiku, but I still do not know why other northern elders are letting it happen. And if you look, it's a particular...
Look at the coalition properly, right? Anybody think that has been coming close to the coalition is actually Atiku galvanizing the person. And personally,
which is what my problem is. That the coalition is skewed to Atiku.
So how do you want
and don't forget the other Alhaji that spoke the other time. There is this sentiment about an Igbo man, which is okay.
Well, the sentiment is to me he also makes the argument very difficult and very insignificant. So
That is why even though if the coalition
will the
doesn't work,
sentiment
I'm still
disappear
fine.
after Atiku become president? It doesn't make any sense, to be honest with you.
Yes,
If he's
because
talking
the
about the
the
sentiment against
P2B
Igbo people.
base, P2B
So
base will still be
I don't
biased.
want to go into there, but my own problem is if Atiku is leading the coalition, right? Just like Tinubu worked the structure of APC that time, and people were expecting him to just step down for Shibanjo. That is not going to happen now. So
Yeah,
it's either
that's why
anyway, I know
if the
get step.
coalition doesn't happen, all good and fine. Let us now, as because
It
believe
is
it
in
or
my
not,
network.
P2B
Famsi,
has.
can you hear Uber?
Can you hear me?
Malambaki says, can you hear Ubazi? Is it my
Hello,
network?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Huh? Can
I
anybody
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
I can hear you, Alfonso.
I can barely hear
Can you
Ubazi.
hear me?
I think I can hear him.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If, like I said, if the coalition happens, good. If it doesn't happen, believe it or not, P2B has the the citizens backing him. Let us now, galvanize and hope. Well, I will not say hope. If we are going to go into this fight on our own, they should be able to tell us what they have done, how they will secure these our votes. Knowing that you went into an election, you should have known this is where we did not do well. This is the issues that we had. Come with correctional whatever to fight against anything they throw at us. Then we as citizens, let us mobilize and do our best. Like you said, once the whole idea of P2B, gingering, the followers, which farms we talked about, he's always going to do it. And once he's going to do it, he's going to rally people eventually. So there's no talk about his fan base going down. That is not true. But once they see the apostles, in full force, the same momentum will rise again. So let us, do what we have to do as citizens. I keep preaching this thing. Let us do our own part. We have 2 years and we still have time. We still can do this. Let us do our part as citizens. All those mobilizations we did then, yeah, a lot of people might have fallen out, but a lot of people will still fall in. So let us do our part as citizens, knowing that I don't know what any other person wants, but me, I want to see Nigeria work. I want to let him even do 4 years or whatever. Let's even know that yes, we can vote in our governors, and it will be the citizens that voted in their governors. Let us know that if there is a budget will be for Nigerian citizens. Let us put an end to this anyhowness of Nigeria. A lot of things that happen in Nigeria would not happen anywhere else in the world, not even in Syria. So please let us do our part, wherever you are, because I know a lot of us are not in Nigeria. Wherever you are, let us do our part as active citizens. Let us be apostles that will pull those followers to ensure that at the end of the day, we'll see a new Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Alfonso, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Malam, shit.
Yeah, I think I can hear. I can hear.
I can hear you though.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Alfonso, call me up now. Call me
Okay,
up,
this is
please.
a woman. Okay.
Uma, you
Tell
can
about
you can go ahead with your submission. If Alfonso and Famzi are not there, you can go ahead.
okay, who is
Is it
speaking? Is that
Malambati
10?
said?
Yes,
Okay.
10/10.
Okay, okay. Okay, no problem. I just want to say, I mean, made the mic they pass, you know. Nice one from Ubazi.
Okay.
I think lots
Okay.
of okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
lots of people lots of people need to hear that. Seems like, I mean, this is streaming to other places because, like I said, there is this let me give you a conversation I had. You know, the guy was saying they go still write that. Like people, they were saying they go still write that. When I now put it to him, I'm like,
Joy,
okay,
who
when I,
is speaking, please?
this is a woman.
Okay.
Okay. When I put it to him, when I was like, okay, this thing where they talk, say they go see right up. No be the same thing where we will talk 2023, say, you know this thing, they don't run up. You believe, say, Obi go commode that 6 million. The guy first come, pause. He said, hey, but you go see what I say, wait first. You, that time, you just say, nothing will happen. It can't happen. Now you don't jump and say, you know. So at the same time, yes, I know that there's some despondence, but there are still people that 2023 left like a mark on them, like because we have not seen a three-way race before in Nigeria since 1999. You know, so I just wanted to just like try to buttress the point that like Ubazi made. Yeah, the mic can go on.
Oma, can I ask you a question, please? This is Francis. I want to ask a question.
So okay, offer.
I do. Please, my question goes like this. Like this now, if P2B leaves Labour Party and probably joins NMPP or any other party, you will follow him to that party. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, why not? Is that not what's going to happen? Yeah.
So I want us to kind of do something here. If you look at 2023 elections in the North Central, apart from North Central, in the two Northeast and Northwest, where there are large numbers, the only place Labour Party got a huge chunk of, not chunk, but a reasonable amount of votes, I think is over 200 and something thousand. What? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Uh-huh. So now, the only state he got over 200,000 was Kaduna, and that was the only state where Ahmed Dati is. That's Baba Ahmed Dati state. So even though he lost his polling unit, Dati, but his political influence against, or will I say, carrying on the Christians from Southern Kaduna. So you see, it had that effect. Now we are Nigerians. We the obedience. Honestly speaking, we are playing it fair, and it's good, no doubt about that. But in as much as we are trying to play it fair, we are still Nigerians, and we are divided across ethnic and religious lines. Now, I don't want to talk about ethnicity because hunger no ethnicity. But you see, this religion, the people who do the surgery in people's mind are the imams in the mosque, the pastors in the church, the reverend fathers in the church. These people have decided to keep us where we are today. Now, the religious effect is still going to play out in the north against Obi. That is a fact because I'm not bothered about this southern part. We've seen what happened in 2023, and I am sure that many Nigerians will come out in 2027 with this agitation that they know that this is about to be rigged. So we prepare ahead of the rigging. You know, when you know that somebody is about to shoot you, you go for self-defense and then probably you attack first. So we are going to do the best we can on ground to make sure that our votes counts. But now in the north, nobody will be there. See, there will be a lot of religious battle in the north. Nobody will be there on ground, just like we will be here in the south. Nobody will be there on ground to protect P2B's vote. Why I'm saying this is because that's why I am very, 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 very of the opinion that even if a coalition does not happen, if Obi is leaving Labour Party or staying in Labour Party, let him look for, I am even saying, worst case scenario, let it even be this governor of Bauchi State that said he's going to work with Obi. I am saying, because El-Rufai, his antecedents will fight him till he leaves the political space in Nigeria. So probably making him a vice will not still work, or might still work because he will do that underground work in the north. But without even El-Rufai, the Bauchi State governor has a strong political relevance in the north, which can galvanize the Muslims. Now, the Muslims are voting because they have interest in this particular person. I want to tell you something. We always look away from the fact that, okay, probably the Delta State governor and the Edo State governor are decamping to APC. We feel it does not matter. They don't vote. They are just one person. But a governor carries about each governors might carry about 30 House of Assemblies into the APC. Now, that is 31 people now, for example. Now, each of them have their aides. They have their whatever. Then they have these their errand boys, which sometimes each of them might have up to 200 errand boys. By the time you are times 200 by 30, you are getting 6,000. And then the errand boys, inside the errand boys, there is senior men. Then those senior men will still have their underground men. So now it begins to, you see the tree begins to go down. Now the governor, House of Assembly now have their men. Their men is in, they have the senior men. The senior men now have their errand boys. Now the errand boys now have, see, let me give you a politician. If he wants to kill somebody or wants to do something, he sends number one errand to the maybe right-hand man. The right-hand man sends to the senior man. The senior man sends to the second senior man. The second senior man sends to the third one that then send it to the errand boys in the streets that we see. So it happens also whenever a governor or an individual shifts into a party, he carries his structure, his men alongside. Probably the people that voted him will not still change their mind. See, I can tell you, people who voted APC in 2023, it might be less than 10% that have changed their mind, irrespective of this hunger. It might just be less than 10% that have changed their mind now. Or probably let's just say, worst case scenario, 20%. Now, a governor who is defecting, his 100% structure, if the whole total vote he got as a governor before becoming governor, it is 300,000. There might be 60,000 inside that 300,000 that will say, no, I can't do this. I believe in the interest of Nigeria, and Nigeria comes first. Then there is now about 200 and something thousand people who is following him because they believe in what he does. Maybe he has touched their life in one way or the other, I don't know. But it happened, it's political. So now, I'm not bothered about, like I said, it is not to be looked away from. But in as much as I am not really bothered about these governors, because some of them are not truly elected by the people. Some of them manufactured votes for themselves. But still, we cannot overlook that. Now, we need someone that at least has 2 million, 3 million people are standing behind him somehow. Now, this man I said in Bauchi State, can you still hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, sure. The man in Bauchi State is the current chairman of PDP Governors Forum. PDP, I mean, is both North and South. Now, in that PDP Governors Forum, I still blame him in a way that he is not able to put them together to stand strongly behind maybe Atiku. But I still blame Atiku because he's playing selfish. He's being selfish. If they bring out, even if he's Kehinde of Oyo State, I am sure that it will be easier for that man. What's that his name again? Mohammed, Baba Mohammed or something like that, the governor of Bauchi State. It will be easier for that man to to be able to convince these few governors to go behind Kehinde because of the fact that it is still the turn of the South. In as much as we have to play politics, they did that in Edo State, put division amongst the people. People got discouraged and went home and didn't even bother to vote. And they sat down and wrote the whole election in Edo State in a single room and just uploaded everything on iRev and called the result. So if you can as well avoid putting distraction between people to force them to sit at home. Like me now, if P2B is not on any ticket as the president, I might as well sit at home. So now imagine those kind of things happening. When it begins to happen, people will sit at home and then it will give them that platform to go home or sit down somewhere in an office and write the whole election result and publish it on iRev and call the result. So Obi, if I am to advise him, still very much needs someone that has a political relevance. Imagine if he got a vice that has political relevance. 6.1 million votes. I can tell you here without any iota of doubt that in that 6.1 million votes as pronounced by INEC, we know he even got more, was at least about 5.8 million was Obi. 5.8 million there was Obi. Strongly Obi. Is about 300,000 that Dati could bring into the board. So now you need someone who will still, because Dati will still be there probably, definitely. So he might end up being a minister or something at the end. Now Dati is there already. Now people that voted him will still vote him because he's still part of the structure. Now you add another person who will come in with at least, even if it's 1 million, 2 million votes. Let's talk about even if 1 million or 1.5 million votes. Now, the person comes in, and now we are looking at 7.5 million. Now, we will allow hunger and what people will do on the streets that very day to handle the rest. When you have, there is a way votes will go behind Obi. There is this wave that will come behind Obi. It will be difficult to manipulate. It will be difficult to rig. We have to put it, if you put it in a way where you and these people can battle one-on-one, one-on-one. I don't know. Okay, if you put Arsenal, let me give you an instance in football, for those that watch football. If you put Arsenal and Man City in a battle, in a match, now, they fight toe-to-toe, it could end draw, it could end Arsenal, it could end Man City. It could end Arsenal, it could end Man City. But once the referee is standing for Man City to win Arsenal, there's every likelihood that Man City will win. But if you put Arsenal and Wolverhampton Wanderers, or probably Ipswich, a smaller club, now is Arsenal. Even if the coach is against Arsenal in that match, Arsenal will still find a way somehow to win that game because they have that superiority. Now, it goes into also politics. When you have an outstanding amount of votes behind you, an uncontrollable number behind you, whatever they want to read, we on the ground is doing something. Everybody is doing something. So when the result gets to the top, it happened in Abia State. It was too difficult to pronounce any other person aside Oti in Abia State. It was difficult. There is no way they could do it. It cannot run. It cannot go. So what I'm saying in essence is, I am a lover of that thing. We all know. Like I said, I still want him to be part of the structure, probably a strong minister. He can even be a speaker in in the Senate or something like that, or even in the Green Chambers. He can be a speaker in NAS, maybe their speaker. But of all honesty, he can even be the deputy Senate president when the time matures. But being this vice president, it has to come with a duty. This man was able to. This Shettima was the Hausas that were voting him massively because of the fact that, as at that time, Tinubu was shaking. He was urinating on himself. So the Northerners, some especially the APC Northerners, we are voting massively behind Shetima, thinking that this one where the peace for his body, highest now 2 years he go die for office. Then Shetima will come up. This kind of mindset, because I saw some article like that back then, that this man cannot stay 4 years. But now he's almost completing 4 years and he's going for another 8 years. So I will be holding my mic here, but I with all these little things I've been able to do, the little analysis I have done, I think strongly we need a structure from the north. Obi has the structure of the south. We know that. That is why APC is angry. That is why APC, they spend more time marketing. They spend more time pushing agenda against Obi, the marketing Obi, than they spend promoting the president. They spend more time posting about Obi, saying rubbish, than they post Tinubu. Every APC handle, for you to stay relevant in the internet space or in their party, you must be posting about Obi, even to the point that the governor and the Senate president is replying Obi, because Obi is their problem, not Atiku. They know that Atiku, if he contests 15 times, he will lose. Obi is their major problem. They saw the votes behind Obi. Now, these votes were this fear. Now, imagine if you can get a Northerner that is even stronger and has more people than Dati. When he's even making those speeches in channel television, his people has filled the street of the north. When the people are in the street, P2B's people will have the temerity at that point to fill the south. People will fill the streets. Now, but if we fill the street from the south, who is going to do it from the north? And when that does not happen, it creates imbalance. It happened in NSAS. It happened in NSAS. It happened in
So,
NSAS. If you watch very well,
sorry.
during the NSAS, there was no movement, too much movement from the north. And that thing affected NSAS. If not, there would have been a total revolution that time. So I'll be using my mic here, but P2B strongly need a structure from the north. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Quickly, please, this is 10 over
10 over 10, Alpha.
a day. Who
You dey hear
which
me?
person voice are they here?
Okay. Naima be this,
Okay.
sorry.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
A
It's
woman,
my
I
turn.
no,
chopped
Afo.
off.
It's
once
my turn.
in 3 seconds. So Atiku Abubakar just tweeted that if anybody saw it, that this is like 14 minutes ago, that His Excellency P2B and I just arrived at the Abuja Continental Hotel for the National Political Consultative Group, North in bracket. That's the event for the Northern political event, whatever. You can check that handle. But quickly see, I am questioning something. Why is it that since that election ended, 2023, up till now, we're not seeing Elijah Atiku Abubakar on our faces more now than before? And this is where, like I said in my earlier submission, so that anybody who want to talk will talk. This is where I have my concern. I just hope at the end of the day, me and the couple of people I know I've been talking to, I just know that at the end of the day, whatever this meeting, this flying to see this person here and there, whatever it is, Oga, if at the end of the day, they no tell me, say, P2B is leading this coalition and he's going to be on that ballot, bros, I don't know how much you want to convince me. I cannot be here and buy my ticket and go and keep mobilizing the people I felt before. I can mobilize. I will have more job from me. Like, I'm talking about the small space I think I can influence. I don't know what another person can influence. So, and it's not for me to dampen anybody's morale. I am saying that there will be more work to do if P2B is the one convincing us or me. Let me not say us, so it doesn't look like I'm speaking on behalf of anybody. If listening to him, he will be convincing me, trying to tell me, oh, people like you, don't worry, I am not there, but I trust this person to do the job. Bros, I am sorry to say, it will be a very, very difficult hill to climb, to be honest. But there is this ginger I know. I am repeating myself for the 10th, 20th time. And this is my position in any space I go. Bro, it's not going to be any difficult to elicit that response again. If after this conversation, this meeting with Alhaji Atiku Abubakar at the end of the day, he comes out to say, yes, I, Peter Obi, I am the one leading this coalition. I am going to be on the ballot. I hit my mic. It go hard to sell this market. It go hard to help Alhaji Atiku Abubakar help us sell this market if na him want sell am. But you know go hard to help Peter Obi sell this market if na him want sell am. I hit my mic, guys. Happy Sunday.
Please, it's my turn to speak. I want to go somewhere, please. Please, just a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. If anybody else.
Please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, everybody have been speaking for a while now, and I will be coming in from the last speaker's statement. It's very obvious. You understand? We all should stop deceiving ourselves. I always say this. You understand? I always say this. The truth of the matter is this. Majority of Nigerians, they want P2P. And I heard many Northerners, even from the other spaces I've been to, all of them saying that Northerners can only vote for Atiku. They don't even send Southerners. They don't even regard us. What they're after is who Northerners we vote for. If you try to ask them, they will not tell you that half of 50% of the votes coming out always come from the North. And it's very, very disgusting for my own side because I don't understand this kind of mentality. Firstly, still have 4 years, Southerners still have 4 years to go. And I believe P2P, for me personally, P2P is a man of integrity. If P2P tell you that he's going to go for a 4 season, apart in all this, in Nigeria as a whole, in all this, within all these politicians, it's only P2P, I believe, that have integrity, that if he tell you he's going to do this thing, he's going to do it. So if P2P should have an agreement with them that, okay, because it remains 4 years for the Southerners, I'm going to go for 4 years without even writing it down. Believe me, P2P will go only for that 4 years. Then what happens after the 4 years? When the 4 years approaches and people now find out that, yes, this is what we want him to continue. It's not for P2P to say, I want to continue. It's for the masses, even for the Northerners to say, I want this man to continue. And by then, these people that enter this agreement with P2P will not have a chance to oppose it. It's as simple as ABCD. So for Northerners that are clamoring for Atiku, my dear, let me tell you the pure truth. Like the last speaker said, you see Atiku ticket. I swear to God, me, I love Atiku personally, but I have to tell you the truth. I swear to God, Atiku ticket yourself. Tell Northerners that Southerners have 4 years to go. That since Tinubu is not working, Tinubu government is not working, we present to you P2P. We back him up with somebody like El-Rufai. Support him after 4 years, then the power will go back to you guys. They have no option than to fight for that ticket. It's very simple. But if you want to use if you want to be deceitful to yourself to present Atiku, nobody is buying. Nobody is buying. We in the South, to be honest with you, many people love Atiku in the South. But as it stands now, the most sellable candidate in Nigeria now, even as in Africa as a whole, is P2P. You cannot stop this. Okay, you want to tell me now if P2B happens to come from Southwest or not, we will be here debating about this. Let's be honest with ourselves. All these diseases have to stop. Against these politicians, they all know what they. And another thing I want to make all of us understand is this: if P2B should be able to match with El-Rufai, see, they don't campaign on the APC. They don't campaign on competence or character or capacity. They campaign on bigotry, tribal, and religion. That's the pure truth. So if somebody like El-Rufai should back Atiku, we should back P2B. You don't have anything bigotry or religious stuff to sell against P2B to the Northerners. It can never fly. It's as simple as ABCD. Because once you bring it, they give it back. They give it to you back. It's not possible. It can never say. And who are they afraid of? Who are they talking against? It's P2B. They don't even bother about Atiku. Atiku is like Tinubu. Atiku is like Tinubu. Maybe 15 iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro Max, just like the same thing, or iPhone 15 Pro Max and iPhone 16 Pro Max, just like the same thing. You understand me? Atiku doesn't resonate hope from Nigerians. You understand? Instead, it diminishes the hope people have. You people, I don't know, but I have to be honest with you. For South, you may think that you guys in the North, you have the votes or we don't matter. But let me tell you the truth. People are ready. People that even hate Tinubu, they are ready to vote for Tinubu against Atiku. Because enough of all this gameplay, it doesn't make any sense. And for people talking about Kwankwaso, but the main issue here is this: people should stop presenting Atiku. Atiku cannot give us what we want. I don't know whether you're a Christian, but even inside the Bible, they say the violent people, do this, and the violent take it by force.
Okay.
It's as simple. Wait,
Let me
I
answer
am.
that. Then
Wait,
you
I'm coming.
continue.
Wait.
Let me answer that. Then you continue. During that time, they used propaganda. All right. To paint Tinubu black. But this there's no week that has passed since 2023 that P2B has not treated something the government did wrong. What else you want him to do?
done that. Their life to make Peter be president. Have you ever envisaged the happiness that the kind of joy that we reap in things now? Have you noticed something? That once P2B tweets, you will see APC people. I don't know whether the message is coming from their WhatsApp group. They will start a kind of like Bayo or Nanoga. They will start a kind of threatening. You know what they're doing? It's a mind game. They know that P2B, the masses are with P2B, and any tweet that P2B lay out a kind of big news. You understand me? Anything P2B does will bring a kind of either May or this thing to Nigeria. So that's why when P2B tweet, they will try to like threaten him in a kind of subtle way. Like it wouldn't be like a straight threatening, but it's a threat. You understand me? Because they know that P2B have that masses at his disposal. So that power P2B have, they are afraid of P2B. I'm not saying that P2B is not doing anything; he's doing everything. But I don't want P2B to be afraid of those kind of their talk. I want P2B to come out more, voice out more, tweet more, do everything you have to do. Do it more, double it. You understand me? They may not likely have won the election, but because of they did those things, you understand me? So P2B, and now P2B is a kind of, it's not a extent, but to be honest with you, they might an Igbo man. If you put somebody like Osibanjo, who told you Zokalo, I swear to God, I will campaign for Osibanjo. If you put Osibanjo, put somebody like what does it call, Okowa or Okorocha, they know the truth. Okay, let me shock you. Even those ones that are paying 20K, they are tweeting that thing, they are tweeting against P2B. But inside them, to be honest with you, they want P2B to win. Nobody like to suffer. But because of the condition, they are doing that. I'm telling you, because I've encountered like 2 people. They wouldn't be able to open up in a public space, but within them, they know what is happening. They know what is good for them. Okay, at the end of the day, masses, anywhere P2B go, you see everybody, even Africa. Okay, let me leave it. Let me leave Nigeria aside, out of it. In Africa, if you interview African people, 100 of them, 99 because you want to please Atiku. It doesn't work that way. The best option is for Atiku to go into a kind of coalition with P2B. Let them reach an agreement. Atiku, you are going to be 81 by 2027. Fine and good. Allow the South to finish their 4 years. When they finish their 4 years, you cannot come up. P2B cannot step down. You cannot pick any southern vice for your own self. You understand me? If you could be able to finish your 8 years as a northerner, then an age is still on P2B side. If you can come and complete the southern his own 4 years, it's as simple as ABCD. But for us to be deliberating about Atiku being the presidential candidate, it can never fly. Take it to the bank. You understand me? And this hope you see on people's faces about P2B, believe me, nobody, 90% of Southerners, they are not willing, they are not able to come out and campaign for Atiku. Nobody is ready to put his one naira for Atiku. And for all these psycho fans around Atiku, deceiving Atiku, and all you guys tired. Eh? Are you guys not tired? You guys should stop this. P2B is there. Maybe probably El-Rufai is his vice. If something goes wrong, El-Rufai can incite masses to fight against the league. And P2B, being that he have taken the correction of the mistake he did, of the mistake Nigerians did last 2023, he can now speak in another tune. You understand me? This is very simple. Let's stop deceiving ourselves and face the reality. Please, many people want P2B. Nobody wants Atiku, except all these Northerners or sycophants. You understand me? Northerners, I beg you guys, it's very simple. Tell your people, if you guys can be truthful to yourself, at least for this last time, tell them it's certain time to finish their last tenure. You guys have to support them. Present P2B. You guys should give P2B vice and support P2B before 12 p.m. on election day. Tinubu is gone. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The only problem I had was when you said, that P2B people supported him and he wasted people's votes. I'll say it again. All of us were here in the build-up of that election. The only mistake I think P2B made was, coming out publicly to say nobody should protest. And even at that, I still understand with him for someone who had won his mandate through the court. So it was okay at that point because it was very glaring. What happened in Rivers State is something, if there was a credible justice system in Nigeria, what happened in Rivers State was glaring. That election shouldn't have stood. I wasn't in the control room, but I was on the phone for more than 24 hours. We saw.
Wait.
Chill. Let me say something. Let me say something. Then you continue. I was I was on the phone and on space. Those results were coming in. Even Plateau State, P2B was leading with over 1.something million votes. All these things, we just saw the results. Even channels and Arise at a point, we are giving accurate results. All of a sudden, we saw those results, they started changing. The results started changing. Rivers State was glaring. So I'm a candidate. I see all these things. I have good lawyers. I can prove that yes, these things were flawed. But he did not see that justices who have over 20-something years career on their table saw it coming. So what I'm saying is he had his reasons why he trusted the judiciary. at the point where the
Oba.
GCB failed, they at that point it was everybody's hopes were dashed. Nigerians could not do much. But if we had, at the moment they announced those results, and people did not try to discourage people who were protesting at that point, it would have made sense. It was just the fact that some people just did not want to protest. No, leave them. Nobody should join them. No, a lot of people did that, which I think was the problem. Let people who want to protest, protest. If you don't want to protest, shut up.
Oba, okay, Oba, I'm coming. Let me come. Oba, let me come. If you keep on with this kind of mindset, let me tell you the truth. We are not making any headway. We are not going anywhere.
What sort of mindset?
Because what do you mean that let people that want to protest? See, it doesn't work that way. You understand me? Me, personally, this Sowore, I don't like him. But there are some tweets he will tweet. I will just like, it's like this guy said my mind. Like somebody like to ginger P2B. Even all of them know that P2B won the election. So what I'm saying in essence is this: P2B is using the same hand he used last time.
He's not.
This gentleman hand can never work in Nigeria. That's what I'm trying to say.
Which gentleman hand? When I said people who want to, you misunderstood me. When I said people who want, the problem is like some people said in this space. You see some people who come out and say Tinubu is a master, that he's a master strategist. There's nothing anybody would do that Tinubu will rig. That is you dumping people's morale. When I say for every move that they have made.
Okay, Oba wait. About Atiku, I've said it. For now, Atiku stand no chance. So he remain with Kwankwaso and El-Rufai. And for Kwankwaso, to be honest with you, Kwankwaso have a kind of micro sense leadership within him. You understand me? And he have too much pride in him. You understand me? So I'm not even vying for Kwankwaso, but the person I'm just trying to make people understand is somebody like El-Rufai. If El-Rufai is on tweet, I always see the kind of, talk. Their problem is obedience. You understand me? And to show you, some of them used to, I don't know, some of them used to come to this, know their projection, Atiku. And some of them don't even know the time they said that they voted. Thinking like somebody that voted for Bugatti once, voted for Bugatti twice, and still vote for Tinubu will come in a space you are and be telling you that your best option is Atiku. As a normal, reasonable human being, you have to think twice. You understand me? This is not a rocket science. It's as simple as ABC, the 1 + 1. But Baba Ahmed, I like him, the former vice president. I like him, but the truth is that if he can step aside, P2B pick someone. When P2B wins, P2B know where to put him. You understand me? When P2B wins, you know where to put him. So for people that have P2B's ear, I'm saying it in this space now. P2B, let P2B not dream. Search in a situation in a scenario where it becomes Atiku's vibe adventure, and after everything they lose. What will his political career be? Their principle. He will never ever rise above it in his life. Can't be trying to discourage you people about creation. They know what they are doing. Because once this thing is being done, once the creation is being done like this, they will not have anything to campaign with. Very simple. I can see I think the governorship candidate of Delta State, Labour Party is this thing. I see many people who can I have to say is this: P2B should try to become the president and pick someone like El-Rufai as his vice. Please, we need to win. When we win, we can now discuss about the general stuff. But for now, the motive, the major aim, number one priority is to win. And for you to win, you have to put sentiment, emotion aside and do the right thing. And what you have to do, even if to dance with demon, do it and get to that seat. You cannot be outside the seat and do what you have been clamoring to do as a president. No, you have to be inside there before you can be able to do what you have to do. So for you to win, you have to add 1 + 1. It may give you 2, but for me, in this politics, it gives me 11. Thank you.
Yeah, can anybody hear me, please? I beg.
Yeah, I can hear you. Who is speaking?
And this is a woman. Yeah, I think personally, I think checks. I think you are the one to go next. Personally, I think that everybody's entitled to your opinion. If you want to die on the hill of Peter Obi and El-Rufai, that's fine. Some people have different, diverse opinions, But anyway, with respect to what's happening now, I don't know if anybody has seen Sarah Ibrahim's tweets, about the National Political Consultative Group in bracket the North has just commenced in Abuja, and it's a picture of Atiku by Obi's side, and what is Amechi is not someone that will be vehemently against an Obi in front run. So as you at this time, because I know there's some certain, he has he has decent political capital, at least up north, because of his role in Buhari's emergence too. So it's personally for me, if we're talking about the real politics of Nigeria, it's cool to see, even if he's not a perfect person by Nigerian standards and all that. So at least that one is happening now. this one we're talking about all this political coalition and citizens coalition. Yes, but at least like this conversation. So I think by tomorrow, next tomorrow, we should know one or two things, because at least, of course, you're saying press and the rest there. So something will come out based on whatever. But I still think it's still too early. And I think people are, trying to also pigeonhole PO. You can't really pigeonhole the guy. There's a whole lot of, he knows what he's dealing with. And see, actually, like the way you're just going against PO, like he should this, he should that. I think I should cast your mind back to January when PO was giving his speech, when he categorized So I think, we should also give the man some grace, because it's not everything he's coming out to say what he's going through. Man is going through a whole lot with this opposition. You guys know the way our Nigerian government is and the way they move, the way they will use institutions of the state to be reciprocating you. You understand? If not that the man has fiscal rectitude, therefore don't use that one, don't drag. So, I think, that should count. We are looking at what we want. I mean, he also has family. He also has people that love him. He has everything he's doing. So making a whole lot of sacrifices too. Yes, we made sacrifices, during the whole elections and all that we're willing to do. But, take a step back and from a vantage position and see the habitats in which PO is operating, and vested interest. So, I think, some grace is also just required to, when it comes to, saying that it should be a lot more aggressive and this, like, there's also time for everything. I think why these discussions are getting earlier than usual is because it feels like everybody has written off APC and Tinubu. You understand? Everybody knows that nothing good, like, there's nothing you want to wait again. You understand? Not like when Buhari first started that time, that first 6 months when he thought, say, go appoint minister yet. Everybody else, they look, they monitor. After it was, so now waiting, they drive, because if not than usual. Never reached 2 years for the administration now. Never reached 2 years. Maybe 2 years you go enter for next week, sure. Anyway, that's my own small. And sorry, yeah, Uber, I just wanted to support something you said as regards, like, trusting the system at that time. There's something what's her name? The head of the appeal courts came to say, I think it was trending on social media, that during the court proceeding process, how, members of, staff and everything will always be running into her and saying, we hope you do the right thing, blah, 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 always like coming through. But when the judgment was given, they started working a whole, like, nobody even thought they answer them on that matter. They couldn't avoid them. So I think, people also had that benefit of doubt too. But yes, 2027, everybody knows say don't dead through finish. You understand? So I think it will not be too correct if we would just say, because there's also something about stress testing the system. You understand? So at least for the benefit of that, we not say everywhere all cast to if it burst or burst in it. You feel me? So I think these processes are also important, because fundamentally.
Well, I don't want us to speak now. Wow, how many hours will you talk?
Nation Beauty, okay, checks. Take.
The others,
checks, I just take mic from each person now.
They want to tire me.
Now only 3 of them are just there now waiting to talk.
Only 3 of them. I've been here more than 40 minutes. You have been talking all the while.
Me, check, stop, please. Yeah. Oh yeah, oh guy.
See,
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Who is the co-host?
On a happy Sunday.
Hello, in peace. In peace.
Yes.
Were you here before me?
No,
Why is
impeach
Igbo
is
not
not
doing
you,
his
it's
job?
checks.
You say?
Impeach is not you, it's checks. It's the checks that
In
is to
peace, I was
speak.
here before you now. A woman and all the rest. I was there for some time and I listened to most of your listening. So I want to summarize my thoughts to make it not long. First of all, there are things you guys should understand. First of all, Tinubu is not a baby politician. That is what you understand. He is a very bad administrator. His policies are rubbish. He is a self-centered and elite-centered politician. So he's somebody you will not want to allow into any country that needs progress. So the move of having to remove him by any means is applaudable. But as I said before, have a worse administrator if we are not careful. During the Goodluck, I did this thing. When he was doing not so good, they presented somebody whose antecedents have been known to be a horrible leader. He was whitewashed and then pushed into that place. We all see how it turned out. So let's see, you guys, you understand obedience and their opinions. And again, you guys, you get to respect them. They work themselves up. They do everything to make sure that we are at PO and that we are in this level. So you should give us credit. We may not be good politicians, we might not be seasoned politicians, but at least we care about Nigeria. And every of our effort is to make sure that Nigeria gets better. So no matter our mistakes, no matter our sentiment, I believe we deserve some listening ears. I am not speaking to I'm just speaking to anyone who thinks that obedience are bad. Be involved in politics. Many of them had never been in politics before. So you will not call them politicians. And you can see that obedience are not here to get appointed position. And that is what we are here to. We will be to the coalition stuff. First of all, I don't hate Atiku. Some people think that I am anti-Atiku. I am not, actually. My dad, God bless his soul, was one of the biggest follower of Atiku's model of politics, because he believed that Atiku, even though he's a northerner, he's distant enough to consider Nigeria as not belonging to any region, but to everybody. But I want us to be very careful with this Atiku. First of all, Atiku is a man that has established. So how far he has gone in life, what he has achieved, and the exploit he has made, he has cemented his name. Being president of Nigeria is not, or was not, actually cut out for him. So seeing that maybe he is not made to be the president of Nigeria, will achieve some part of his dream, and even a larger part of this thing is there, it will be applaudable. Now, let me come back to my point. A better Nigeria. You can refer them as fanatics. You can also refer to Buhari's followers in his time as fanatics because they believe that Buhari is the best thing that will happen to Nigeria. It turns out to be maybe not so true. But you guys are scavengers. Now, after the 2023 election, they started with their poster. They will print article. Saying that you see this APC that is doing this thing, if you get there to ourselves, nobody should call us or should call on us. Sorry if I am maybe harsh, but this is the realistic distance. So his problem is that his followers, he's trying to convince his followers. This is what they say. Go back and read the news. How is this not an insult to the obedience? Thank God that people came out and when Skynet became self-aware, he couldn't attack America because if he attacked America, America will destroy it. So what he did is that he went and attacked Russia. Tinubu easily is actually P2B. But P2B has two problems. Number one is the North. That is his number one problem. Why did I say the North? Because they have demarcated him in so that is when you talk about this coalition. I will still get to it. Then another thing is this. Now, in the article, so the money was spent, but the followers will be then spent from that, because instead of will be APC. Do you know why Rivers State is APC's target? Do you know why Akwa Ibom State is APC's target? Bro, without money, the opposition is gone. Maybe P2B is not has stepped above, or maybe by the grace of God, he has defeated this argument or this line of views. For money, because you need money to be in opposition, like it or not. You need money to be in opposition. So if you strive the richest opposition, the opposition is at your mercy. So these people joining APC is actually a powerful strategy played by these guys. Now, this strategy can actually boomerang. It can actually boomerang. I don't want to just say everything here. The masses. So the masses have now seen that this is the APC that is making us to go through all these things. That's what we are going through. Our governors, our leaders are now joining them to destroy us the more. If they see somebody that will stand for them, who can fight them, Tinubu, establishment politics. I will meet this leader. This man will meet his boys. He will call his boys and tell his boys that this is what I want. This person will meet these people. Bro, that politics is actually failing in Nigeria. 2023 has proved it. So now, who is now actually more powerful, richer, and more established? Yeah, this will go south. Now, how can Tinubu be defeated? It is Nigerians that can defeat him, not person. It is P2B. The bit of this effort here is that this man is actually different, because if you see his moves, sinking borehole, sitting with people on the farm, going to mosque, sat on the mosque, going to school, meet the students. Not that we will follow or we are getting everything we say, but at least we should give him some level of trust, because I believe he's better than any of us here in terms of politics. So a person that can lies, they talk against him, is actually a lie. And how will he prove it? It is by he himself and the leaders that these people trust. Trust me, people will be going there, they will not listen to him. So he has to meet.
Yeah, finish do your submission. I just sorry.
Okay, bro. Give me a minute or something.
Famsi, are you there? Are you there? Who is around?
Give me a minute to summarize.
Yeah.
I think I'm going.
Of course, our opinions on the Northerners are actually strong. Maybe we should tone it down, saying that everything they believe is just a religion, that they just follow. That is not true, actually. Anti-elite politician, actually.
When you summarize, you talk, I beg. You have spent about 30 minutes here.
Okay, let's talk now. When you have your time, you talk.
What's your
Yeah, I was here listening to him after Iwoma talk. He spoke before Iwoma, and after Iwoma, he continued. Bro was speaking like more than 20 minutes. I interjected him. Thank you. I'm done. All I can go ahead.
No, 10 over 10. I think he thought it was. He thought it was me. And I wasn't too annoyed, man. No wahala. It's all love, bro. The Eagle Alpha, are you there?
It's in picture. It's my turn now.
I thought
You calm down, or you go.
Thank you. Happy Sunday, everybody. I've been quietly here and been listening to everything that is being said. It's a very good one. But we need to establish some things that we all know. It is how it's being run, even when we want to disrupt the status quo, which is also very, very welcomed. For the coalition to succeed at the end of the day, from what we're saying, currently, I think they are doing a consultative forum where P2B and Atiku is there. I cannot see Kwankoso. I cannot see what they call him, the short man, Erufai. I cannot see many of the notable figures, as it were, in this. They are not there. But anyway, for the coalition to work and maybe try to dismantle and face the president today, the candidate must be a Southerner. Let's tell ourselves that truth. It's a truth. Once it's not a Southerner, forget it. For in short, Tinubu will just even win and overwin. What he will even get at the end of the day will even be far, far bigger than what he got in 2023. So what Atiku is just, I don't know why Atiku is so desperate. I really don't know. He's the one that cost PDP the loss in 2023. He's the one that caused, that is why he's the one that made PDP to look what it is today, that PDP is no longer, a party to be reckoned with in Nigeria. So I don't know why he's also desperately pushing. It is 8 here. That is why people like us, we buy the ideology of Nwike. No matter how toxic you feel Nwike is, he endeavor philosophy. That is how it is. So whatever the Consecutive Forum will do to succeed, that does not come out bringing a Southerner, when I mean a Southerner, whether from the Southeast, Southwest, or South, as the presidential candidate, it is far. So that's my contribution. Whether it is P2B or whether it's going to be anybody, so far is a Southerner. So this one article is going up and down, dancing up and fine, and trying to do all acrobatics, my dear. He should better, I heard somebody, was it Zek Check that said that it seems that nature have made it known that Atiku is not going to be president of Nigeria. He should accept has to be and push the system. His ideologies to be, be achieved. But this one is trying to
Igu,
Yeah. And I mean. I just the let you know. Okay, see, make I no just talk. Though I know say I fit talk much, but see, I don't hear what everybody they talk. My people, see, you get something where I dey reason within myself, and let's just say this: I will be talking about the Atiku camp and the P2B camp. You see, PDP data boys, people should take it easy. Please, you people should. Atiku should have won the election in Nigeria, hands down. But you people kept on poisoning his mind, using your ego, instead of you to allow the man do the needful, maybe trying to see if there is a way to reconcile with Kwankwaso and Nwike, trying to see if we can meet P2B and talk things out. You people believe that a P2B and Tinubu ticket will destroy the southern vote and only Atiku will bet. Then feed on some states in South. By so doing, Atiku will become the president. And you people kept on feeling that ego, that arrogance on Atiku. And Atiku failed to do the needful. And we know what the outcome is today. And now again, 2027 is at the corner. You people have started. You have started again with Atiku taking the whole of North, P2B this, Tinubu that, Atiku will come winner. Is it not high time we should come to the table of coalition with a kind of humility and allow an openness and open. Then on the part of this, especially my Eastern brothers, you see, this what is it called, on the international market permutation, let us play it a little down. Like, let's take it easy. What I mean by let's take it easy is this. You see, in Nigeria, I know how in Nigeria, but you see, always trying to sound politically correct or always want to appear correct in politics of Nigeria leads to nowhere. What I mean is this. I've come to realize that Nigerian politics is not made for saints. Nigerian politics is neither even made for a clean man. Nigerian politics are for wolves. And now, if you want to approach Nigerian politics, I think it is from the angle of decency or from the angle of sounding or attempt to be politically correct. Rather, let us approach the Nigerian politics on how it should be. For instance, the current president was one of the people who said he doesn't believe in Nigeria. He said it openly that he doesn't believe in one Nigeria. Today, a man who doesn't believe in one Nigeria is the person ruling Nigeria. Let our Igbo brothers leave this sentiment and emotion and allow what it is to be. What I mean by this is to be in tandem or in line with you people's agenda or mindset. But it doesn't work that way. This is politics, and you must not make it to be like a I'm not like generalizing it that P2B should be the vice or the president. But what I'm saying in essence is this. Let's let these guys, for instance, we saw what Tinubu did in 2023. Baba went and picked Muslim tickets, even when it is against the Nigerian precedents or antecedents of politics. And he is the president. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this. Let's start thinking of how to win. Let our mind be preoccupied by how to win. And if P2B going as a president, guarantees him winning, fine. If P2B going as a vice president guarantees Tinubu going out of Aso Rock, fine. Vice president, they won't support him, no problem. For those who threaten that if P2B does not go as a president, he goes as president, he won't win, no problem. But in essence, all the game is let Tinubu be out of Aso Rock by 2027. And let me tell you, if those who are saying that, what if P2B goes as vice president and finally Atiku fails, his political career will fail? Let me tell you something. If you don't know anything about P2B, this guy have told you he is not desperate to be the leader of Nigeria. He is after seeing a Nigeria that works. And he made it open that by his 65 years, or maybe anytime soon, that he might not be vying for presidency again or going for the top position in Nigeria. Let's see something in this aspect. For many years, the Igbo man has been sidelined in the politics of Nigeria. We never die, and we will not die. If you need to be or whatever, but I think under some people who I have seen so far, some responsibility will be delegated. Why Atiku shape the movement or the motion of Atiku? Who knows that for long he has been vying to be the president, and what he has to do now is to what write his name in the Nigerian Book of Records, and he must try to do everything. P2B is his second man. That means P2B himself has failed. You might try to argue anything or to say that the chief of staff is powerful than the vice president. You may be right. But what I'm saying in general is this. Let us allow these guys. Let them come up with tangible, reasonable conclusion. Let's stop blackmailing them. My brothers, let's stop blackmailing these people and let something be made out of this coalition. That is my own humble submission. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Quickly, let me say this. The ego, I think it's very disrespectful that you just stylishly insulted the Igbo people. I mean, what you did is
Guy,
very
now exactly what you
disrespectful,
make me want to talk. Oh, sorry, Alfonso.
very
Guy,
disregarding. 1 second. 10/10. Give me like 30 seconds. Let me just put this out. But a woman, right, is one of the people who believe PO should be the presidential candidate. A woman is not Igbo. My former co-host here, Malam Batiside. In fact, most of the people who are in the front line of this thing have nothing to do with Igbo. So, for you to come here and make it about Igbo is very disrespectful. I don't really know the word to
No.
say.
You didn't hear
And
you didn't
secondly,
hear what I said. I said, and I repeat,
wait,
maybe.
I try to give you time so that it will also allow me say what is in my mind, right? I beg. Just so when you finish, if you want to respond, there's no problem. Secondly, on what you said, right? You can make all the projection you want to make. Let us not blackmail. Let us blackmail. See, people support their candidates for separate reasons. That is what you should know. It's not an Igbo thing, right? The Igbos gave Atiku all the votes we could give him in 2019. So if people are telling you today that the guy, 81-year-old, is not the right age for him, like that is my biggest reason for why I am not enthusiastic about him. It makes no common sense for that. And secondly, when you say let us allow them do their thing, my brother, we are not going to allow anybody to make any decision then impose any candidate they want on us. And we say we want to get Tinubu out. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, what then is my interest? So if Kashim Shettima should leave President Tinubu and joins the coalition people say is the best person to defeat him. I should just sit out and accept Kashim Shettima just because I want Tinubu out of office. Let us even be reasonable with when we make demands. We are here, and thank God for Peter Obi, who listened to his supporters. And that is even why we are talking. If he doesn't listen to us, he wouldn't even have the movement or have the support base up to this moment. I remember when we started, right? There was a general who was involved in NSAS, and he was made part of the campaign, this thing. The people who Peter Obi who run his campaign say no, this man cannot represent us, and Peter Obi had to change it, and that is what is actually angering the Atiku fan base, that they have a Peter Obi whom his supporters have a say in what they do, right? If you say let us keep quiet now, so that whatever the people want, let them do it. But when they finish, we'll support them. My brother, when they will run their government, just sideline yourself. Whatever Atiku does, just keep quiet and don't even bother saying anything to him, because you're not going to make more sense. If you don't have a say when he does not have power, now that we know that they don't even have political power to do anything, we are going to let them make decisions without us getting involved. My brother, when they finally get power, what are you going to tell them? That's when you come and start telling them you will do this, you will not do that. So now that they are not even having political power, we shouldn't make decisions. We don't tell our principal this is how we want this thing to be. So finally, for me, I repeat it, and I will say 1 million times. If Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Waziri Adamawa, with all due respect for him, if he's the presidential candidate of the coalition, I am 88.8% sure. Let me just give you some percentage that election is going to be a losing battle. I mean, it's going to be lost. I mean, you talk about Tinubu, Peter Obi being there, being all these things. See, it will be very difficult for you to convince any set of people that this guy is the best for you. Looking at his age, looking at the person he's going against, and looking at everything. And have you also considered the northern politicians or the people who are even thinking, whether the younger ones and everybody, who are thinking or who are hoping to take over power in 2031 who know for one or two reasons that if this guy is not in the ticket or if this guy is retired after losing to Tinubu, they will have a better pathway to becoming governor or taking the opposition structure. Have you considered how they will work against him in the north? And make no mistake about it, APC is very strong party in northern Nigeria. That is why I believe it doesn't even have a chance. There's no amount of anything you are going to do to stop APC from getting at least 35 to 40%, and they will win some. They will win some. You make a comparison with Tinubu. Tinubu did what he did now because he knows APC was in power already. It wasn't down to his strategy or anything. APC was in power and Buhari was going to make him president. If Buhari had gone out all against him, he would have lost that. He wouldn't be president. It was not because he chose this, he chose that. I mean, in fact, if you see how he was dilly-dallying with Buhari, begging him and all this time, especially after he got the ticket without Buhari's support, you will know that Buhari was even blackmailed into supporting him. If Buhari was left, Buhari would have dealt with him. But somehow, he blackmailed Buhari into supporting him. For those who think Buhari did not support him, you're actually either naive or you didn't follow the politics. If you followed it, you know that Buhari gave that guy the fullest support. And whatever Mahmoud did, Buhari was in support of it. So finally, my take on this. If we're going to sit back and watch it to make decisions, and our absence without we having any stakeholders, just know that whatever the government turn out to be, although I know that a ticket that has Atiku Abubakar as a flag bearer will not even defeat Tinubu. Anyway, that's just my own personal opinion. But whatever happens in their government, we will not even complain. If they go worse than Tinubu, we will not complain. If they become like Buhari government, we will not complain. All we have known is that they have made their decision. And let me say this finally, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is doing everything to even make himself the only candidate who is likely going to run in the ticket. And that is exactly what some people want us to just stay aside and say these people, they are making the best decisions. See, they are not always wiser than us, to be honest with you. If they always make the best decisions, I don't know how many times Atiku has made this political decision and he has lost the election woefully for one or two reasons. So if he was always making the best decision, he wouldn't be losing. So I don't know why suddenly you want us to stay aside, allow him also to make the best decision because they know their best decision and they go back and lose the election. And at the end of the day, Atiku will not suffer the consequences of him jeopardizing our chances of having a better president next election. He wouldn't. Of course, you saw when he went to Arabusha last house that he's not suffering the bad government that we are facing today. It is we that will still suffer it. So why do you want us who will be at the receiving end of this bad government in a case we don't get it right to keep quiet and watch people whom the consequences of their decision will not be suffered? So my brother, this Igbo thing, I really don't like it. And that was even what offended me the most. Saying our Igbo brothers, we need to be the Igbos. We're not asking anybody to give us power. The power play of Nigeria does not affect us in any way, shape, or form. It affects everybody. Who is the people who are not in power that is affected. So everybody, and there are Igbo people also in power. Don't you have Dave Umahi there doing whatever he's doing there? So I mean, it's not an Igbo thing, it's not a Yoruba thing. And the people who have been even vocal on this, even me, I've not really said I will not support a ticket that has a Atiku Obi as I mean, I've not really said that, but we know a lot of people who are telling you. Even Yusuf is a northerner. In there, Peter Obi should know as matter of fact that whatever they are discussing there is not binding. If his supporters do not support it, that is just the truth. I don't know. They cannot just make any decision and ask us to support the decision. We are not children here. put anybody in primaries. After primaries, then we'll go back and support the person because they want to go out. My brother, personally, me personally, if I have a way of communicating my message to all of them, they should hear my voice. That particular candidate, the coalition, first of all, is a southern affair. That's the first thing I know. Secondly, PO is the most popular candidate. He's the candidate who has the best chances of winning. Thirdly, everybody should come together and support him. Whatever agreement they want to make with him, outside these three things, I'm not really bothered. But if they feel that I will throw away these sentiments just like that, because they want to remove Tinubu for their own personal gain, my brother, I know they there, and I repeat again, I know they there. And so many people, in fact, when they finally do it and do article, I beg, Obi, if he's wise, he shouldn't even be in the ticket as running mate, except he actually want to bury. I mean, he says he doesn't. As vice president, is being humbled and even be struggling to win in Anambra State with Atiku's presidency and be getting few number of votes. By the time they finish, in the talk about Trump. Trump is not politically sagacious if you look at it. He doesn't make the best political decision, but he knows how to activate his base by making the decisions they like. And that was part of the reason why he was able to get away with most of those things. If it was about political sagacity, that guy wouldn't have been there. So anyway, thank you very much for your contributions. But again, there's no reason to whether it's two or three Igbo people. There are also Hausa people to allow Atiku first deputize, first become president, so that they will build their bridges. So the people, some people are doing that, but I don't come to space and start trying to blame Northerners for one power. I beg. This whole nonsense on Igbos, nobody actually is asking if I say if a separate Igbo. In fact, it's even within decide. It's everybody's fundamental human rights. You can desire to run for office, and nobody should ask it again. Not be Tinubu Day television tell us a Miloko, Yoruba Loko, and all those things. So I'm trying to make it some of us to feel less for one or two reasons. I really don't actually buy into it, please. I see it, in my own opinion, I see it as disrespect to the Igbos by saying that probably we are pushing Peter Obi not to accept vice presidential seats. It is not the Igbos pushing him. It is his supporters who feel that that is not the best thing for him. And I am one of them. I believe in my mind, and I'm looking at it with everything I got, that this guy does not stand any proper chance of winning a Tinubu in the election. So maybe if it was 2023, they could have scaled through. But now times has changed, and the times does not favor Atiku Abubakar. If he thinks his time favors him, no problem. They should go back. They should go. But again, if the coalition is for us Nigerians to get Tinubu out of power and replace him with another
to what the last speaker said. In fact, I unmuted my mic before you came in. We know we will know what we are doing in this country. To be honest, we know. What I find it very, like you said before, I find it very, very, not because I'm from the southeast. The guy, this is a big insult. Let's look at when the last since the last election up till now, who among these can do at the end of the day if he gets there? Who have we seen more? That's even on one side. Why is it always? I have friends from both. I was born in the north. I grew up in Lagos, so I have a lot of Yoruba friends, and I still keep tab with my Hausa friends. A couple of them up to this point. So if I'm saying what I'm saying, I am not saying it from the angle of one Igbo boy like that. But I find it very, very disrespectful. So now let me even go straight to the point quickly without wasting more than 1 minute. In 2023, it was the turn of the South. Atiku came in. Now again, that 4 years of turn of the South to complete before the power goes back to where we assume it should go, which is the North. He's coming in again. But I'm still giving him benefit of doubt, like I said earlier on. I am still somehow, as much as my head is telling me one thing, my heart is telling me differently. But I am still one of those people. I am still giving him the benefit of doubt that he is trying to galvanize these relationships for the betterment of an average Nigerian who believes, okay, looking at who can lead us there, who can kickstart whatever Nigeria needs at this point is B2B. But somehow I am seeing what I'm seeing, and I am feeling he is doing this thing because he wants to be on the ballot. It brings the question. See, I don't even like Wiki for 1 second. But in this activity going on now, what Wiki has been angry about is becoming relevant. Somehow, why should it be the turn of the North? Okay, let's say they have the numbers, but it's not their turn yet. Looking at who can command those numbers now, who has those numbers. This was my previous argument. Atiku had it, except anybody can argue otherwise with me. When he had the numbers he had in 2023, these PDP governors and whatever you have were there. I can guarantee that he does not have those numbers to show now. Okay, even if he does not have it, fine. And let's say for whatever reason, people that contested among these two, can we look at now and say he can get on the field and elicit that response again? Guys, except we just want to light ourselves. So I find it very disrespectful, very, very disrespectful. In fact, I am beginning to look at it like an never reach your turn. That's the point. It's not your turn yet. It's the turn of the South. In that South, like Alfonso, like he said, who can muster that numbers at this point? Except we're living in another planet. Those numbers can, even if we look at it, it's not 5 million, for example. We know someone that can talk to bases, talk to people, and get those numbers out. And like I said earlier on, me personally, and the people I know, I keep saying my own. I don't know about any other person. You know, from the temperature I am getting the temperature of, or I am feeling around me, people that feel 23. I know people that say, guy, you see, I have friends that left the country straight. A lot of us know. But I still know guys. I still know people that traveled from outside the country back to Nigeria. And I know an extra fasting and prayer to motivate this set of people. Again, this is just the truth. And one thing is, I don't like when, maybe because I am speaking more recently on spaces, but this has been my position right from time. I don't like when, so that people don't see you as one black sheep like that. Oga, if you don't like what I'm saying, it's up to you. But I know what I am saying makes sense to a lot of people based on where I am coming from. I know what I'm saying make a lot of sense to people that I matter. Fine, somebody can tell me he has enough money to do whatever he needs to do. Good and fine. But Oga, I cannot go the extra mile. But I know people that P2B, sorry, let me just use the mic. Sorry. I know people that the moment they see P2B talking, Oga, they are asking him, when are we voting? Oga, just tell us when we want vote. A lot of people. And there is this charisma that this guy drives around, not to all these old people. You know how many people have turned 18 since the last time INEC conducted election, presidential election up to now? Young people, and he has that command amongst them. So except we just want to keep, dilly-dallying up and down. I still want him. I tweeted already. Thank you, sir, His Excellency, for being this elder statesman. We want your support, but we know who we are following. We know who can elicit this response. Yes, people are hungry, but I'm not trying to discountenance his what he brings to the table. And that's why I am also of the opinion that he has to be in by bringing somebody and supporting that person. So this is my position. And I take, like I said before, okay, if you're coming on this space to talk about how Igbo people should deputize or how they should support the North because they are not relevant, guy, you better be careful with you want to talk. This is just my own position because we'll find it very, very disrespectful. We've never been this positioned. Let me even put it like that. We've never been this positioned now. From where I know, from Southeast, has never been this positioned than ever before. I don't think so. I may not be 100% correct, but I think this is the best shot. This is the best shot. I'm not even talking about the shot to the presidency. Now let's even talk about the capacity and capability of the person. We'll have a clueless president. We'll have what Nigerians are passing through. All he wants to do is appeal to some bases and then capture institutions and then do what he has done to. This is my position. right, is Peter Obi going into that conversation and coming out on top of it, and then with whatever he must have negotiated. I know he won't be stupid to negotiate at the detriment of Nigerians, but he has to be on that ballot. That's it for me. What we did before, but anything short of that, okay, I don't think I will buy ticket and travel. That's just the point. I am speaking for myself. Anybody can tell me, okay, stay where you are, right? I have business in Nigeria. I know what is passing through, right? On it. I eat my mic, guys. Thank you so much for letting me contribute.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, I think Peter Obi ticks the boxes on many levels for some people, competence, honor of the South, the what do you call it, finally, someone from the Southeast at that shot, like that's why he's that very interesting candidate. I'm grateful to God that there's a politician that I can support in Nigeria. It's Jesus. Anyway, I think PO is addressing. I think videos are still dropping on the timeline. Chooks, Sarah, Dr. Mo, the people that move with him sometimes. Of course, it's sometimes because say PO they work out well. So it's addressing the National Political Consultative Group Northern meeting in Abuja. And of course, normal PO now consistent talking about the issue still. I think it sort of reminds me of when his last meeting to PDP stakeholders before he left, appealing to them like when and all that. So this just gives me that kind of vibe. But let's see, Sha, because now it's yeah, it's now see the politicking. If they are going to bend, because PO has remained consistent on his messaging, so even to the elite itself, it's still the same thing. Don't live in Nigeria for your children and your grandchildren. I mean, even privately, if you've heard, for some certain things, that's the same thing. Let's see what the outcome is going to be. And even posted about PO, so, and it looks like it's a Northern Political Consultative Forum. I heard that Madam Nenadi Usman is there, and even this other very vocal guy, Babacha Lawal, so I'm sure by tomorrow, next tomorrow, there'll be a whole lot more gist about the event and all that. Arise and the rest, they will cover it and start saying one or two things. But it's crazy. Like this is coming after. These guys for this something. I've not watched it yet though.
No. I just know him, but they are very short, so it may not even 33 seconds. seconds. So now I not even put interest. I'm not gonna really talk many things there now. 3 seconds. If I say I see like 3 minutes.
Chooks on release. No, Chooks on release one long one, but I was hear PO they talk a normal. You don't have, in my head, I'm like,
If
this is how political.
share and give me now, make I play am here.
No, it did Dr. Mo this thing. Okay, let me check for Chooks. For
Mhm.
mine, let's say, PO don't come with this in plenty talk again for this politician. Anyway, the man has been consistent, so I mean, it's not going to tell them any. You know.
Well, I don't see him. You say they Dr. Mo timeline, Abi? Okay, search for him today.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, my phone is Zuzu. I think the long one is on this Chooks Eric E. If you can go there, yeah. So
Waiting be handle, abeg. I'm not.
Chooks Eric, CHUKS Eric E. Well, the crazy thing is that like this guy has not even done 2 years. Now just next week, now it'll be 2 years for this administration.
So it was probably an avenue for everybody to to I mean, how
Yeah, it did in timeline.
But from what the one I'm seeing is just him.
No, wait, make I use this so that this thing.
minutes now.
Yeah, yeah, don't send and give. So it's time like
Okay, you don't send them, Abby. Okay. Why your voice low like that now? No, to even hear am from here, I no dey even hear am.
yeah,
So
I think so. We like say now all these guys will use their phone and they did too far. I'm
uh,
sure. I mean, we'll get the everybody go hear and clearer now. I trust whether na symphony I be in JNJ Media to have something loud later.
yeah. So I just put am for Jumbo Throne, sha. Who, if you get time, if you dey plan yourself, you fit hear one or two. But if I plan, because I dey struggle to hear and hear, so I don't know how I go be for people wey dey lis ten from there. So no need. Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, so Iwoma, I be like say we go close the space, so abi?
Yeah, I mean, like it looks like I'm sure between now and tomorrow, a whole lot is going to happen now. The aftermath of this speech. Trust all the media has is so much talk
Okay, wait. Iwoma,
arise.
I don't see better one. Iwoma, no worry, I don't see better one.
Okay.
I think that one was posted by Sarah Ibrahim. And this one dey okay. You dey hear am, abi?
I know
This entire country produces less than 6 million tons of rice. Is equal to Bangladesh. And Bangladesh has a population of 170 million. So if you divide their 146 by this, it's less than about 800 square meters. It's a huge land. Niger State has the most arable land in this country, cannot feed itself. It's 76,300 square kilometers. They are not exporting anything. Netherlands, they exported 124 billion euros, about over $130 billion. The solution is in the north. Look at a state like Taraba. Taraba can produce all the tea that is making all their money from tea today. Is 65,000 square kilometers. If you divide it by the population, Taraba is 3 times, if not up to more than that, of that size. And they make $1.52 billion from tea. And all these loads of uncultivated land. Go to Morocco and travel from Casablanca to Port of Niger. When do we have to do with content where we are doing a road for 15 trillion? Why don't you use 1.3? If you put 1.5 trillion on insecurity in the north today, we start dealing with it. We can capitalize that back in 1 trillion. And if we put another 1.2 trillion in poverty alleviation, one of the governors in the north told me he wanted to do small poverty alleviation, and he went to Bank of the North, Bank of Industry, and get the 2 billion. And over 2 years, they cannot even put their own capital fund. We can solve it. The more you do people out of poverty, the more you solve insecurity. I've been to prisons, I've been to places to see what is happening. We need to change it. It is very easy. We need to invest in education. We can't talk about free universal education when people are not going to school. Our children are not in school. I have taken time to go to the north, stand down with their one children, they are the most brilliant people God created. Because you see children in 9 years and 10 years memorizing Quran. If they can't go to school, we take school to them. Where they are learning Quran, they can learn English, they can learn Arabic, they can learn it. It's very easy. And we are doing it in Kaduna, it's working. And when you see the kids that are changing, let's invest in them. That's our assets. That's the assets trust among themselves, believe that we are one, and we can save this country and survive by population. This is time to remove our division. We are when the dialogue does not clear, we cannot continue that. It is unfair to us. Like I said before, Bangladesh produces about 50 to 60. They are 148, we are 900. You can go on and on. Small states like Vietnam that came out of war. Niger, Boronu, Taraba, Kaduna, is about 300,000. That's what Vietnam is. And
but people do not want to look at all those things and say whatever they. The truth of the matter is this: it's not a matter of whatever they decide. If you are going to do whatever they, if we are just there to queue behind another person, whatever the person decides to do, let him do it because you trust him. That's actually it doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's one of the most mischievous thing anybody can tell those of us who supported him. We are going to take back. I mean, we didn't take back seats when we supported him in 2023. We actually decided some of the things he did and how the things are. It will be unbearable. And that is not what you need to win an election. You should consider what will strengthen your chances and not what weakens it. And even one of the obedience that spoke on X, that was, I don't know whether I see supporting Obi now. It was, I think it was channels, I say Arise, where he was talking about it, that you take it for granted that you add up the 3 votes, it gives you this number, but it's not the same when it comes to politics. And I agree with him. It's not the same. You don't just sit out and say Obi's numbers added to, except you mean both of them running differently and you adding up their votes later on. If you put one person under the other person, Atiku wants to actually defeat. In fact, when it comes to comparing them one on one, right, which is the good thing to do, Tinubu and Atiku, the only good point, the only thing, the only argument you may make for an Atiku that is different from Tinubu is that Tinubu is a tribal bigot. He sell for a little small portion because he's working with so many people. Those who are sycophantic enough for him. It's not only people from his tribe that he works with. So I think there are a lot of things to look at. And Obi should hear us, and he should listen to us. He should listen to his supporters, and he should know in everything going forward. But wanting to have coalition, wanting to work with more people, more politicians, more everything. So let's hope, let's work, let's pray, let's continue working and continue doing the right thing. And at the end of the day, the coalition should work. The coalition must work. And Peter Obi should be given the candidate, and he should be made the presidential candidate. Anything outside this, I don't really know what the person wants to achieve. I don't really know. I don't know what the person wants to achieve. So all the opposition members should come together and achieve removing Tinubu from power. That is it. And some of the things that this other guy said, that APC mostly they deal with propaganda, counter all their propagandas, and it's actually not so good. Well, anyway, some people also say that some Atiku also have his supporters, right? And they are passionate about him. No problem. I do not dispute that. I do not disagree with him. The possibility is there and it's very high. And some of them will not also be happy if he's not also the candidate. No problem. But I want those supporters to know that it's actually the turn of the South, since their candidate is the best. If they feel Atiku is the best candidate, I have no problem. But they should know it's the turn of the South. So when it's the turn of the South, he should not be presenting himself to run for tickets. At least for one or two reasons, he should respect the fact that Nigeria is a multi-ethnic group. So whatever we do should reflect our personalities and our culture, and giving everybody a sense of belonging. So if it's going to deny, if anybody is willing to deny the South the sense of belonging in this thing, and in fact, he says the ones with population wins the vote. And that was what APC and PDP wanted to do. And I would have even supported them to do that, especially seeing that seeing that Tinubu was going to come. I was like, the worst that will happen is to let another Northerner take over from Buhari. So that because if you have left it and maybe Ahmed Lawan or Atiku took it, by the time they finish, you won't come under any guys to come and say it is a turn of the South again. Many people say it's all about grabbing power. Anyway, it's all about grabbing power. Not, I'm also interested in taking away power from Tinubu, but I'm not interested in having power return to is not considered, right? But again, I think that process is actually flawed because its practice across the globe doesn't make it okay. To a certain age. I remember seeing a US senator who was even she has been in coma for so many years. It was 91, and she still got elected, and that one doesn't even know that she's alive and she was in office. And these are the bad example these people want to copy for us.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah,
Mm,
welcome, welcome. I was about closing the room,
mm,
but you can just
mm. Yeah, let me just chime in because this is Sunday and it's my family day, but in ways I cannot even imagine. You know, all this coalition talk we've been talking for a few days now. I've been saying maybe this, maybe calm down, maybe just to get this Tinubu out of power, but go to burn. What else do you want to hear? You never hear this from this your current so-called president. You never hear him speak and get inspired. This man comes out and talks and he inspires you and he has a track record for it. What else do we always want to put? I remember the first time I left Nigeria in 2000 and what's it called? 3. And trading blows. And I thought to myself, why are these not the ones being the presidential candidates as opposed to these old guards? So we want to continue this old line. Political and things like that, but we want to keep bringing the worst. I've heard a lot. Maybe we should concede, but I hear this guy talk each time. No, it's Peter Obi or nothing. It's Peter Obi or nothing. Thank you. And the last person to leave that country, turn off the lights. Why do we always keep doing this?
My brother, you said it best. So, well, just hearing from him alone, that man turned my life to a better person. Then imagine what this man would do to the average psychic of, the average Nigerian. I don't know. I don't know how to tell people, who are you have a two women. One has all the qualities that you want in a woman, but maybe doesn't have a BBL. Hi, how you doing? Then you have an OS that has zero qualities but has a BBL because of the training.
was just testing the mic. I'll go after you. Sorry.
It's actually very
Yes, yeah, go on.
entirely. We could even be debating it. But this is a case of there's no. I mean, we are Rwanda
This is a
election
case
and
of life and death. Oh, life and death. Chukwudima say it.
I
This is a case of life and death, and it is clear night and day. Even me, when I hear, like I go on Deji space, your space a lot, and I hear the discussion, I'm like, maybe we should, or maybe we should not. Oh, then you hear this man come out like that Abuja thing, or that Northern Congress thing he did. I watched 9 minutes of it, and I'm like, no. I just need to reset my baby. You know, as a man, when you have a family, I have 3 kids, wife, and sometimes you have to do this and that. Just, but for Nigeria, we don't get any choice. So, be from that, like I say again, that 2019 presidential debate. I was like, why is it not Oshibanjo and Obi on? I remember vividly. Why is it this old guy, with their vice presidents, go back? We can't compromise. We can't, well, let the country burn and let the last person that leaves that country turn off the lights because it won't work.
Is one of the reasons I think that maybe my uh, my fears of like I remind myself because like when I'm talking to people about like Nigeria, is one of these top guy in private sector, and I was just like, look, that normally you don't expect everybody to have your level, and like normal human beings just go about their daily, trying to hustle and all that. That when you actually need to measure the temperature, that I should just wait. That as time goes on, as you're nearing, sort of like cynics, just one kind about that. Like when you start reaching the point, understand? When PO starts speaking to people, one thing in the corner of my head. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm too worried about people being, cynical and pessimistic about the process, you know, address
Ever reads from a script.
yeah,
He hardly
yeah,
ever,
yeah.
you would never catch him reading from a script, and that's the being genuine, being well. I've talks. I've been listening for a long, long time, a few weeks now, and I've been trying to say, oh, maybe we should not, but. As a Yoruba man, this man is the man for us now, and if we miss it again, we've missed 2023. Omale fún wa o, Omale fún wa. And I love this country too much that yeah. He moved, okay, he started the speech from the podium and then moved away. You won't see any other leader do that. He moved away and then he started walking the crowd. That's the, oh my God, that was beautiful to, you know.
Hello, Mike. JD, are you there? Austin, are you there? Wait, Ona, they hear me at all? Can anyone hear me?
Alphonsus, you dey hear me?
Yeah, they hear you. Can go on.
Uh-huh. Just I think we need to stop fooling ourselves or misleading ourselves. Okay. The last caller just said Obi has never, maybe he doesn't read from the script or so. He has done that very, very, as in, we should just place our
Beg,
Alarm now, he never talk
beg,
to
we
me.
not get.
No, the thing is, sometimes they want
Alfonso,
they don't
alarm.
want
We come here to
they
start
don't
arguing
want
whether we read from this.
No.
narrative.
No, which narrative? No.
Beg,
Ah,
beg.
Okay,
no.
one person can dilute kind, the kind
No, I was
space, listening, in and out. And Alfonso, I want to say a very, very big thank you, for holding on to the space for that long and getting opinion, from any of that. We want at least to see a reflection of the will of the people in that coalition. And mind you, I'm not that person who thinks this is not to even cast any aspersion. I can see the difference. I can see the difference not because I can see the difference because I have been able to improve myself, and I've been able to get it. So, and that is one thing that I hear Obi talk about: when you invest in people, because you don't go about focusing and beautifying a place where the people that are supposed to live in is the other way around. The other way, you don't invest in people, but you're like a consumer kind of economy. You just consume. You just extract, sell, get money, and consume. We don't. I don't even think Obi at this point now needs to even preach to anybody in the north. He has done enough. I mean, he has really done enough for them. They're like, because I know region, I know it that some people from the south might even start to say, you know, his presidency will be. Let's just mark it. He so focused on build factories. He wants to go into that place and start massive mechanized agriculture. He wants to do oil, and for me that is just what is the magnet. That for me, that's the magnet. Like if people are still discussing article, then people are just being biased and very disingenuous to this conversation. You've seen somebody who, I mean, so that's what just I don't know.
I get what
I
you're
don't know.
saying. I get
I
what
don't
you're
know how
saying,
to
but
say. Yeah, don't want like they misunderstood. Oh, what's happening?
Their eye don't clear.
Hello. So, but
With
again,
the
and again,
yeah.
they are beginning to see that if they don't do anything,
Hmm.
Tinubu, what Tinubu is planning, before
No,
after his
apart from
second
that,
term,
their eye don't clear. Their eye don't clear. 2 years, only 2 years into all this madness. I hope. I hope. I might be wrong, but I
no,
can't imagine.
well, I mean, and all that, but his example that he's going to set would cause Nigerians to begin to, especially the civil service, people begin to change and do things the right way. That's his principles. You see, Nigeria will start. I mean, as a governor, he saved a lot of money. Imagine what he can do as president. So that for me is where I see it, and the fact that he keeps talking about paid as they should, teachers. I don't know where is the echo coming from. Yeah, Dr. CJ can continue. I don't like when you go to other African countries, we tend to think that Nigeria is really not progressive. I'm opportunity to be in a place where I meet people from a lot of African countries. The university I studied during my school days is all over the world. So you meet Africans and you start to realize that these guys are actually having a better standard of living than we do in Nigeria. Their countries are not doing so. Nigeria, like make the country Nigeria feel big, because the Nigerian people, wherever they go, they excel, and they're very sagacious. They're very, they have way better standard of living than we do. They have cleaner roads. They have cleaner infrastructure. They have, So again, to begin to do things right, and if the whole country starts doing things right, let's forget about the government. There are a lot of people in Nigeria that you see when you come back, when you travel out from out of Nigeria and you come back. Some of these things really inspire other people based on his character, his competence, and things he is planning to do. Look at people. The obedient women have galvanized, used their own resources. Nigerians can begin to even use their own resources to do things the right way. I don't even know if they still do all those things a man with empathy, because a weak man wouldn't cannot achieve what Obi has achieved. He's just a very principled person, and I believe that if you're caught wanting in his and if you see the way he spoke today, you know that he's not going to come out from that. If there's going to be any coalition, he's not going to come out from that coalition. I support, but I urge him to please endorse P2B, and go down in history as, because his presidency, even if he become president, he might not even be that great, all right, as endorsing P2B. So that's for me. I think is what he should do. He should do it, and we're going to. In 4 years' time, then they will show him the way out. But again, this guy is somebody we've seen over the years. Just even after the election, he didn't relent. After the court cases and all that, he continues his research and continue moving around the world, copying at the end of the day. Because now we just have to see how other people are doing it. People who we consider to be at the same level. To learn new things all the time, and he's traveling the country. He understands that country. Now you see him, he's mentioning almost all the states in the north. He understands the terrain. He understands what the people are going through. He understands the problem. Not somebody and the pains of the people. You cannot tell me that this guy is just during these elections that people maybe might start noticing all these things. But this guy has been doing this thing even before he started campaigning. I have friends that we came into school together, like in med school at the time we started school. Some of them were in secondary school at the time of who has done well in every area of life. Like I mean, he has done well in business, he has done well in banking, he has done well in even in his personal life, he has done the People's Coalition and the people who the representative of the people is Peter Obi, and the people want him to be the front runner of that whatever coalition, if there's going to be any at all. Again, I completely Baba Dati, right? Ahmed. I don't know why they are ruling him out completely. Right. So if these people, this I don't even want to start going back to this El-Rufai in the administration that was there at the time of Goodluck Jonathan. And for me, I supported Goodluck Jonathan not only just because he's somebody who I felt that was going to move us away from, the old order, which is, the Babangidas, them, the Atiku, them, and all that. So he's somebody who was like a miracle president. He was not involved in. To see that someone, a young person like Shure, participated to take us back to 1983 is something that I hold against him, right? And this coming with the knowledge and all these things that he has. We're talking about an Atiku that has been in politics for over 30, almost going to 40 years now. So please and please, let's not to be let's allow. So we need somebody who is proactive, very proactive, So that's it basically. I don't really have much to say. The conversation today is very good. A lot. And again, people seem to. I remember, what was it called when Nigeria, though they were corrupt, but they have at the level that the people we have today. And he said that what gave precedence to what we have today was when the military were in power. They some criminals coming together to wrestle power from a government that are relatively um, was many years backward.
close to 30 years backward. And these same people have gathered again for one or two reasons, led by the person who also made APC stronger. But even Atiku's role is probably forgivable because he was in the coalition that removed Jonathan for just 2 years. 2 years into Buhari's regime, he has already started right? And these people are more key. Like you're having one Peter Obi, right? And so why should they be using me to do that? Because that does not represent my interest. I remember Dr. Crow was asking about the guy. I remember that guy, right? When Buhari won the election, or when Buhari was declared winner, he was asking about the guy. And I heard as of 2019 that the guy later developed bone cancer. I don't know whether he survived it or not. So, if these people want to come together for whatever reason and muzzle power away from Tinubu, I have no problem with that. But away power from Jonathan, he didn't represent my interest. Tinubu also fought his way and become president. It does not represent my interest.
And what is that
Meaning,
your interest, Chukujima? Let me get it clear.
I will tell you, I have a lot of interest. I've compared myself with our other counterparts, not in Europe, because again, Europe and Nigeria or Africa is not the same. Standard of living is quite high in Europe. In other African countries, I've compared, especially southern part of Africa, not South Africa, southern part of Africa,
It's best
Namibia.
we narrow it down to
No,
our
my
country.
interest is to, yeah, that's what I'm saying. My interest is to see that medical doctors in Nigeria are treated right. And I hear Peter Obi talk about health almost at every speech that he gives out. Is to see that medical doctors, after going through almost, I don't know if you're a medical, them tend not to really carry out their duties with all their heart. Some of them are sometimes, become negligent, not because they don't know what they are doing, but because they are tired. A nation that is healthy is a nation that has the potential to grow. If somebody is sick, they can't work in no factory. If somebody is sick, they can't work in no office or anywhere. And the people who are responsible for this can a
You're
medical
very
doctor be
right, sir,
earning
but you need to
less
think
than
about
200?
the
No,
root cause as well. Like,
you,
if you guys, the education sector as well,
so
where
that's what
they've
I'm talking
been
about, my own
neglected.
interest, because that's where
That's
my
what I'm saying. Your
expertise.
own
Yeah.
interest also relates to when this government has neglected the health, the education sector, the education.
Scholarship, not bilateral scholarship, just Russian scholarship. I did my first degree,
When did you come to Russia?
in 2012.
Okay, I went to Poland, Eastern Europe.
In Russia.
Yeah,
My
did
junior
my
brother from
bachelor's degree in Poland.
and that free education today has given me the opportunity to now have to be able to go anywhere and kind of establish myself. One who hasn't really gone through any form of education, be it formal or informal. And that is the problem we're talking about here. Those people in Nigeria, a lot of people in Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria, do not go through education the way we do. And as of today, I'm not a burden to anyone. So that's the thing. But if I don't have a job, I don't have education, I'll be a burden to the society. I'll be a problem to the society. And that's what we're saying. We want somebody who's going to inspire, who's going to put the right resources in the right place. The first time I went for practical, that was because when I got to Russia, I went through some medical checkup. That's something every year you go through that medical checkup. It was in a small clinic in the university, in the hostel, around the hostel. When I started my practicals and I state to have one in every state in Nigeria, because this hospital was just, and it's just normal. So when I started having practicals and going to other hospitals, I started to realize this is sick. Just pray not to get sick, because you're just going to die. And we've seen cases of people who have died because of negligence from for me. It's very heartbreaking. People go to study medicine back in the day because yes, it's a prestigious course. Yes, secondly, and thirdly to know that at least when you're able to go through this, you know that your life is at least
although not legally, Russia has a one-party system.
well, okay. Let me try to answer of President Vladimir Putin as the president of Russia. Russia was in disarray. Russia was in disarray. Again, I don't even have a problem if I have a leader, because I don't even think a country needs 4 years is enough to set a country to and has done. I mean, Cameroon is not Dubai today. Cameroon is not UAE today. 2012, you know. And Russia at the time I came and Russia today, it's not the same. It's not the same. That is, I mean, the difference is not even that this guy is somebody who is here to set Russia, to put Russia in that. I mean, before now, okay, after the World War, what else did you know about Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union? But today you hear about Russia, you hear about Russia world power conversation. Who did that? The president of Russia today. Again, he's not going to be there forever, but you see that again. This is somebody with clear a patriot
No,
of
you
Russia.
can't deny that. You can't deny that. But
So,
you can
and when a
also
person is a
compare and
patriot of a
contrast with China development
wait.
as well.
Mhm. So you see now, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. Look at China, almost something like that. But you do in Nigeria, you find somebody, you become this. The next thing you do is your tribesmen are all over the place, and you use them to molest and harass every other person that is not, yeah. So either tribes or religion and all that. So Russia has now the whole of Moscow city is electric buses. The metro system is one of the best in Europe, in the whole of Europe. But I mean, there's not enough noise about that. But Russian metro in Moscow, especially, because its transport system takes you. I know it's the same Europe, it's the same system all over Europe, but the one for Russia, you can research. That's what I'm saying. Like
London,
when I
Liverpool.
came to Russia, I came to Russia. Of course, again, I'm not somebody who maybe went to Russia from the village. I've always lived in the city. So my expectations for Russia was kind of too high when I got here. But
Us now, Nigeria.
so
Sorry, we've gone too far.
so I'm seeing like now, like, because again we have seen what Tinubu is doing. The current president is, I mean, again, the kind of warnings I get from my relatives. Don't do this, don't go here, don't. I mean, so I just stayed in Abuja, and that was it. I didn't go to the Southeast again because of the security challenges there, which I also wanted to. My mom. These are the things that, again, Tinubu doesn't really. I mean, so he doesn't. For me, he doesn't inspire.
He doesn't
Okay, at the
care.
time.
It's
Okay,
not
look at
about
the time
inspire.
President
When
Vladimir
you're
Putin.
talking of, he doesn't west. He doesn't care about the southwest. The
Excuse me. Let's
Yoruba.
even talk about this Southwest that he's
He
prioritizing.
doesn't
Again, after
care.
Lagos, let's leave Lagos. What? As in Lagos. Okay, Ogun State, because the factories are there and all that.
Elections before 2020. I was like, didn't you guys see? As a Yoruba, attended the Yaba Tech before I went over to study in Europe. But what inspired us
Okay, now,
exactly?
okay. Look at what's his name, Nasir. That is, his, life.
Yeah,
But he felt that
politicians.
he could replicate Lagos in Nigeria.
Politicians.
That's
And
a silly excuse.
I said, I've seen, although I must confess, on I saw that election between him and Osibanjo, the vice presidents were answering the questions for the president. I'm like, why are not these guys the ones running? Until today,
come to the TV to be explaining what. I mean, that's what does that
yes,
mean?
now. So that what will happen? So Peter Obi will be vice and he will be answering questions for this president. And I was like, why are not these
Osibanjo
two guys?
was absolutely used, like using for image laundering of coastal pastor, right? Pairing him with Buhari was a way to launder his image on his.
Forget that one. If we want to start talking about religion, I have so many things to say about religion.
He wasn't going to advance beyond northeast and northwest, but they brought in that guy. He did a lot of Buhari being unintelligent. I mean, the guy was also helping out.
then we start our brains. We don't lose brain cells. We don't lose brain cells listening to people like our current people. We don't lose brain cells. We listen to conversations, intelligent conversations. For say this guy no do this, they will do it intelligently. When you were this, when you were that, you didn't do this, you do. They won't say, anything. It's time to put Nigerians first, though. I know we were a coalition. Tinubu, because I've met the man. More or less, I have met. I was born and bred in Lagos. I have been to Alausa when we did, and I'm a well-meaning Nigerian, and the term obedience just limits me. But I support Peter Obi. I've been supporting him.
In the right things, but as well doing the right things. And that's why I really don't. I don't know the rationale. That's why it's democracy anyway. People have different reasons why they do what they do. But again, a country like Nigeria, as we see today, needs somebody.
And he's always maintained everything. Nothing changes. Bobo, Kaji is talking. Antecedent, history, and
Not a very flamboyant person. He's not somebody who cares about like a lot of material things. And he has told you that if he's not corrupt in the office, his family members are not corrupt, then
as administration, did what he's saying now, did he implement that when he was governor? Yes or no?
all those things are factual now. They are all factual.
Just want to keep this over and over again. Keep putting the best candidate as number 2, because at the end of the day, Osibanjo was better than what's his name, Buhari.
30, 40. If we miss it now, that's it. The next ones have to start preparing to figure it out. The ones
I'm
in the
44. Not putting anybody. Okay, let's say Atiku. Okay, maybe, we keep thinking, but it's going to be 81, 80 something. Better situations. A 42-year-old and a 53-year-old are contesting, and we want to go bring 80-something-year-old. Okay.
I mean, I don't really understand the rationale by which people make this.
Like personally, I've taken care of so many old people. So the whole idea, no matter how I want to convince me he's sound, is I mean all these things are just that man is
Them 50 million or 200 million. Well, we could just do.
actually insulting that we want to bring in someone that should at least not be bothered by issues at his age for one or two reasons. And somehow you
And is the fact that, oh my God, the fact that, like in my family now, my father is late. My mom is like 84 years old. On things to do. And my mom is still very articulate, but she knows that we who are younger and we know better.
is actually
Well, it doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't know. I haven't really heard any reasonable argument to push that argument or to make me.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Felix. Good evening.
How are we doing?
All good.
I
We're down
I
to
praise
we're
all of
down
you.
to 9
Off and on.
So, who did you vote in
Um,
the last election? If you voted at all.
I'm a strong obedient, but that's not what I want to talk
Okay, I
about
just
now.
wanted to.
Those of you outside, you had the opportunity in Nigeria. You are now outside where they work by the rules. Do you understand? Not what happens, not the rule. The rule work for them, not them working for the rule. So basically, what I'm trying to say, I heard all your wonderful speeches. Principally, what I want to prove to us is that these people who are ruling us today, I'm sorry, forgive me, but I'm in my 60s. So that means I have seen most of them, or if not all of them. These people yet unborn, why they further impoverish the nation. When I look at social amenities today, what we had used as young children, as young men growing up, as here talking about how Obi planned to make the North the hub of agriculture, mechanized farming, and all that. Hey, man, they are not for that. The people who are leading them are not for that. All they want is it needs some level of collaboration between the northern and the southern youth. Because thank God today, even the so-called North, a lot of them have not. Because primarily, I do not see any reason why Atiku Abubakar will want to contest in 2023 and also want to come again in 2027, knowing fully well the turn of the North. So if Obi must go, Obi must go as a president and as a solo candidate. But with any coalition, I am not in support. I am not in support because you need to understand
Politics mad people. That's why they call Nigeria madhouse. Because sometimes it will even amaze you when you hear some
said earlier is the North. What is the North? They know how to deceive them, and they've perfected that game. When it comes to election, rubbish. They do it, and you see them. They will be celebrating that this man is down to earth. This man is this. Just let him come in. With Lagos, which Lagos? I've been in Lagos 1986 before I left for Abuja in 2012. Tinubu did not build any Lagos. We had fantastic governors before him. The person who really started developing Lagos was Fashola and Ambode. Youth out here, back here at home, that will still carry out the thuggery, the fighting, the destruction for the so-called old politicians when the election comes. So what is it? They said the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. All the countries you have mentioned where you've all been living, I've been privileged to be in one or two Western countries. I know how it is. I see them, but I didn't stay. I spent 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
So
Majority of the
wait,
people.
Dr. TJ,
Yeah.
you know the symbol. Make I ask boss.
Okay.
So sir, what do you think? If you say no coalition, what should we do? You should go solo again.
I will tell you why. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening. We are not too
You
many
know
here,
now
so
they are coming for coalition because they know it works. So if we say the rotation of the presidencies between the north and the south for every 8 years, two term, because they don't have another industry except politics. So if that politics is taken away from them, no matter how short you think the time is, they will fight back. And that's what they are doing. They want to use Peter Obi because they see Peter Obi as a big pillar.
in my opinion, we need to jettison this north-south term or
Correlation.
time of the north, time of the south. I am willing.
No. For now, will be rotational after every 6 years among the 6 geopolitical zones. You need to see they almost ate the person wrong. Why? Because that, like I told you, because if it has been just 8 years, that everybody is clamoring. Like Atiku now, doesn't stay in Nigeria. And that has been the bane of our problem since 1999. So primarily, we need first not Google store and go through it. And after that, you will know what I'm talking about. I don't need to start picking out 1 or 2 points for you. Just bring it out from the Google store or I think that we are doing. Cut and nail, join. And that join is not working. Every day I join this space, it burns my heart when I hear young men. For example, Nigerian professionals, we go outside Nigeria, they will excel. But when they come back home, But in Nigeria, he or she is struggling to survive. Why? And so also other professionals. We
not want to be progressive. But if they really want to be progressive and Nigeria to be progressive as a whole, there must be some kind of collaboration. The,
no, you see, if we can get Peter Obi and Dati Ahmed to run again, that because remember 2022, 2023, nobody gave Peter Obi.
Well, my position from what is that the ones answering questions for their possible resign. And if yes, wait, switch that, didn't resign, I would not be in this position now championing him. So I hope that kind of, you know.
The 1999 Constitution did not specifically assign any official role to either the vice president or the deputy governors. Hence, you see the president and the governors rule. It's not like America or other countries where the vice or office is officially designated as A or B, but it's not so here. So the leaders, they know what, because they don't have anything except the governor said, go here, you go there, you go. But they don't have a function. Same thing as the vice president. Why do you think? Okay, let me give you one simple example.
You're
I'm sure
talking
you will be
to
able.
doesn't have to be this north side divide. And there's no north side divide. There's no north side divide. Say north.
Okay.
There isn't.
Look at my two. That's what I want to answer.
Apart from
That's
the
what I want
fact,
to answer you.
there's no need
The problem
for
is
us to
religion.
put number
problem
one
in
as the
Nigeria
worst
is religion
and then number two as the best. We need to stop doing this.
and pride. If you can handle that two issue, religion and pride,
I am
that's
talking
all.
from a father who is an Alaki, gone to Mecca, and my mom is a Christian as well. So
no, the Yoruba
and the north side divide. The best as, because if we look back to 2019 at least, Osibanjo was better than Buhari by far. Peter Obi was better than Atiku by far. And we want to keep on doing this.
Later.
Much. Okay. Dr. CJ, what happened now? Like I send you co-host now, come and co-host so that in case people still they want to. Oh, Dr. CJ didn't come up. What's in there happen? Yeah. Boss Freddy said you can continue. I'm listening to you.